Hey, everybody. Friday night.
Yep.
Hooray. It's our favorite show.
Yep. Already drinking.
Already drinking.
Got rum and root beer.
Because we're not going out tonight. We'll probably go out tomorrow night. But
yeah.
There was nothing going on.
Yeah.
I mean, there is, but nothing we need to go to. Saturday nights are my favorite.
Yeah, so we're just going to hang out with y'all and talk and answer questions and talk about shit and just interact, you know.
As we do.
Have fun.
As we do.
It's basically kind of like an open nights Friday. This particular show is the funnest one that we think is the funnest one that we do.
Yeah.
We don't get as many hits as we do on them, but we have our own following. That this particular show's got a lot of fans that will hit it. It's just that in numbers, it's actually less in total. That, you know, average people just coming in off the street want to hear something about a topic.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, we talk about topics.
Yeah.
We just don't know what topics we're going to talk about before we start. That's the only thing. You know, ironically, we started doing this show a long time ago because we kept getting sidetracked when we were talking about a topic. And I said, why don't we just have a show called Sidetracks where we can just get all of that out and just talk about shit, and then we can actually stay on topic on the regular shows. Did that work out that way? Of course
not really. Not really.
Now we have even more hours of us waffling about stuff that has nothing to do with what we're supposed to be talking about.
Well, the show originally was just supposed to be a talk show.
Yeah.
You know, and it started off as a slideshow and us fucking kind of goofing on certain things and Jen making funny slides. But that shit went out of style back then. Now it's 10 years on. Live streaming, you know, really fucking became a thing. So I think we only did the slideshow for what, 6 months maybe?
It might have been longer. I don't really remember, but it was very labor intensive.
Yeah, they're still out there though.
And those are recorded, so I could, like, if we went off on too many tangents, I could, like, edit some of it out. You know what I mean? If we were just, like, went way off on bullshit or if we got something wrong or something.
Nobody makes that kind of show anymore.
Not really.
Everything's all live streamed now.
Well, not everything.
Not everything, but
everything's just kind of more like this, even if it's not done live. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Keep coughing like crazy.
It's all that test you're taking.
Yeah.
Tammy says Nick Cave has a new album coming out on August 30th called Wild God. I'm going to have to get that. I don't, his last couple albums I haven't listened to as much. What was the one that I don't know if it was the last one or the one before that was called Skeleton Tree. And I really, really liked that album, but that was the album that came out after his son died. And I just couldn't listen to it. It was too fucking sad. It was just too fucking sad.
Well, we got a super chat.
Thank you very much, Zach.
What's up, Zach?
Have you seen that movie about Marilyn Monroe called Blonde? It's super weird and arty and almost a horror movie, like if Lynch and Terrence Malick had a baby. I've been wanting to see that. Isn't, what's her name from Blade Runner 2049 in that? Anya, Anna de Armas or whatever her name is. Like I thought she was in that because I remember you like talking about it a long time ago, and I kept meaning to see it, and I never got around to it, but we will. You know what we started watching last night, just randomly, was Reacher.
Reacher, yeah.
Reacher, the Amazon show, and because I guess Tom had kind of heard about it. I had heard about it. I saw like ads for it and stuff, and I was like, yeah, that might be good. You know what I mean? And I read some of the books like a long time ago, but man, the show is really good. Yeah, I was getting like really into it. Like I was getting
into more than I was really.
Yeah, like
I was getting kind of sidetracked on my tablet kept calling me.
Well,
it's a good show.
I like all the characters and I like the mystery. You know what I mean? Like,
so I like Dexter.
It did kind of remind us of Dexter some, but I love Dexter. So it is kind of similar to that.
Yeah, it's this. How tall is he? 6'6"?
6'5", 6'6".
6'5". Dude's just fucking jacked. He looks great too. He's basically kind of like an ex-military. Good at everything. He was even also like an MP, and he's on kind of like same kind of thing I am, where they just fucking VA sends you money. I think he's on a it wasn't retirement, was it? They give him a check.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to work.
I thought he said it was a pension.
Pension. Like pension. That's what he's saying it is. I don't know what I think it might be hush money.
Yeah, we don't know.
Because a lot of things kind of get hushed up through the VA system. You know, if a guy could cause trouble, they'll just give him money through the VA set and just like stay out of trouble. That's kind of how they are. And I got that situation. So does Murder Hornet. Okay, so
They're telling you to stay out of trouble.
Stay out. Yeah.
You've
Here's
largely
your money.
stayed out of trouble.
Stay out of trouble.
At least serious trouble.
Yeah, and don't fucking talk about shit. That too is part of that's part of it too. And then fucking, he's like Batman, and he's not fucking rich. It's just that he doesn't have to work. So he runs around. In this particular episode, he's trying to solve the mystery of who killed his brother.
Yeah, this is season 1.
Yeah, so he's helping the local police try to figure out who killed his brother and who killed all these other people.
Yeah, like in this dinky ass little town in Georgia.
Yeah, and there's South American mercenaries are involved. There's something
and like
big
ridge, like some big corruption kind of thing, like some big
happening.
rich businessman in there. It has all these tentacles.
Yeah, and so he's kind of like Sherlock Holmes in a way, kind of like Batman, but he doesn't have all the gadgets. He's just fucking got a lot of physical and mental superiority, man.
He's just a big fucker that can kick your ass.
Yeah, big, good-looking motherfucker.
And he's real smart.
Real smart.
Like he can figure shit out like Hannibal Lecter.
And he has no problem fucking going to violence. He goes to violence faster than you think he's going to because it's all well thought out in his mind. And he'll do it in public. He'll beat up 5 guys in a restaurant in public and fuck them up bad. Broken arms. And
they had it coming.
Yeah, they just have to have it coming. And, he'll fucking grab a dude from behind a desk, who's giving him a hard time and wrap it down phone cord around his neck.
I love that.
Fucking start choking him and fucking making him fill out paperwork and go, okay, thank you very much. You can't fucking intimidate him. And
that guy is great in that role because
he's like a huge Matt Damon is what he reminds me of.
Yeah, it does look a bit like Matt Damon.
A bit like Matt Damon.
But yeah, he's a big fucker. And but I think the thing that I like about his character is just he's so like matter of fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he just kind of tells you how it's going to be.
There's a lot of fun, a lot of humor in it.
Yeah, I thought it was like hilarious.
He doesn't like swearing. He doesn't swear. He's like a big Boy Scout. Women kind of throw themselves at him, and he doesn't take advantage of it. It is kind of funny, but he's a superhero, basically. He's a male fantasy. Whoever wrote that shit had some fantasies.
Well, they're based on books by Lee Child, and who's the other dude that he always writes those books with? Shit, I read like a bunch of them a long time ago. They have like a whole bunch of different series going.
Yeah.
Douglas Preston, or what the fuck was his name? I can't remember. But didn't they make some movies with Tom Cruise as Jack Reacher?
I don't know.
Wasn't he in Tom?
I saw one movie,
which is a ridiculous. I mean, because the thing about Jack Reacher, one of the defining characteristics of his character is he's a big, huge dude.
Yeah.
Like he's a big, massive dude who can just like punch through walls and shit like that.
He's basically Batman.
And Tom Cruise is not a big dude.
No, Tom's my size.
So, I like that they actually got an actor that was. Yeah. I mean, the actor in there, he's not a giant, but he's
6'4" at least.
Yeah, he's a lot taller than like a lot of the other people. So he stands out. Like,
and he's jacked.
And they make jokes about him being a giant and stuff.
Yeah, he's jacked, and he's not the size of Arnold, but he's on gear. He looks great. He's real handsome, and that's kind of and there's a certain kind of corniness to it.
Yeah, that's what I like about. That's what I like.
And they know it.
Yeah,
they played it up that this motherfucker's too perfect.
Yeah,
What was funny is that I'd heard about it, and I went and checked YouTube to just see in the comment sections what people thought of that. This is a while back I checked it. And what I thought was funny is that there was a lot of females in there talking about how hot he was and that they loved this fucking series. It's very popular with women. I thought it was going to be like real super popular with guys, which I think it is. But there's a lot of female fans to this. And Jen fucking, she took to it real quick.
Yeah, like I said, I like all the characters and I like their interaction. Like I really like Roscoe, like his sort of love interest.
Yeah, that's his female sidekick.
Like she's a cop. She's a cop.
Yeah.
And I really like. She's not in it until like later on, but I really like the other the private investigator that he talks to like later on. Neely, I think her name is. And she's great too.
Roscoe's in so far, from what I've seen in terms of the writing, Roscoe is the female that the female viewer can project herself into. Like if she was that chick. They're spending the night in a hotel together, but he sleeps on the floor.
Because he's honorable.
He's too honorable. And they're both, They're both hot. Fucking Roscoe's fucking hot. She's really cute.
And she's like a third his size.
Yeah,
she's like this tiny woman.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
But she like, I like her because she's
kind of a tomboy.
She's a tiny woman, but she's like a tomboy, and she
Yeah.
like takes absolutely no shit from anybody, and she's like not afraid of anybody.
Yeah, and she's in her little cop uniform and shit.
Yeah.
You know, and then
she's awesome.
Yeah, she does cool shit. And then they showed you in the hotel scene. She stripped down to shorts and a t-shirt to sleep. That she was hot. She's got a great figure. And
it's just a t-shirt and panties on.
Yeah, t-shirt and panties. Yeah, and fucking and Reacher's he's not even tempted. Not even tempted.
You missed it, but they showed her boobies.
Oh, did? Yeah, I missed it.
I think you were in the bathroom.
Yeah, I was right about.
She came and got in the shower with him.
Did he see
like
it?
later on?
He saw her. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they fucked.
Yeah. Oh, they fucked. Okay.
Yeah.
I missed that.
You
part.
missed that part. But because I was like, oh hey, titties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she showed her titties.
Yeah. Decent rack.
Yeah, pretty. I mean,
Okay.
she's a small woman.
Small, okay, yeah.
Like probably smaller than you would like, but
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
she had some nice looking.
Okay.
Things, I thought.
I didn't know they had sex. He didn't sleep in bed with her. Stepped on the floor.
This was a little bit later.
Oh,
like
later.
after
Okay.
that.
Okay, later.
Yeah, like
Oh.
after that. This was like another time when they.
Yeah. I must have went to the
Because
restroom.
basically he was just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna go take a shower, and then she came in all naked, and she was like,
Kinda
hey, I'm
knew it.
getting in the shower too, and
Right,
he's just
yeah.
like, all right.
She had to drop her tits, man.
I'll
Fucking,
allow it.
she's not gonna let that dude walk off. She's gonna give him some. All right. She's gonna try to put those hooks in him.
Yeah. I mean, he does seem to like her though.
Yeah.
He's not just being a jerk.
No.
And she's like helping him, like, you know,
Solve the case and shit.
solve the case. And also the dude, like he's like the chief of police or something like that. Finley.
Yeah.
That dude's funny too.
He's a
That's the
He's
dude.
the head detective, I think.
That's the dude that doesn't like swearing. Like that's kind of the whole thing where he's always yelling
Okay.
yelling at people for
Okay.
swearing. Except one time he did like.
'Cause I've never really heard Reacher swear.
He doesn't talk much.
Yeah.
I mean, he does, but it takes him a while to like fucking
Yeah.
say anything. But yeah, it's a surprisingly like really good show. I just remember reading the books a long time ago, but I don't remember that much about them. Like I didn't read all of them. I think I just read one or two, because I had a friend that I used to work with that was really into those. The Marilyn Monroe movie that Zach was talking about said that I would also like it because Nick Cave and Warren Ellis did the score for the movie. Yeah, they've scored a lot of movies in the last many years. CB said, Tom and Jenny, what'd you think about Dexter, The New Blood? You know what? We haven't seen it yet. I heard mixed reviews, and I was like kind of bummed out, and I was like, I kind of wanted to watch it, and then I was just kind of like, what if I like it? What if I watch it and it's not good? But I don't know. I'll get around to it. Man, it's just like so much stuff. It's like so much stuff I need to catch up on, like movies and series and stuff like that. And honestly, we usually just end up watching random shit. Like I said, we just ended up watching Reacher because Tom was just scrolling, because I was like, you pick something, I'm tired of picking.
Yeah.
And so like he's like, well, this might be good. I'm like, yeah, okay, put that on. That's how we ended up watching Zorro also.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that actually.
Yeah.
We watched a Mexican series called Zorro, and you can get it in several different languages, but we watched it in the original Spanish.
Yeah, when it first
was
came on, it
subtitles.
was dubbed, and I was like, this is fucking dubbed. They better have a... And for a second, we thought there wasn't a version
Yeah.
that was in Spanish, and I was like, I don't think I can watch it because I can't stand
That
it.
was on Amazon, wasn't it?
I think that was on Amazon too.
Yeah, it's free to watch on Amazon. The
If
first,
you have Amazon Prime, yeah.
Yeah, the first season. Second season is out. Yeah, it just came out a few months ago.
Yeah, the first season just came out this year.
It's an excellent series. It's an excellent Zorro story. Kind of, it's not realism. It's in a comic book style. It has it's taking place in 1830 something or other. What?
1834 or 1843.
I think it was 34. I think it was
Something like-
1834 or 32.
Something like that.
And it's taking place in Mexico, Los Angeles, Mexico.
Yeah.
It was when California was basically, it was a state, but it was it was part of the Mexican Empire, Spanish Empire. So Mexico controlled it. It was theirs. You find out there's some patriotic underground rebels. They're trying to make California independent. But there's a bunch, they get into slightly that the United States may want Mexico. excuse me, United States may want California. Turns out in L.A., there was this guy called Zorro, and he was fighting for the people, fighting against corrupt government of fucking Los Angeles and Mexico. Just the corrupt parts of it, not the government in general. And they show him, and he's Native American. He's North American Native American. That's who Zorro is.
Yeah.
He had tomahawks and shit, dressed all in black. He did have like a bowler type hat or a flat type hat. And he gets killed in the very first episode. So it's kind of like other Zorro stories where Zorro dies and a young guy has to train to take his place.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about.
Because there always has to be a Zorro.
Right. So the first Zorro was Native American. He dies. Now for like 4 episodes on into the fucking first season, does a lot of flashbacks to the Native American Zorro of what he did, because it all kind of ties in with this story of intrigue, political intrigue. When the night Zorro died, they had this rich boy living up in Madrid. He was a Spaniard. He was a Mexican Spaniard. And he was in Madrid training to be, I guess, a secret agent. And he gets a letter that his dad had been killed. So he goes to L.A. And the authorities there kind of, basically, they tell him that his dad was killed by Zorro. But Zorro died. He was killed too. So he starts investigating. Now this dude, what was his name? I forgot. What was Zorro's name? The new Zorro. Fuck.
Yeah.
Diego.
No. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Diego finds out that Zorro didn't actually kill his dad. That his dad was working with Zorro, and they both got killed. So he finds out through his dad that Zorro was also wasn't Zorro's home base underneath his dad's property? It was, wasn't it? Or they never did really say where that is, did they?
Yeah, I thought it was like underneath the house, but
yeah.
I'm not real sure.
So he's kind of got like a bat cave.
Like the bat cave, yeah.
Basically.
It does have a lot of Batman. So, but I mean, the Zorro story initially, I think Batman was kind of partially inspired by.
And he's got a
Zorro's
servant
story.
that can't speak. He's dumb, but he can hear. He speaks through sign language. He inherits all his dad's property, including that bat cave, and he becomes Zorro. And he was, I don't know if I mentioned to say that, but back in Madrid, what he was being trained as is a secret agent, basically. Secret agent for Spain, I guess. But I think he left that business. It's not quite clear exactly what happened.
Yeah, they didn't really like go too much into that. Like they just sort of like a training mission, and it was just like this weird, like he was breaking into somewhere and stealing stuff.
Right.
But then they were like, "Nah, you messed it up."
Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. He messed it up. He didn't get it in time, did he?
Yeah.
He was trying to become some kind of secret agent for Spain. But it's a very interesting story.
And then there's like another kind of wrinkle in the whole thing where
there's another Zorro.
Yeah. Where it's like the sister of the original Zorro.
She tries to claim the title.
She tries to claim the title because she's pissed. She's like, it's been in our family, and I should be the next Zorro.
She's this little Indian girl,
dude from Spain that's not even from here.
Yeah, and she's like, Zorro can't be white because Diego's white as fuck. You might as well think he's from Germany, but he's speaking Castilian Spanish.
Yeah, he's a white ass motherfucker.
Yeah, but a lot of people here in the United States forget that Spain is a bunch of white boys in general. That was just, especially the North. That may as well be Germany. Their royal family was Germans. Most of the royal families of Europe were, and they were kind of like intermarrying with one another. The Castellanos were fucking blonde, blue-eyed. They were Caucasian, very Caucasian. The southern ones not so much because there was Moorish and Islamic conquest of Spain. They kind of became related to like the Arabs and the Moors, but they got driven out. That took a couple hundred years for that to happen. And then the Spanish Empire, a lot of guys were marrying Indian princesses and stuff. When they were managing South and Central American countries that they were founding. So that ended up making what we would call today, you know, mestizos, which is they're part white and they're part Indian. A lot of Mexicans are mestizo, but if you go to Mexico City, a lot of them are just straight up white. There's a lot of white Mexicans. Then there's a lot of indigenous Mexicans. They're kind of like the Aztecs and the other city-states that were in that area. Anyway, Zorro's sister's pissed off that there's some white dude calling himself Zorro.
So she's like, fuck it, I'm going to be Zorro.
Yeah, she's like, you can't be Zorro. It's got to be passed down through lineage. So there's a big conflict where she's doing shit and he's getting blamed for it.
And she's a lot meaner than he is.
Yeah, she's mean. She's got tomahawks and stuff. But Diego, he's like a master swordsman. He's got a badass black horse that's trained. You know, can do all kinds of tricks. He's real good with a whip. And he ends up making a new Zorro outfit. It looks badass.
Yeah, I did like that outfit.
Yeah, it's black. It looks kind of like Clint Eastwood's outfit from High Plains Drifter. Long, like, black overcoat, black riding boots. He's got a really cool black mask and that black Spanish hat that's flat on top and it's round. And he's got some kind of armor because he could stop swords and shit with his forearms. So he's got armor in his clothing. And he doesn't use guns. Because in the 1830s, they were all single-shot pistols, mostly.
Well, there's even a plot point where...
There's a plot point that there's
some assassin gets, like, a prototype of the first revolver.
Yeah, he gets a prototype of revolver. People were fucking amazed that he was able to fucking kill 6 dudes without reloading.
So I like that they kind of added that little detail. That was kind of neat.
Yeah. So it's kind of accurate in terms of, like, the clothing and the weaponry used. Zorro's using a rapier, a Spanish rapier, and he's fucking really good with it. In a lot of episodes, he's using a foil, like a French foil, but that's not what he's using in this. Not in 1830. It's a rapier. It's got a big hand guard on it, and he's super good with it. And he's kind of like a detective. He's very much like Batman. Cross between Batman and Daredevil. The fight scenes are pretty good, and it got better as it went through that whole season.
Yeah, like it took me like an episode or two to like kind of catch the wave of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's kind of hard to put your finger on, but the tone of it is slightly... It's not funny at all, really. But
it has humor in it, though.
It does have humor in it, but it's kind of like has a little bit of like... Not even campy. That's like going to... It's not that.
It's self-aware.
Yeah.
That some of the shit that it's doing... It's a superhero movie.
Yeah. And it's kind of has like a little bit of like over dramatic, but it knows that it's over dramatic.
Yeah, like right. You know, fucking Zorro on his horse, fucking rearing up with the moon in the background, and he makes a fucking badass silhouette in the moon, and it's just cheesy as shit, but it was just cool, you know.
But it works because it's kind of like
it's supposed to be kind of cheesy, and the lighting effects are really good. Everything's like Giallo, lots of red and green and blue lights outside. And
it looks great.
It looks good, yeah, and the acting is very good, very good. And there's about 5 different languages: Spanish, English, Chinese, and Russian.
There's a Chinese girl.
Because there's a bunch of people in L.A. from different backgrounds, and they all speak their own language.
And then some of the villains are Russians also.
Yeah, some of the villains are Russians. There's a Russian company involved trying to fucking buy shit up.
Yeah, so it's like a whole thing. But yeah, I'm glad that we found the language things, though, because when it first started, immediately I was like, this is dubbed.
Yeah.
Because you could tell, you know
could tell it's dubbed.
And I was like, I can't. And then like we looked, and for a second we couldn't see.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, is this the only version that they have? That sucks. But then we found it.
You want to see it in Spanish.
I always try to watch stuff in
with
the
English
language.
subs.
I can't stand dubbing.
Yeah, and the theme song starts off in Spanish and it ends in English.
It's a cool theme song.
It's a cool theme
Actually,
song.
I really liked all the music in that in it. It was like really.
Yeah.
Like all the score and stuff like
that
everything was really good. But yeah, it was like surprisingly, it was like way better than I was expecting.
Yeah, it got better as it went. The writing was spot on. The writing was real good. Nothing really hokey in it. It was just the writing was similar in quality, I would say, to like the first season of Daredevil. About like that. It was good.
Which is great. I love Daredevil.
Yeah.
I liked all those like Marvel TV shows. Netflix shows. They're not TV shows really, but you know what I mean. I don't know. Like Daredevil was great. Jessica Jones was great.
Yeah, Jessica was good.
I liked that a lot.
Yeah.
Luke Cage was good.
Yeah,
They were all good. The only one I didn't really like was what's that fucker's name? Iron Fist or?
Yeah, Iron Fist.
That was the only one that I was just kind of mad about.
Yeah.
Isn't that the white curly haired white hippie dude that like fucking?
It was Iron Fist and then the other guy, the Shang-Chi? No, what was not Shang-Chi?
That was a movie.
Yeah, it was he was. Wasn't he like a Chinese martial artist? Though?
Yeah.
I forgot what.
That one was just okay.
He had a green outfit.
I mean, after the awesomeness of Daredevil and Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, it was that one. Well, the dude just wasn't as interesting as the other characters. You know what I mean? He was just kind of like, I don't know.
So we really recommend that first season of Zorro on Amazon Prime. You'll see it. 2024.
Yeah, I really dug it. Like I said, it took me a little while to kind of get into it, but after that, I was all in.
Yeah.
Like I really liked. Again, like all the characters were good, and I really liked all the interactions. Like especially like the interaction between Diego, like Zorro, and his friend, manservant, whatever, like the mute guy.
Yeah.
Like that Hoodman. Yeah. That dude was great. I really liked that guy.
Yeah.
And and his love interest too, because there was like a whole love triangle thing going on too, because it's for Mexican TV, so they have to have that kind of thing going on. What was made for Amazon in Mexico.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I guess him and her had been kind of a thing a long time ago, but then he took off and she was pissed. Yeah, and then like so she was engaged to marry somebody else, like this high up military dude. And so there was a little bit of conflict, but I like the way it resolved itself. It didn't like work out the way you would expect it to.
Part of what Zorro does is he's like Superman and Clark Kent, or just like Batman and Bruce Wayne. He has a daytime persona.
Yeah.
So he's well connected with like the local government.
Because he's real wealthy.
He's a nobleman.
Yeah.
So he knows what's going on from that side. But then he becomes Zorro and does shit from behind the scenes. Well, the government's looking for Zorro, man. They consider him to be a bandit, basically, and a criminal. A lot of the reason why they think that is because the other Zorro, the girl, was doing a bunch of shit, killing people.
Yeah, the other Zorro.
Right. So one of the things that Zorro does in the first season, he starts maneuvering good people into office of the government.
Yeah.
So he's not trying to overthrow the government. He's just trying to make sure that good people are in the government.
Yeah, people that don't suck.
So right, people that don't fucking suck. People dudes that have honor. Because one of the things that the government of Los Angeles is doing is that they're fucking over the Indians.
Yeah.
When they don't really have to. So that's one of the things.
And that's one of the reasons that they're going after Zorro too, because they think he's working with like the Native Americans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So which he is kind of. I mean, he brings them food and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because they get like they go and like said like the military guys like go and fucking burn their villages just to be dicks and stuff like that.
Now, this isn't a huge spoiler. At the end of this season, because of the shit that goes down, he leaves Los Angeles, which is a small port town, really.
That's all it was.
Yeah, it wasn't. That's not a big deal. It's like something out of the Old West, which it is. But in the last episode, he's got to go to New York City.
Yeah.
And he shows up in New York, and it's already a metropolis. And he's standing on the top of one of these tall buildings and shit, and they're panning around him like he's Batman with the fucking epic music that he's here in New York now. He's going there because that's where he tracked his father's killers down to, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, like the higher ups.
Yeah,
like that's he's going.
There was some kind of
the connection of.
Yeah, there's some kind of a political intrigue happening in New York. It probably has to do with fucking getting the Republic of California to join the Union. Probably what it is.
I imagine if they do a second season.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how successful this was. It just came out. So I don't know how successful it was in Mexico. That's the market it was made for, but they offer it over here as well.
The comments in Spanish translated to this series is fucking brutal. I loved it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
It's like shit like that. And then they're saying like, I hope they renew this series because this series has a lot of potential. There's
a lot of places they could go with it for real. Yeah. Like the first one was really, really good, and also I love. I mean, I'm guessing they're setting up a second season. He goes to New York with May, that's her name, right? His Chinese friend, housekeeper. He rescued her from sex slavery, essentially. Her and her sister.
Yeah.
And he kind of took her in, and she was like, "I'll work for you." Like at first she couldn't speak any Spanish. Yeah. She could only speak Chinese. So her and the mute guy would try communicate in sort of like sign language. Yeah, and then eventually, as time went on, she learned some Spanish.
Yeah.
So
now one of the Mexican comments underneath the video on YouTube, where it was a guy, he says he basically says, "I'm old. I've seen all of the Zorro movies and series." You know what I mean? He was a guy in his 50s. And he named them off and gave the dates. Some of them were Mexican productions. I went back to the 50s, I think, on some of them.
Yeah, they made so much Zorro stuff.
And he said he says this is by far the best one.
I believe it.
This is the best Zorro, and he wants to see more of it.
I love the guy. That's playing him.
Yeah, Diego's cool. Diego looks like fucking. He's a James Bond type guy. He reminded me a lot of the guy from fucking. He's kind of like Pierce Brosnan and Mel Gibson.
But more of a pretty boy.
Yeah.
But that kind of goes with the character, though, because, like I said, he's kind of like a nobleman. So when he comes there, that's kind of his cover. Is just he's very white.
Yeah.
Very wealthy.
Yeah. He looks like he's not about any trouble.
Yeah.
Looks like he couldn't really do anything. He looks soft.
Yeah. And I think that they use that to the advantage of the story.
Yeah, they do corny shit. That's right in character with Zorro. He fucking does some brave shit like that in the middle of the town square in the middle of the day, and beautiful women running up to him and giving him roses, and he's fucking smelling the roses. He does that a couple times.
I mean, I don't want to
That's some shit from that Zorro.
I don't want to oversell it's wacky or zany, because it's not. It's pretty serious, but it does have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And it is aware. Of what it's doing. It's not trying to take itself too seriously.
Zorro was a Don Juan type.
Yeah.
Pretty boy, fucking total badass, great with a sword and could ride, and supremely cultured. Motherfucker could dance, They didn't show him dance, but in other Zorro movies, the Zorros could dance.
Yeah. Well, he was just an all-around man.
Yeah.
Man gotta be able to dance. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That's just part of the...
Yep. Part of his skills.
Man should be able to dance. Man should be able to...
Fight.
Man should be able to cook.
Should cook. Train horses. Run his household. Everything.
Tom's saying all the stuff he's good at.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, but seriously.
Yeah.
Dude should be good at all that kind of stuff. They should be well-rounded.
Yeah.
Everyone should be well.
When he got May was the Chinese girl. He saved her from a Chinese dude who owned her.
Yeah, he won her in a poker game. He lost her in a poker game.
He lost her in a poker game. He bought her. I think he bought her. Right.
But he initially had bought her, and she was. And the shitty thing, they do a scene, and I love how low key the scene was, where later on, she climbs in bed with Diego, he's sleeping or whatever.
Because she thinks that's what she's for.
Because she thinks that's what she's supposed to be doing, and he's like, "Whoa, it's cool."
I'm a Spanish gentleman. We don't do it this way.
You don't do it that way. And and she was like, "Oh, I don't have to do that." And they were like, "No, it's fine." Yeah. And then they him and his manservant guy were looking at each other, going, "Holy shit! What kind of life?" That's all she knew.
Yeah. Well, she was a sex slave.
And they were really bummed out. Yeah. That's she just thought that was what was expected, and they're like, "No, man, it's cool."
But if you're, we got a lot of people from the UK on with us right now, and if you've never seen a Zorro, this is the one you got to see. You want to see it in Spanish? Just select Spanish language, English subs.
Yeah, like I said, it's in lots of languages, mostly Spanish, but there's some English in there too. Yeah. There's some Chinese in there. There's some Russian in there.
Yeah, whenever they're speaking another language that's not English, they'll put subtitles.
But yeah, it's like I said, I can't stand watching anything that's
you want to see it in the original language.
Crazy.
Because the acting's very good.
Yeah, anytime you see anything dubbed, it always automatically makes the acting seem bad to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm I know that's not their voice, and it's and I can't tell what their performance is like because I can't hear them talking. The only time I allow it, like I've said before, is Giallo movies, because they kind of just did that for all of them.
It took a while for me to get the tone of the new Zorro, though, because it is a period piece, but it's in cartoon style. A lot of the people look very clean, and their clothes look kind of new. You know what I mean? It's not a lived-in, worn look. Even the Indians look kind of like Indians and people in costumes. But as it goes, as you watch it, you just kind of start to understand the visual theme and the tone of this movie.
It's a gorgeous looking series. Like I don't know who the cinematographer.
Everything's kind of idealized,
but it looks really nice.
Yeah, and when Zorro finally gets his own suit together, because he starts off with his dad's suit, and it's kind of lame. It's dated.
Or the old Zorro suit starts out with.
Yeah. Well, no, the Indian Zorro, his shit looked pretty good, but he lost that one. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. He got killed. That was something that was in that one. That was like the backup Zorro.
That was like, that was down in the
and it didn't really fit him right, and he was just like, "This looks so dumb." It's like it's got a cape, and it's like this is so lame.
Right. I think it was a backup suit from the dude that got killed. You know, it was one of his suits, and it's kind of basic. It looks a little dated. When he finally gets his shit hooked up, though, man, he looks better than fucking Clint Eastwood. And fucking
he looks real stylish.
Yeah, similar to Clint Eastwood's outfit out of fucking out of High Plains Drifter, but all black, with a Spanish hat, and a sword, and a whip.
Also, can we talk about how cool the character Nightcrow was? Nightcrow.
Which one was? Who was that?
He was the guy that was kind of like the head of the tribe.
Yeah. Half his face was painted white.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that guy.
Nightcrow. That's right.
That guy was like super cool.
Yeah. Now
he was the one that came and told Diego that he was sorry, but you're Zorro now.
Yeah.
The fox told me.
Yeah. They do have a CGI fox in it from now and then.
Because he's like magical.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
It's sort of like magical realism. That's a very Spanish and Mexican thing.
Yeah.
Magical realism. There's not a lot of that in it, but there's a little bit.
The female Zorro ends up being a hero onto her own, but she's different. She
not Lynn. Her name is.
Yeah, I don't know if we can. I don't know if I should spoil who she becomes, but she becomes another hero in the Zorro universe, evidently.
Takes her a while to get there because she's a little bit of a dick at the beginning.
She's a psycho.
A little bit of a dick. She's just killing everybody.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't really have... She's just mad. She's mad. Justifiably so, in a lot of reasons. But, man, she's just kind of...
She's basically kill all the white people, basically.
Yeah, she's like, fuck whitey, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, even if they... Whereas Diego is just kind of like, look, I see where you're coming from, but... You can't just
a new world's happening.
You can't just kill random ass people that didn't do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's like, why not? You know what I mean? It's kind of that kind of thing.
She's cool though too.
Yeah, she's a good character.
Yeah,
she's a good character.
She's a little.
But she's very angry. She's a very
little short woman. Indian chick.
Yeah, she's a tiny woman.
Probably like 5 feet. But her whole thing is she's extremely nimble.
Yeah, she's super acrobatic.
Backflips on, and she's got 2 tomahawks, or French battle axes.
Yeah, she's badass.
Yeah, she does it with that, and they're wood and steel. They're not stone tomahawks. They're axes. They're battle axes. Because she does use some Western stuff. She's got a Western hat, flat round hat, kind of like Zorro's. Black long moccasins that come up to her knees.
But yeah, it's a good show. And like I said, we just kind of watched it randomly because Tom likes Zorro shit, and we were just kind of... He's like, oh, look, they have a Zorro show.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, put it on. Because I don't,
I haven't seen Zorro in a long time.
I'm not picky. Yeah, so, Oracle was saying that the only... Did Oracle say that? Somebody said that... Oh, no, SideQuest Ciarra said that. The only Zorro I remember is Antonio Banderas. Yeah, I kind of feel like that was... And you know what? I think I saw that movie, but I don't remember a single goddamn thing about it.
That was a decent movie. I liked it.
Yeah, I remember it being okay.
This was better. Much better.
But, this was better than that. At least from what I remember. I remember that movie being okay, but it didn't really stick with me. But this is, like, a lot better, I think. Oracle says... Yeah, that's why I got confused. Oracle said, you know what's also fun? The Puss in Boots... voiced by Antonio Banderas as if he's playing Zorro again. Oh my god, I loved that so much. That was like the best fucking part of that fucking movie. Let's see. CB said, Tom and Jay, have you ever seen Rad, a BMX film from the 80s? I did, but I don't remember a single goddamn thing about it. That wasn't the one. No, that was because for a second I thought you were asking about the one that Nicole Kidman was in when she was a teenager, but that was BMX Bandits. I have seen that too. It's terrible, but in a fun kind of way. I saw it on, actually, I think I saw it on Riff Tracks. But yeah. I've seen Rad too, but I don't remember much about it. I've seen so many movies over the years that it's like, I might as well have not even watched them because I don't really remember anything about it. You know? But it just takes a lot for something to stick with me, I guess. Let's see. Jeff here said Iron Fist was bad. Sorry, but it was. I like Shang-Chi way better. Yeah, I didn't mind the Shang-Chi movie. But yeah, Iron Fist was not great. Well, like I said, especially after as good as all the other like Marvel Netflix series were, it's like that one just seemed like they didn't even try.
Well, most people said that the comic book Iron Fist wasn't that good either.
So maybe it was a source material problem. I wouldn't know. I haven't read it, but... Well, the thing about it is that I think the cool thing about Daredevil, about Jessica Jones, about Luke Cage, is that they all had something distinctive about them. You know what I mean? Whereas Iron Fist is just kind of like, oh, you know, it's kind of like another thing, like Kung Fu, or like, you know, it's like a white dude like that does martial arts. It's like there's a lot of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, like Daredevil was blind, so he had like heightened senses. You know what I mean? Jessica Jones was like this sarcastic drunk. You know what I mean? And like, but she was like super good at solving crimes, and it's just so they had like other more interesting things about them. I just like the dude that was like Iron Fist is just not that interesting. I think he's just inherently not that interesting because it's been done lots of times before. He just wasn't all that distinctive. You know what I mean? He didn't have like a distinctive personality. Yeah, Oracle said the lip flap bugs me on dubbed movies. Yeah, I can't stand the mouth moving, and that's not what they're saying. It drives me insane.
Yeah, people are going on that Phantom said that Zorro was also kind of like the Phantom.
Yeah.
I think it's more closer to the Shadow than the Phantom, but I don't remember what the Phantom did that much. I thought the Phantom had that purplish outfit, I think, right?
Yeah, wasn't that Phantom? Didn't they make a movie about that in the 90s, and wasn't it terrible?
I think so. Although I liked the Shadow. I thought it looked great.
Maybe that's what I was thinking.
The problem with the Shadow, though, is they used Genghis Khan as the villain. And Genghis Khan comes out of a fucking crypt and shit. You know, he's been preserved. And he just kind of... It was a bad villain. Well, even though that was from the source material, just...
Yeah. They didn't really know how to make comic book movies in the 90s.
Yeah, they sometimes had problems.
Or the 80s.
Well, one of the problems was that they killed the bad guys off. You should never kill the bad guys. Like Batman.
I mean, that's rule number one of like comic book guys. You got to keep them alive so they can be like your nemesis.
They come back, right?
You know what I mean?
In a real comic book, they come back. That was my gripe about Tim Burton Batman. He killed off the Joker in the first fucking movie.
Like
the Joker should have just got away.
The Joker?
The Joker just gets away. You don't.
He's like one of the main villains.
Yeah, or you put him in prison.
Yeah, and then
he'll get out. He'll
get
out of prison, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like your hero is really only as good as his antagonist.
Right.
Because the villains are always going to be more interesting. I mean, ideally, your hero should be charismatic as well. But if you have a really good villain, sometimes you can get away with kind of having a bland protagonist. You know?
Yeah.
Phantom says, Phantom wore a skull ring that was passed down from generation to generation of Phantom heroes, where I actually think he's a legit ghost.
I don't really remember that one.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Maybe I was thinking of the Shadow. Wasn't one of the Baldwins in
Shadow,
that? Was one of the Baldwins in that?
The only thing that the Shadow was... The Shadow only had one ability, in that he was a psychic. And he could psychically cloud...
Which, that's a pretty good ability.
Yeah, yeah. He could psychically cloud the minds of other people to where they couldn't see him. So it's kind of like having invisibility.
Yeah.
He could attack you and you couldn't see him. It looked like
Who's punching me?
Yeah, it would look like just
The air is
kind of like a blurry and semi-invisible cloud with fists coming out of it.
How weird would that be?
And he also had 45s. He carried 2 45s. And he had a trench.
In case
he had a big overcoat and a fucking black hat. He just looked kind of like a stereotypical fucking 1930s, kind of like a spy or something. Fucking mask over his face, big hat. He looked cool. Zorro doesn't. It was kind of like that a little bit. The stories. He was also a detective, with the in the Phantom. Zorro has no supernatural abilities that I can see.
Yeah, he's just a guy.
He just has really good skill. He's basically James Bond. Kinda. Or yeah, well, the Daredevil, he had echolocation. He was blind, but he didn't need to see. His hearing was so good. So that was kind of like a superpower.
Every time you talk about the Shadow, it reminds me of my grandfather, because my grandfather, when I was growing up, I guess he used to listen to the Shadow on the radio.
Yeah.
Back in the 30s and stuff. And he every now and then he would just randomly go, "The Shadow knows."
Yeah.
And I would just be like, oh, "Okay."
Yeah. I'm trying to think of everything he could do. He could cloud your mind so you couldn't see him. I don't know how long he could do that for though.
Like, and did he have to be close to you, or could he do it from far away, or what? What are the what are the parameters of this?
You could walk into a room and he'd be in a corner, you wouldn't see him.
Okay.
All right. Like that. And he could attack you, and you still really couldn't see him that well. You'd see little flashes of him. Another thing, I think he could read your mind a little bit and pick up things from your mind. I think he could make you hallucinate. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think he could make you see things. But
putting a glamour on somebody.
Yeah, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was under all conditions, though. I think it was something because when he was being the Shadow, if you happened to see him, his face didn't look the same. His face looked real fucking big, and like it looked like a statue. Big fucking hook nose, and he got super masculine looking, spooky looking when you saw his face when he was the Shadow. And I think it was just kind of like a psychic glamour he could put on himself. But I don't know if everybody saw that. He could make you see that, though, I think.
Now I'm kind of interested. I don't know that much about the Shadow lore.
He can manipulate your mind a little bit.
Yeah. Like make you see shit. Like he was LSD in human form.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
From what I can remember.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know much about the lore, so I could just be completely talking out of my ass as usual.
He was a psychic. It wasn't considered to be magic per se. It was he had like psychic domination of your mind.
Psychic domination.
That's how I remember it.
Jeff Yard said there's a really good Iron Fist comic story written by Matt Fraction, if you're into comics, that is. So the stories that go into the previous Iron Fist throughout history I found pretty interesting. Yeah, it's just kind of like, I just feel like maybe the show was just kind of a letdown. And the fact that it was kind of the last one to come out, like of the big series, everyone was like, that was it? You know what I mean? I don't know. He's like the least interesting of the characters. Although if they'd started out with that, like nobody would have watched any of the other ones, I guess. So I guess that's why they left it till last. What the fuck? Somebody's driving by with their stereo really loud. Yeah, CB said Tim Burton killed the Penguin too. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, like I said, superhero movies never kill your fucking villains. You don't kill your fucking villains. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Phantom says Billy Zane played in the 90s live action film along with Christy Swanson. Oh, Christy Swanson, the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She was also in Deadly Friend and Flowers in the Attic. She was in a lot of shit like back in the 80s. And it was like, I don't know what happened to her. Like the last time I remember seeing her was like in the 90s. I'm sure she's still doing something, but I don't know what. I don't know what. So wait, are you talking about the Phantom movie? What the fuck am I thinking of? What was the one with the Baldwin in it? What was the one with the Baldwin in it?
That was the Shadow.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was Alec Baldwin that played the Shadow.
I thought it was too. But now he's saying like Billy Zane was in one, and I was like, wait, was Billy Zane in the Shadow?
No. Yeah. Billy Zane was in the guy who had the ring.
Well, yeah, that's who he's talking about, the Phantom. It was the ring with
It
the
was
skull on it.
I didn't think it had a skull on it. It had a circle with a line underneath it. It was an alien ring.
Now I'm getting
Green
all
suit.
of my. Well, no, that was that Green Lantern. Who the fuck?
Yeah, Green Lantern maybe. Might have been Green Lantern.
I'm getting all my superheroes confused. You know.
Green Lantern. That ring could he could make other things with that ring. If I remember correctly. In other words, you're fighting him, and that ring he could make that ring fucking emit like a hologram, but it was real, of a fucking army tank coming at you. That kind of shit.
I need a ring like that. That'd be badass.
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
Sorry, I just thought it was a Wonder Twins.
He can make anything.
Doing the rings.
Yeah, he can fucking put chains around you. It just appear out of nowhere.
That's handy. So it's like whatever technology.
Whatever technology. It was an alien
As
ring.
TV Tropes
I
calls
think it was green.
it's like
Green Lantern.
It does whatever it needs to do.
Yeah,
at
it
the time.
does whatever it needs to do at the time.
Which is very convenient. If you're going to be a superhero, that's definitely the kind of accessory that you need to have. It's just a thing that can do whatever.
Whatever you could imagine, it would make it real. That kind of thing.
See, how would you... That's the thing. Like, how would you even defeat something like that?
You couldn't.
Yeah.
Green Lantern was, if I remember correctly, Green Lantern and Superman worked together, and they were about equal abilities. So, so it was that powerful. And they were both aliens.
True.
It's just that the Green Lantern, he found the ring, or the aliens gave it to him, or something like that. I think it might have depended on what lore it was.
So we don't know why the aliens gave it to him specifically.
I don't know Green Lantern that well.
I don't either.
I
don't know jack shit about Green
I've
Lantern.
only seen one animated cartoon.
I saw the movie, but it was so long ago that I don't remember anything about it.
Green Lantern was about equivalent to Superman. So, and if you're equivalent to Superman, that means you're indestructible, basically.
Yeah, because I mean, Superman. I'm glad they gave him the one weakness, his one weakness of kryptonite. Because other than that, I mean, he didn't have any. He could do anything. He was super strong. He could turn time back. Oh, that's right. Still, though, how often does that come up?
Kryptonite could fuck him up.
And again, how often does that come up?
His weakness was that he cared about human beings and Lois. So you could attack Lois and other human beings that would fuck Superman up. You could hold him hostage. That kind of shit.
Well, yeah.
So he cared about the humans. The best fucking Superman story, and I really love Chris Reeves' Superman. To me, Chris Reeves is always going to be Superman, even though he wasn't as jacked as he should have been. He was still just his face.
He really captured
and the way he played that character, the way
Superman.
the virginal innocence of fucking Superman.
Yeah, he totally sold that.
Yeah, the ultimate fucking Boy Scout. That Chris Reeves is Superman. But outside the Chris Reeves movies, and they weren't all great, there's a animated feature of Superman called Red Sun, and it's a parallel universe Superman. What would have happened if Superman fell in the Soviet Union instead of America?
Man, it was so good.
Yeah. What would a communist Superman be like? Green Lantern's in that one.
Yeah, that's right.
So is Wonder Woman.
Yeah, Wonder Woman was in it too.
That's the best Superman.
I liked that a lot.
Because he's still Superman. He's still Superman. It's just his ideology is a little bit different.
Because of how he was brought up.
Because how he was brought up.
Because he landed in a completely different place.
And he's still a good guy.
Yeah. It's fascinating because it's a fascinating like sociological examination of nature versus nurture, I guess. Because it's like look how these attributes that he had like played out in a different environment. Like, and I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, and fucking Comrade Stalin fucking uses him for propaganda and uses him to fucking help win wars and shit.
Yeah.
And then Superman realizes that fucking Comrade Stalin murdered and imprisoned a lot of people. So he kills him. If I remember correctly, he kills Stalin and takes over.
Yeah, something like that.
And becomes leader of the Soviet Union. And then
it's really good. It's animated, like I said.
Yeah, and then because the whole system is based on kind of like totalitarianism, he makes an internet basically that can watch all the fucking people, all the Soviet citizens, and fucking monitor and make sure that they obey and do everything right. And then over time, fucking Superman goes, "This is evil. What I'm doing is evil." And
well, at least he figured it out.
Yeah, and fucking
took him long enough.
And what was it? Wonder Woman basically kind of ends up convincing him that, look, man, this isn't right. You gotta let people
like, what are you doing, bro?
Think for themselves. And America's superhero in that version, America's superhero is Lex Luthor.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that angle.
Yep.
I think we reviewed this movie.
Yeah, it's a great flick.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
And he's trying to stop Superman because Superman's a fucking commie. Okay, and now the
I just love the concept of it. It's genius.
And fucking Lex Luthor, with the support of the U.S. government, ends up getting a fucking piece of Superman's DNA and makes a clone.
Yeah.
Called Superior Man. That's Superman's Superior
Man. Name. Like, you could have come up with something better than that. Come on, you need to workshop that.
I ain't gonna spoil any more of it.
You know, workshop that a little bit more. That's a terrible name.
Over the years, I've kind of, when it comes to superhero movies, I do appreciate some of the live action ones, but really I've enjoyed the animated ones better because that subject matter and those ideas really kind of are something that can only happen in animation.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of the live action Batman movies, but honestly, like a lot of the animated Batmans, I've enjoyed
kind of better.
Batman
or fucking Batman Under Gaslight. What was it called? No.
Gotham under Gaslight. Gotham by Gaslight.
Gotham by Gaslight. It's a great Batman.
Like with an alternate universe, like with Jack the Ripper and stuff like that. Yeah.
Batman in the 1800s.
One of you guys recommended that, and I loved that.
Batman 1800s, London, trying to catch Jack the Ripper. Poison Ivy's in it. Yeah. A lot of fucking. I think who else was in it? A lot of Batman villains are in it.
Zach gave us another super chat. Thank you very much. Said, I wish that movie Brightburn was better. It basically...
I liked it, though.
I liked it, too. It's basically what if Child Superman was a sociopathic serial killer and it's a total horror movie. Yeah, and, like, we saw that in the theater. And I'm pretty sure we reviewed it. And, yeah, I liked it a lot. I kind of feel like it just kind of came and went.
Though they didn't follow up.
Yeah,
because they teased another fucking supervillain.
Yeah, I kind of heard that they were trying to, like, maybe get a sequel off the ground, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen or not, because I don't know how well the first movie did. But I really liked the concept of that because it's a great thought experiment. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, what if Superman, but he's evil?
Yeah.
Like, same situation, but he's, like, evil. And you can tell he's evil from, like, childhood.
Yeah. He's like serial killer level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, I really liked that concept. It's basically exactly like the Superman story.
Yeah.
Except if Superman was a baby.
Yeah, it is a horror movie.
Yeah. Let's see. Phantom says, speaking of Superman, I'm watching right now Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, Season 3.
Oh, yeah, it was a long time ago.
Since I just got Seasons 1 to 3 on
late
DVD.
80s, I think.
I still have not watched that.
It was supposed to be good.
Well, see, Man, there's like so much Superman and Batman and stuff like that content. It's like I lose track of when we went off on because remember we went off on kind of a tangent where we were watching
Batman stuff.
Like animated Batman stuff and animated Superman stuff, like a whole bunch of it. And looking through all the stuff that was available, I'm like, holy fucking shit. Like, I didn't know they made all of this stuff.
Yeah, we didn't even scratch the surface.
Like we just kind of hit the ones sort of, the best rated ones and things like that, but holy shit, there was an anime Batman that we didn't finish. That's right. Well, I didn't love it.
It was like anime.
Yeah.
And I don't really like anime. It was well made though.
It looked great.
Yeah, and it did.
But I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, it was a lot of anime is kind of like something happening at the edge of sanity. The pace is a little too quick. The dialogue's a little too hyperbolic, screechy, just over the top. It wasn't as good as Gotham Under Gaslight or Gotham by Gaslight. That was much better. And then we saw a couple of other Batman ones that fucking ended up really good. Remember the one where?
Well, Oracle just mentioned there's a Batman movie that plays with the Lovecraft mythos. Yeah, we saw that one.
We saw that. It was good.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but we watched. I don't remember if we reviewed it or not.
I forgot the name of it.
We watched that one though.
It was a good one.
I think Gotham by Gaslight was probably my favorite because I love like Victorian era
and the art was
shit.
real good.
Like and I really liked like the way it looked and stuff. And I'm like real into Victorian era crime and everything like that. So that one was like right up my alley. The Lovecraft one, I liked it, but not as much as the Jack the Ripper one.
Yeah.
But it was kind of cool though.
Yeah, Jack the Ripper one was fucking epic. But it was a standalone. It wasn't. There wasn't going to be any follow up. I don't think with that. Remember?
Yeah.
The way it was written, because Poison Ivy gets killed in it. Or no, it wasn't Poison Ivy gets killed in it, and I think Harley Quinn gets killed in it.
Now I can't even remember who all.
Yeah, whenever they start killing people off, you know it's not going to be a series.
I just think it's like really cool that they just take on all these, just kind of do different shit with it. You know what I mean? Like I said, doing the fucking Victorian thing, doing Lovecraft, doing all that kind of shit. That's awesome. Let me see. CB said Richard Pryor is what saved Superman 3. Yeah, I agree. I actually liked Superman 3 back in the day, but like when I watched it again recently, I didn't like it as much. But Richard Pryor is easily the best thing about it. And then he also brings up Batman the Killing Joke. Yeah, that's a great one. That's a fucking classic. Zach says, also I got 2 show topic ideas. Marilyn Monroe conspiracies. I can't believe we haven't done a show about that. I'm going to write it down, though. And the SCP Foundation. Okay. I'm writing it down right now. We'll see if I remember to put it, to transfer it over to the list. I can't spell anymore. So there's that. But yeah. All right. There we go. Oh yeah, Batman versus Dracula. Yeah, we watched that one too. I don't remember if we reviewed it or not. Because some of them we watched Batman versus Dracula.
Yeah, it was good.
I liked that. I liked that. I don't remember if we reviewed it or not, but we totally watched it. We just got like off on a tear where we were just like watching all the ones that they had on Amazon.
From what I saw from the Batman animated movies, and I actually want to see some of the older series of Batman. There's a bunch of series that we haven't looked at. Some of them went on for many seasons, and they're supposed to be really good. But I didn't want to get knee deep into a fucking series, you know.
That's what I mean. I'm always like hesitant to start it because it's just kind of like.
And they all kind of have their own animated style. Some of them are real kind of Art Deco looking. But from what we saw of animated Batman movies, none of them were bad. They just ranged from really good to okay. You know.
Well, just like every other movie.
Yeah. But I didn't see any bad ones.
No, I didn't either. I liked all of them. Like some of them I couldn't get into as much as like I didn't. You know what's crazy is we started watching the Long Halloween.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really get into it. Like my mind kept wandering. I don't know if it was just the mood I was in or something like that, but I just couldn't like get into it. Like I said, the Jack the Ripper one, I got super into that, but
yeah,
it just depends on kind of what mood I'm in, you know.
I forgot about Batman versus Dracula. That was a good one.
Yeah, we did review that. Phantom said, I thought we did. Because I know we went through a period where we were reviewing a lot of those. Because you guys
saw about 6 or 7 of those.
Yeah,
ones.
where you guys were like recommending a bunch of them. Because I didn't know. I knew about the Killing Joke. I knew about a couple of the other ones, but I didn't know. Like I didn't know there was a Jack the Ripper one. I didn't know there was a Dracula one. I didn't know there was a Lovecraft one. I didn't know all of that.
In general, I like the DC characters a little bit better than the Marvel characters. Although, out of the Marvel characters, I like the ones that are not all that powerful. You know, like Spider-Man. That's pretty good. Punisher was pretty good. And that was just a mortal man.
Yeah, that's just a dude.
But he was a badass. What was another one that I liked from Marvel?
Or DC, you mean?
No, Marvel.
Oh, Marvel.
I think that was the main ones.
Yeah, if I'm gonna like Marvel stuff, I tend to like the characters that are not like
not that strong,
super powered.
Right. The Hulk was decent.
Yeah, although the movie that they made back in, was it the 90s or the 2000s that Ang Lee directed? That was not a good movie, I didn't think.
Oh, I was just talking about the comic books.
Oh, okay.
Comic books, and then the
I do like the Hulk
series,
as a character, though.
television series of Bill Bixby.
I remember watching that when I was little.
Yeah. The end of the fucking scene, he's always fucking sad, walking away, walking on to the next time.
I always every time I think of that show, I always think of Stephen King saying that, like, him watching that show, and he's like, every time I saw the transformation, I always wondered where the hell the guy's shoes go and how he gets them back.
Yeah.
And that, like, made me laugh. That made me laugh so hard.
You need a whole new fucking wardrobe every time you change.
So I'm wondering, does, like, Bill Bixby, like, or Bruce Banner, I guess, like, does he carry around, like, just this whole knapsack of, like, clothing changes and, like, shoes and stuff? He's like, begs. I'm hulking out again.
Yeah, he just begs.
Ruins another. So he just goes to, like, fucking Walmart and, like, buys stuff in bulk.
Goes to Salvation Army and asks for some shit. He's already homeless.
He's like, you guys aren't going to believe this, but...
I turned into the Hulk and I got to turn back.
You guys wouldn't like me when I'm angry, is the first thing. But, like, yeah.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. And then, he goes back, his eyes turn white and shit. And he becomes Lou Ferrigno. And Lou was huge at that time, man. He was big. He was bigger than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Can you imagine if I turned into Lou Ferrigno every time I got mad?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be weird?
Yeah. Lou was the shit back then.
Would it be kind of hot or no?
No, it wouldn't be hot.
I was just asking. I didn't think it would be. I was just wondering.
Lou was big, man. He was bigger than Arnold. But Arnold could kind of act. Fucking Lou Ferrigno, he can act, but he can't talk. He's deaf, so he fucking sounds like a deaf guy. He did an episode of Star Trek Continues, where he played an Orion slaver, and he was awesome, man.
Oh, he was great in that.
He was awesome, man. He's old and he's still fucking big, and he's coming back to recollect this Orion slave girl that he lost. If you guys like Star Trek, you like the old Star Trek with Spock and Kirk. You can see it for free on YouTube. It's called Star Trek Continues. I think there's 2 seasons.
Because they're not allowed to charge money for it.
They can't charge money. And then CBS and shit, or Paramount, told them they couldn't make any more. Because they were just making them for free. But they're just like the old television series, but better. And they have a lot of the same writers working on it. And they have like the children of the people that starred in the fucking roles. It's real high quality. It's real Star Trek. Gene Roddenberry's son saw him and he loved him, and he said, "Oh yeah, my dad would consider all these canon," and they're very tight to canon.
Well, they were very careful to make sure everything was completely. I mean, because the people that made it are like really into
Star Trek,
original Star Trek.
Yeah,
a lot.
So
everything was like canon appropriate.
Yeah, and all the sets and everything are. Like
and it looked just like the old
just
show.
Like it.
Like you can tell that it's more modern, but they tried as hard as they could to make everything look like the old series.
And if you ever see the movie Mirror Mirror, where fucking Spock in the Mirror Universe with the beard like mine and shit, where the evil Spock, they have the second part of that. The second part of that story of what does Spock do back in the Mirror Universe. After our Kirk goes back to his universe, and he overthrows the government.
Yeah,
and it's a fucking badass fucking episode. And he's fighting the Mirror Universe Kirk, who comes back. Remember they did an exchange with him.
Yeah,
and the Mirror Universe Kirk comes back and fucking orders him to destroy the Hulkins, and Spock weasels out of it and then causes a mutiny. And then the ship tries to go on to. Get everybody on their side to make a revolution against the Terran Empire, which in canon, Spock wins that and becomes a leader of the Terran Empire for a while, and it gets better for a while. But in that mirror universe, he ends up losing power or getting thrown out. I don't remember, and more shitheads take over. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
There's always some more shitheads waiting to take over.
If you saw Star Trek Enterprise, Dr. Phlox, they have a mirror episode where Dr. Phlox actually sees the history of the mirror universe, and he says it starts to diverge around the time of William Shakespeare, and he says Shakespeare is exactly the same in both universes. Isn't that weird? It says it's exactly the same in both universes, and it's not a fucking the Terran Empire wasn't evil. It's just that it was third world. It was a low trust society, you know. It was kind of like the Brazil I grew up in, where nothing is what it seemed, and everything was set on expert, and the corruption was fucking just through the roof.
Oracle said there's a fan film called Batman vs. Predator, and it's rather amazing.
Oh, I gotta check that out.
It's like, plot recap, Batman runs into a predator in Gotham, and after a long and painful fight, finally defeats the predator. Then a few more step out from the shadows, and Batman pauses.
They probably reward him.
And draws 2 more of the bad things. In a total, come on if you're tough enough move. We should probably watch that, I feel.
How long is it, though?
I don't know, so you look it up.
A lot of times they're real short, only like 15, 20 minutes.
Jeffy Art said, I really love the DC animated universe, beginning with Batman, the animated series. Great character development, that and Young Justice. Yeah, I feel like people that are really into the DC stuff love all the animated stuff. Because that seems like real quality they got going on.
Yeah, well, that subject matter comes across better in animation. It just because it makes sense in animation. You know what I mean? If you actually show what that would look like in real life, it wouldn't look quite as cool. Now, Christopher Nolan did a great job, though. You know,
but he grounded it more.
Yeah, it was more grounded.
Phantom says, and you reviewed Batman as a samurai, along with his villains, and as feudal Japanese warlords. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we did do that one.
Yeah, we saw. So I guess we saw the whole thing.
Yeah, like I said, I remember us watching a bunch of them, but I don't know if we reviewed all of them. I know for sure we did the Dracula one, Batman and Dracula, and I know for sure we did Gotham by Gaslight.
Yeah.
And I couldn't remember if we'd reviewed that one, but I guess
there's supposed to be a new Batman series that just came out. You could watch it.
Man, so much Batman.
Yeah, and people were complaining about it. They said it wasn't as good. But there was the older ones though. They said are really good. The one that had Mark Hamill as the Joker. Evidently, that was like a real good series.
Yeah, everybody likes that one.
Not sure which one that is.
CB said I love the Incredible Hulk from the 70s.
Yeah,
I do too. I have a real soft spot for it. I saw it a lot when I was a kid. It was always on TV. And I don't know, there was just something about it.
I haven't seen it in a long time. It's probably unwatchable now.
I haven't either, but we should probably.
Yeah. It's probably about as watchable as the fucking
the Dukes
of Hazzard. You knew
I was I knew
just a good old boy, never meaning no harm.
Damn that boss hog.
Yeah. Beats all you ever saw when in trouble with the law since the day they were born.
Wow, I can't believe you remember all the words. To
yeah, of course.
I hate to admit it, but I used to watch that too. Well, I mean, you kind of just watched whatever was on TV. We only had 3 or 4 channels back then.
I was 13 watching that shit just to see that chick's legs.
Back in the old... Well, I think that's why most boys watched it.
Fuck,
They're
man.
like, where's Daisy?
Yeah. She had to have had nylons underneath that shit, man. She had some massive fucking support and the fucking cutoffs and shit. It was wild for the day. If I ever saw it now, it's probably nothing to it.
Well, no. But you had to take what you could get back then.
Yeah.
It's not like you just had free porn at your fingertips. Whatever you wanted to look at, as freaky as whatever you could think of. You can just see it for free. But back then,
yeah,
few and far between, man. You were just kind of looking for a nip slip somewhere in some movie. Hey, I saw some side boob.
Oracle,
and it was super exciting.
The Mundane says the new Batman on Amazon Prime is interesting, but I still miss Kevin Conroy in the role. So it's decent. If it's decent, I'll watch it. I heard a lot of man children complaining about it.
Well, like I said, I don't listen to man children because they piss and moan about everything. Are they ever happy about anything ever?
They're also complaining about the new Alien. But
I think Phantom was saying that he'd seen that and he said it wasn't that good.
Say when I go. Well, I've still kind of reserved judgment though.
I don't know. I don't know until I see it.
The most complaints the main thing of the complaint that I heard is that it included too much stuff from Prometheus, But the thing is, I love Prometheus.
But
Everybody hated.
likes,
I loved it.
Tom likes Prometheus.
I was pissed that they didn't go down that direction more.
They should have, actually.
They should have gotten away from this fucking xenomorph shit.
Because Covenant was okay, but you could tell it was like a course correction because the producers were like, well, let's go back into like more alien shit, like because that's clearly what people want to see. They don't want to see like this philosophical whatever you're trying to do.
I want to see the philosophical shit.
I did too, but like, what are you gonna do?
I wanted to see more about the engineers and
everyone's dummies,
right.
So they have to like.
Let's get back to that monster.
Monsters are cool. I'm not saying that. And sometimes if you get too philosophical with stuff, you go too far up your own asshole, and nobody wants to watch that.
And then dudes took the shit too far. They said, well, now they're saying that the monster was made by the fucking robot. That David made the fucking xenomorph. It didn't say that. The engineers already had those. He just created his own version of that.
Yeah. He was just fucking around, like seeing if he could do.
He learned their technology.
He was interested.
He learned their technology. Biotech. Oh, it was. But, so, if it's got more stuff in it that came from Prometheus and going down that direction, I probably would like it. I have a problem with, like, fanboy purists. I can sometimes agree with them when the quality isn't good. But a lot of these guys want the shit to go down a direction where really the shit shouldn't fucking go. And one of the things you should never do is answer mysteries when it comes to where things come from of monsters you like. A good example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Is Terminator. Nobody really gave a shit about the fucking Terminator. The Arnold Schwarzenegger robot and the liquid robot. You knew what that was. Everybody wanted to know about this fucking Skynet. They should have never, ever, ever given Skynet a face or a voice. They should have never fucking allowed you to see anything about what Skynet was. Because now you're humanizing something that's inhuman. When they showed Skynet, it was a computer database with a fucking kind of like a female image and a female voice, and you could talk to it.
Well, you're demystifying it.
You now demystified it. A true machine intelligence wouldn't talk to you at all.
Yeah, why would it?
It sees you as a bug. And it's a superior it's a superior form of mind, and it wouldn't negotiate with you, talk to you, or explain anything to you. It'd be nothing but just a gigantic bean counter of ones and zeros. That's all it is. It has its own mind, but it's not a human mind. And it shouldn't be talking to you or the audience at all. It has to be a faceless, mindless, in a way, insectoid type fucking intelligence that you can't really grasp because it's superior to you. That's how good it is. It's many, 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 many times smarter than a human. And evidently self-aware. You can't talk to something like that. Do you go down and talk to the ants? You go down and talk to grasshoppers?
Well, I mean, some
they don't do that. So
I kind of talk to them in the sense of going, "Hey, buddy," but that's about it.
But it doesn't understand that. Go down there and go grab your grasshopper and try to explain to that grasshopper what an ATM card is. Okay.
Give him his own tiny little ATM card.
None of that.
Make him go to Starbucks
right,
and buy a tiny little coffee with it.
Go down there and tell him that you got an arrangement with the bank and you got a real good mortgage going. All right, and just see what that grasshopper. That would be the difference that we're talking about. Skynet wouldn't talk to you. It wouldn't see anything. It wouldn't see anything advantageous to that. So they just wrote themselves, and that the one that had. I thought 3 was a waste of time. I thought that kind of dumb. And then the one where they had the robot motorcycles, I actually liked that one. But they I remember that they fucked that one up too, but I don't remember exactly how they did it. I've only seen that one like once or twice. I think it was called Salvation. It has some good ideas in it. But I just remember thinking that by the end of it, I was like, boy, they really fucked this up. it just wasn't a very good movie. What was good about Terminator was Terminator 1, and it's almost a Jaws remake, really. All it is a dude running from this thing, you know? A dude and a chick running from this fucking thing, and you can't really fucking beat it. There's nothing you can really do. And I think the whole Terminator concept was sold on the back of it comes into the house and beats that dude up and kills him with his bare hands and shoots that girl in the back looking for Sarah Connor. And then a little bit later it goes in and crashes into a police station, kills a dude, and walks in there with fucking 2 weapons, a fucking the Colt AR-18, and not Colt, excuse me, Armalite AR-18, and a fucking a Franchi Spas 12 shotgun, and wipes out most of the fucking police force, and takes all kinds of hits doing it. That's what really sold that fucking whole character. Just those scenes right there. The rest of it was all just icing on the cake. The truck crash that burns all the flesh off and it comes out and it's a fucking metal skeleton. Reese blows it up and fucking Sarah Connor crushes it in the machinery. Very, very simple, elemental story, but effective. It's basically Jaws. It's a lot like Jaws. Really. Kind of a horror movie. And I gotta say, the fucking Terminator 2, even though probably one of the greatest action movies of all times, wasn't that good. There's a lot of problems with that movie.
I liked it more at the time, but
Yeah,
when I
at the
watched
time.
it again later, I think it was mostly just because of the damn kid. And I
Yeah.
didn't like that they made the Terminator a good guy.
Yeah. Well, they wanted Arnold back in
I
there.
know why they did that, but...
And
And I
then-
mean, the bad guy in that was, like,
Yeah.
was badass, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
that.
And I would say that fucking Terminator 2 was actually kind of like on par with Temple of Doom, which at the time I liked it.
Temple of Doom was my favorite back in the 80s.
Yeah, go and watch it now. I can't really get through that movie.
I think that's mostly because of, what's-her-face?
The woman. Screamy. Too screamy.
Two damsel in distress. I mean, I get...
There were certain aspects I liked about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It
shit
had
I
some
like.
horror aspects.
Yeah, that's
They were
mostly
really good.
what I like about it. Like, it's pretty gruesome.
Yeah.
For a movie ostensibly aimed at kids,
Yeah.
kind of. But,
There were problems in the editing with the movie. There should have been some extra scenes in there that didn't happen. Because really, the whole thing edged around a satanic ritual where people's hearts were pulled out,
Yeah,
and then a
gotta love that.
a big chase happening on fucking mining cars. That was basically what that movie was kind of built on. There should have been more in there.
and honestly, like, I didn't even mind the kid. Because I know how in sequels they're like, oh, well, we're going to put a cute kid in there. They did that in the 80s a lot. And, but the kid, Short Round was fine. He didn't bother me. The chick bothered me, though. She was, especially after the first Indiana Jones movie with Marion, and she was such a great character. Like, she was just such a well-rounded character. She wasn't, like, yeah, she had to be rescued a couple times, but she could, like, she had her own shit going on. She could, do her own shit. She could sort her shit out. She wasn't, like, a damsel in distress all the time. So I get why they maybe went in the other direction. Like, for the second movie, where we're just going to have this woman who's just completely useless and, like, can't do anything except scream and cry and get carried around and not know how to do anything useful. But, I don't know. I found that very, very annoying. But there's still, like, a lot about that movie that I like, but I was actually shocked watching it again a few years ago. Because that was my favorite one, like, back in the 80s. But watching it again, I'm like, like, I still like it a lot, but, I mean, the first one is clearly...
What you talking about? Indiana
the
Jones?
Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, Raiders of the Lost Ark is one of the best movies ever made.
It's damn near
of
perfect
any
movie. It's a
genre.
It's a perfect movie.
It's right up there with, like, Jaws or Back to the Future or something like that, which is, like, I really can't fault it. There's,
Pretty
like,
perfect.
there's nothing I would change. Nothing.
The thing that always bothered me about Temple of Doom is that if the chakra stones were real, then it follows that Kali was real. And just taking the chakra stones from Kali, that's not really a big defeat. there should have been a scene in there where Kali herself actually was defeated in some way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if the chakra stones were real, then that means Kali was real. That was not a fake deity.
Right.
And they didn't really wrap that up the right way.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of know where you're going with that because the implications of what you're saying.
Right. You're saying the devil's real.
Essentially.
So that has to be fucking confronted in the minds of the audience. That the devil was defeated.
Yeah.
At least temporarily. You know, in a visual way. And that really wasn't... He just took the stones out of the temple. That's all. As if Kali didn't care that it wasn't a real thing. It was a real thing in the lore of the movie. If the God of Abraham was real and the chakra stones were real, then so was Kali.
Well, yeah, because the first Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, that established that
the God of the Hebrews,
the God of the Hebrews was real because the Ark of the Covenant was real. It worked.
Yeah.
So, which I didn't really occur to me at the time. I was just kind of like, ooh, their faces are melting off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like as you think about it later. But see, that's what's kind of cool is that they introduced essentially, like I said, magical realism.
Yeah.
And it works. You're just like, all right. You don't really think about like the larger implications of it, I guess.
I've watched reactions throughout over the entire world to Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's a Jewish story. You got fucking Steven Spielberg, and he's talking about Old Testament stuff.
Yep.
The God of the fucking Hebrews, you know. Christians respond to it. They go, yeah, that's real. Muslims respond to it. Yeah, that's real. Okay, so that was... I watched Chinese girls respond to it, and they were, no, that's not real. That's not real. And then when the Ark actually did its shit, they were like, wait a minute, hold on, what?
It is real?
That's real? Because they're not Christians. All right.
Right.
They're not Jews, and they're not. They don't know what the God of Abraham is. They don't recognize that as a God. They don't think there is a God. That's an atheist society. So right here in episode 1, Spielberg has established that gods are real.
Like all of them.
Yeah. So if you go to episode 2, all of them must be real. The chakra stones were real. So therefore...
Yeah, they worked too.
Yeah. And then later on in the fucking Last Crusade, it shows that the Christian stuff was real.
Yeah.
You know, that there
Holy Grail.
There was a Grail.
Yeah.
That a knight of the Grail actually had been basically immortal, protecting it until it was gone, evidently until the Grail was taken. I guess he just fades away. I don't know.
Well, maybe...
Exactly.
I'm guessing they're operating in the same kind of universe as Neil Gaiman's American Gods.
Yeah.
Where gods exist because people believe in them.
Mm-hmm.
And when people stop believing in them, that was a great novel, by the way. When people stop believing in them, when they don't have enough followers anymore, then they just kind of become regular ass people.
Right.
You know what I mean? But if they have like enough followers, then they're actually like gods.
So my problem with...
So all of them are real.
My problem with Temple of Doom is that if the series has established that the good gods are real, then it follows right that the gods of evil are real.
Yeah.
And Kali was defeated too easily.
Well, now see, in that mythology, Kali is not necessarily evil.
Well, they were doing evil.
Yes, they were, but I'm just saying the god herself is not. I mean, she kind of has aspects of both.
Well, the Kali cults were murdering people in India.
Yeah, the cults in there were
Those
bad.
really existed.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to do a show about that actually.
We should do a show on that.
It's been in the
their whole thing. They were kind of like the Indian version of gypsies, but they were a religious cult, and they would pretend to be people that they weren't, and they would join up with bands of travelers, and in the night murder them and steal all their shit in honor of Kali.
That's a dick move.
Which is their goddess, who was a demon goddess, basically. And that was a real thing. The British hunted them down and got them. You know, Spielberg didn't make that up.
Zach sent us another super chat. James Cameron has been using AI to upscale his old movies to 4K, and they look awful.
Yeah.
And Cameron has been super bitchy toward people complaining about them lately. Yeah. I heard about that.
Low resolution films of those days. Well, the special effects that they used were made to be seen in that low res. As soon as you start, as soon as you start upscaling things,
I get. Look, I'm a writer. I'm artistic too. I get the need to want to go back and fuck with your old shit. Yeah. I can make this better. This wasn't really all that good.
That's I didn't want to do that.
I didn't really want to do that. Yeah, so I get it. I do. But
the audience already saw it.
Well, yeah, something like that where it's a film that millions of people have seen and glommed onto, and there's a whole thing about it. Just leave it alone. Yeah. I mean, if it was something like no one's gonna care if I go back and retold one of my old short stories because maybe 10 people read it. But I'm just saying that if millions of people have seen that movie, just don't fuck with it.
They upscaled.
You want to make another version? Make another version. No one's stopping.
They upscaled Escape from New York. It looks a lot better in general, but you can now see that Snake Plissken's scar on his face is nothing but just a line of white makeup.
Yeah,
that's all it is. You go, what's that line of white makeup? He's got
you got a little.
Yeah. And when they did that, they did the same kind of shit to Carpenter's, The Thing, and you get to see the transformation of the things and the thing coming apart and everything in HD, and it looks rubber. It was better in fucking the lower resolution that you saw it in the theater, because it was the props were made to be seen at that resolution level.
I mean, it's a lot in some ways. It's a lot of shit you don't really need to see in super high resolution. I don't need to see porn in super high resolution.
You said, but damn, she's ugly.
It was look at all the pores. It's look at her nose
the stretch
hairs.
marks on that girl.
Nobody needs to see all that. It looks way better.
Yeah.
In some ways, I kind of understand. You know how the Playboy channel and stuff like that, back in the old days, they used to have that soft focus.
filter.
They put Vaseline on the lens or some shit like that. So it kind of looked. So everyone just looked like they were glowing and smooth and everything.
Yeah, smooth and all kind of tannish brown. And
it's now necessarily sometimes you flick through amateur porn or something like that, and everybody just looks fucking terrible. They
real
look
harsh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just they're we just did this in some public gas station bathroom and under neon lights, and everyone's got zits, and I was just kind of eh.
Face kind of green.
Not so much.
Yeah.
Not so much. I don't know. I kind of get why people like that too, but because it's more realistic, but in some ways too.
Spontaneous, more. It looks like it's more spontaneous. It's always a setup.
No, it's always a setup. Because, I said, I kind of have a thing for, public stuff. And so a lot of the stuff about that is, look, we're, fucking, right on the side of a highway or, in a Starbucks bathroom or something, which, gross. But, you know what I mean? Well, why would you want to fuck in a public bathroom? That's disgusting. But, yeah, so I think that the thing about it is that, obviously... and one of the things too is ooh, we got caught. You know what I mean? No, you didn't. It was just, it's a whole setup. There's a whole thing, on Pornhub and shit like that. There's a whole, if you put in, stuff you want to see people fucking in public or whatever. And it's there's whole things about people fucking on a bus, and everyone else on this, a passenger is sitting there going, oh my goodness. Obviously that did not really happen. That's a total setup. But it's fun. Like I said, it's a fantasy. People play into it. I'm sure some of the shit is real, but I'm sure it's probably 2%. Most of the shit is just a total setup. CB said the funniest thing in all the Indiana Jones films was in The Last Crusade was the girls in his class all wanted to fuck him, and he knew it. Yeah, and they kind of did that a little bit in the first movie, too. Wasn't there that scene in the first movie where, am I thinking of that right? Where the girl had, something written on her eyelids? In the front row of his class
love you.
Or something, yeah.
Said love you, yeah.
And he was just oh. I was getting I was getting some Don't Stand So Close to Me by the Police kind of vibes.
I saw that. Those are college girls, though.
Well, yeah, it's not he's not a pedo or anything like that. They're all
they're all in their 20s.
I mean, he's older than them, obviously, but they're not underage.
Not by much, though.
Yeah, they're not underage.
He's maybe 38. 36, 38.
Yeah.
And I remember I saw that in the theater when it was new. I was a kid. And when she blinks and says "love you," and his reaction, the fucking crowd fucking busted up laughing.
Well, yeah.
And then, like, all the girls filter out, and it's nothing but girls.
Yeah.
Come out of that class. The last one is a guy who's real shy about putting an apple on the table and running away. And people laughed at that like fucking crazy. But you don't get today's audience don't get it that they were insinuating that not only was it the girls, it was a gay guy.
Well, it's pretty obvious. I think people nowadays would know that.
They would know it now, but back then they were like, oh,
well, back then it was played as a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Because it was like, oh,
even the boys
gay,
are after
it's a joke. But yeah,
one gay dude.
But now everybody were like, well, that's nice. That's inclusive. Because everybody loves. I mean, he's Harrison Ford, for Christ's sake. I'm sure like all the girls and the boys were leaving him apples all day long.
Yeah, he had a gay fan base,
especially back in those days.
He had a gay following.
You know, Harrison Ford was pretty hot back in those days.
Harrison was fucking awesome, man. At that, he's a good dude. He's just a regular guy. He was a dude you called to come fix your cabinets in Hollywood. That's really how he was discovered, fixing people's cabinets.
Yeah, wasn't he like installing some cabinets in George Lucas' house or something like that?
And he goes, "Here be
Han
Solo.
You want to play Han Solo?"
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Although I don't think it was Han Solo that he first played. I think it was American Graffiti. I think it might have been
it wasn't. Yeah, I think he might have been an American.
I think that's where he got hired.
Well, the thing about it is that everybody that's in Hollywood, I mean, they had other jobs.
Yeah.
Like between acting gigs, because you had to. Like you got an acting gig that played, that paid some peanuts, and so you had to either be a waiter or you had to be doing other shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He was a carpenter when Lucas met him. Now, and I think he hired him for American Graffiti, not Star Wars.
Yeah.
And he gave him a call back because he liked working with him so much. He said he was great to work with.
And holy crap!
I gotta say that fucking as a kid, Harrison Ford was kind of like an inspiration to young guys. He was what you wanted to be. Yeah, in Star Wars, he was very cool. He talked a lot of shit, but he actually did deliver.
And he was a good dude.
Yeah, he was a good dude. And then he was dangerous. He shot Greedo, and he pulled the trigger first. They changed the shit, but he shot Greedo first. But Greedo was gonna fucking take his shit and give him to fucking Jabba. All right. That happened inside the criminal world, so it was fair and square. It was between criminals.
Yeah.
And then when he comes out, when I saw him, next time I see him, he's fucking Indiana Jones. And I have to say that even though I was a huge Star Wars fan, I think Indiana Jones, I might have liked that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great character.
Yeah.
And he played it a lot different than he did Han Solo.
Well, he was a respectable guy.
Yeah.
Who could get shit done.
Hmm.
I was watching a bunch of Pakistani Muslims react to that, and they loved fucking Indiana Jones, that first one. Fucking, and that old Pakistani guy's like, I think this is the best movie I've ever seen.
Was that Babu?
Babu says that. I think this is the best movie. And then his friend was like, yeah.
What is that channel? What is that channel called?
I forgot.
There's a channel on
Villagers
YouTube.
React.
Yeah, I think it's just called Villagers React, and they show them movies like that, like.
Yeah, they've never seen them.
And they've never seen them before.
Never seen any of these Hollywood movies. And they're just poor guys from a
and it's like, and this one guy, he's just called Babu.
Babu, yeah, he's this old guy. He's about 70.
Super old.
He's about 70, no teeth.
Yeah.
Babu, yeah, and he won't shut the fuck up.
Well,
it's fucking funny. And then they'll show young guys who that have never seen these, and I watch their reactions as a cultural study to see if these stories translate.
Well, it's interesting. I think a lot of people think that that's interesting. That's
definitely Raiders of the Lost Ark translates into Pakistani Islamic culture.
They loved that shit.
They fucking loved it. And the younger guys were like, "Oh yeah, he's a great guy. He's a scholar. All the girls like him. He's brave. He was fighting all these guys in there." And he goes, and he's got Muslim friends. He even goes to Cairo, So all that shit kind of played in.
Yeah, they loved that.
Yeah, the Muslims like him. He's got Muslim friends, just, and then God, he sees God. He says, "Close your eyes," and it killed all the evil ones. They got it. They understood it.
It's interesting to watch, and they show them. There's 2 channels like that we watch. Like one of them has Babu and like some of the younger guys on it, and then there's one that's just like 2 younger guys.
It's the same channel. It's just that they're not always.
Oh, okay, so it's like different people on it.
Yeah,
okay.
The guy who runs the channel.
I thought it was 2 different channels.
No, the guy who runs the channel has different ones on.
Oh, okay. But they show them a lot. It's mostly like kind of classic like 80s action movies, horror movies, stuff like that. Like I remembered them watching. I really liked the one where they watched The Sixth Sense.
Yeah, they liked that one
because I wanted to see
the reveal. Yeah, the twist.
But they got it.
Yep, got it
immediately.
Like, oh,
even though they,
you
know, the cultural context is completely different. Like I don't even know what the translation was like, but they immediately were like, oh, like shit, like they got it, like they did.
Another one that they really got was Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3. They loved that.
They also loved those.
They loved that. Back to the Future, it translates. But you wouldn't think it would translate because fucking Back to the Future was nothing about Middle America 80s. That was the framework. But they got it. And I noticed that a lot of guys from the developing world, 80s really speaks to them. The newer stuff, only the best of the real newer stuff that they like. Like they liked the Nolan Batman. They thought that was great. It was just like us, you know what I mean? It all pretty much translated.
Yeah, it's just interesting how similar, you know, even though they grew up in completely different circumstances, in a completely different culture, like, they see that, and it's just like, they have the same reactions to it that we have.
Yeah.
Like, even though they don't...
They weren't there at that time, and and they don't really live like that. You know? Like, they didn't live like Marty.
Right.
They
but they were like, they just rolled with it.
They didn't have high school proms with rock shows or anything. They didn't have any of that.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, I watch movies from other cultures all the time, and even though I didn't grow up in that, like, I don't know...
You can imagine it.
But yeah, you can imagine it still, so it's just kind of like the same thing the other way around. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I just, you know, I reviewed a movie the other day that was Korean, and it was, like, very, very focused on, like, Korean and Japanese, like, burial rituals and, like, kind of all the, like, supernatural shit about stuff you had to do, like, to bury the person and, you know, family curses and all this kind of stuff. So it was very, very steeped in Korean folklore and also some Japanese folklore. Yeah. And I admit I did have to look some stuff up, but, because of some of the symbolism and stuff. But other than that, like, most of it really translated. You didn't really have to... You know, it wasn't like mystifying or anything like that, even though it's completely different.
Well, when I lived in Korea back in the early 90s, I didn't speak Korean. I was in the military at the time, and they only let me off like once or twice a month to go run around on pass and experience Korea. And I didn't see anything that I totally didn't understand. You know what I mean? Like, it all kind of translated.
Well, I mean, humans are humans. We're not that different.
Right. And you know, I don't know how much of it was Western influence or the fact that there's a lot of crossover. Might just be mostly crossover. Now, they have different traditions inside their families. Like, they have different family rankings and people calling each other brother or calling people father or mother. They don't use names when they talk to each other. But you don't really know any of that when you don't speak Hangul. Yeah, they speak Hangul. Han language.
They kind of do that in Japan, too. I've noticed that, like, I've seen a lot of old Japanese
titles
movies
and shit, yeah.
Where, like, they don't, like, siblings don't call each other by their names. They call each other brother or sister. Yeah. Which I thought was kind of funny.
Yeah.
I don't know
notice
if they do that
though,
anymore,
when you don't speak that language.
Yeah. Phantom asks, what's Monday's review going to be? We don't know yet. But...
You haven't watched the movie yet.
Somebody's recommending 10 to Midnight. We should probably do that finally.
Sounds familiar. What was that?
It's the Charles Bronson one.
Okay.
It's good. I've seen it before.
Okay, yeah. I haven't seen a Charles Bronson movie in a while.
It's kind of like a horror adjacent kind of movie. I remember really liking it.
What kind of comments we have? A whole bunch of people talking.
CB said, I heard that on the set of Return of the Jedi, Harrison Ford got a set builder fired because he was caught jacking off to Carrie Fisher in her slave bikini.
Really? sounds like a myth.
Okay, so now I'm curious. Like, was she Like, he was jacking off to her, like, live? Like, he was kind of over here, like, looking at her, like, over there, like... Or was he, like, looking at her in a picture, or on video, or what?
I'm not sure I believe that. That sounds like a legend.
That would be funny, though.
Yeah, it's funny, though.
I mean, you can't blame anybody for jerking it to Carrie Fisher in the slave
Jen would
outfit.
rub one out.
I definitely would.
There you go.
See, so, like, yeah... I'm honest.
She was cute, but she really wasn't my type. Even back in the day, I was like, yeah, she's cute, but I just there was just something too skinny about her.
Even though the hilarious thing is, she thought she was too fat to wear that outfit, and she starved herself for a long time, like to get into that because she knew she'd have to wear it.
Yeah.
Even though she looked fucking amazing, and that's still iconic, like to this day.
Yeah.
But. Yeah, like, well, see, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not as picky, I guess. So I'm just
women like that look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like all kind of stuff. Like I said, it depends on the person, and it really helps if I know the person, or if they were in a movie and there was, like, a character, like a personality I can associate with that.
Right.
So the fact that she played a character that happened to be wearing that outfit, that kind of, like, makes a lot. Because if you just see stuff like that, like, without any context, it's not as hot. For me, anyway.
I never really saw anything sexy about her because there was really nothing sexy about Star Wars. Star Wars didn't have much sex in it.
It did not.
No. Now, take it to Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon was fucking sexy, man. Dale looked good, but what was better than Dale was Princess Aura.
Yeah,
Ming's daughter.
She was a freak.
Fuck, man. I was like, yeah, hell yeah. Not the boar worms. Yeah, put the boar worms on her. Yeah, they're doing fucking BDSM and shit.
Yeah, she was hot.
Hell yeah.
She was way hotter than the normie girl.
Yeah, than Dale. Yeah, fucking Princess
All
Aura.
the villains were way hotter than... And honestly, Flash Gordon himself, not hot.
Well... The whole idea,
all the villains were way hotter.
If you watch the source material, it's pretty much that's what they're talking about. That was an accurate movie. That's what the Flash Gordon fucking source material was like.
Yeah.
Now the comic books were very American. Flash was actually a polo player, not a football player at the time.
But Americans don't know shit about polo.
Yeah, so polo's no longer popular, so we're not going to do that. We're going to talk about football. Basically what it was kind of like a product of World War I believe, where Americans kind of thought that it was, they go to Europe and they teach Europeans how to be peaceful. Okay?
Because they obviously need that.
That they're just a bunch
They need an American.
Right.
To teach them how to be peaceful, which is kind of hilarious.
Teach them how to be peaceful.
Like in a modern context, but okay.
The Mingos, or the Mongos, whatever you call it, I think they called them the Mongos, were...
subtle.
They were Europeans. Yeah, that's basically what they're talking about. And they were wild, okay? They were fucking sexually wild and taking drugs.
They were degenerates.
Degenerate and fucking turning on one another, and they were all divided. And Mr. All-America with his All-American girlfriend show up.
I'm just going to come punch everybody and fix everything.
And he unites all of them, and they overthrow this evil fucking monarch. Evil, degenerate monarchs. And there was no fucking hanky-panky or fucking sex involved. That's all. They do that shit, not us. That was the moral of fucking Flash Gordon.
Boring.
That Americans were white bread.
Like I said, that's why the villains were a lot more fun.
Well, that's why the villains in the fuck. Yeah, but the guy, the dude directing the movie and writing it is like, really the main characters are the so-called Europeans. They're doing BDSM.
Yeah, awesome. Outfits were super badass.
Yeah, it looks like fucking.
They were way more interesting. Flash Gordon just seemed like a whiny little bitch, honestly.
No, he wasn't whiny. He just
seemed really square.
Yeah, he was square and fucking stereotypical. We can work together to fix this. He's like that. He's kind of like Superman. But it looked like, I mean, it comes across that Princess Aura and her dad, fucking Ming, were a thing.
Yeah, I think they were fucking.
Yeah. And that
I mean,
was just part of
that
what
was
they
pretty
did.
strongly applied.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, really? It was really your tastes are just too dangerous. No, I'm not going to give you fucking."
Yeah,
But
Max.
she asked for.
And that was
fucking-
Max von Sydow,
Max,
too.
yeah, he played that.
There's
fucking
something,
awesome.
again,
Yeah.
weirdly hot about Max von Sydow.
Yeah.
Even when he was older.
He wasn't that old in that movie.
No, he wasn't. They made
just-
him. Well, he wasn't old in The Exorcist either.
No.
They made him look like an old man.
He could pull. He could play a lot older than he was.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can check for me, but I wouldn't think that Max was probably early 40s.
Yeah, he was only in his 40s.
During Flash Gordon. He looks good. He's got a nice trim figure. He's tall. His face looks awesome.
He's got a great face.
Great beard. Fucking
great voice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I will defend Flash Gordon to the fucking death. I loved that movie.
It's great.
I loved it. I saw it in the big screen like 4 times. I was visiting my dad in Mississippi for the summer when that came out, and fucking every chance I got to go to Laurel, I would watch that fucking movie. And it wasn't Star Wars, but I thought it was as good or better in certain ways than Star Wars. And I was waiting for the sequel. It never came though, because they could have done a lot more with that.
But yeah, that was a whole expanded universe.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a series or something.
But it's got to look like that.
If it looks like that.
Yeah.
Because I love the look of
the only thing
the
that
original
kind of
Flashman.
compared modern that looked like that was Aquaman. Aquaman
Yeah.
kind of had a Flash Gordon look to it. And if you could redo it in CG, and you have to have old-fashioned space where there's an up and down, and a planet wasn't always round. It might have been half of a planet.
Yeah, you could just make it like alternate universe.
Right.
Like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, because the people who wrote that shit didn't know what outer
didn't
space
worry
was
about
like.
it.
They had windows on the aircraft,
Sure.
on the spacecraft. You could open the window to the
Here,
spacecraft.
hang your head out.
Or open a door and then run out on a wing. Because, of course, spaceships
dog.
need wings.
Ooh, I'm going to get some air out in space.
Yeah. Clouds going
As
by.
one does.
Clouds going by in space. That's great.
'Cause it-
Clouds going by in space.
But like I said, that's what was so awesome about it, because they're like, you know what? They didn't know, but we're just going to lean into it.
They should have known. All that technology, they didn't care. They didn't care.
And there's
when they made
like I said, there's something kind of awesome
They
about
didn't
that. That's very punk rock.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
were just kind of like, you know what? We don't give a shit.
Well, you see, in the Flash Gordon movie, they give you an explanation of why it's like that. Because remember, they go through an imperial vortex that Ming has created. Remember? And it was outside Earth. And their Earth rocket ship goes through the imperial vortex and ends up in Mongo. So that universe might be in another dimension
Yeah.
where they don't have normal space as you know it.
Jeff here said they tried a series on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah,
Flash
no
Gordon.
good, no good.
Manga was an alternate universe.
Yeah.
But the
it's
show lacked so much of the movie's camp and
Yeah.
charm. Like I said, if you're gonna do it, like
You gotta go
lean
head first.
into it. Lean into
Yeah.
it. Just go whole hog.
Yeah, my interpretation is that Mongo was another universe because you had to get through the imperial vortex, and once you went through there, man, rules didn't apply of normal space. You could breathe in outer space in Mongo,
Yeah.
and that's how you go. That's how you make that series.
Yeah, just say, hey, it's an alternate universe now. Shut up and stop thinking about it. And now
Space
watch
was
this-
pink.
Just watch the story.
Outer space was pink and had clouds.
Yeah.
Or blue.
Yeah. It's all atmosphere. out here.
Green space.
Atmosphere goes all the way out. Zach says, I still want to see y'all do Talented Mr. Ripley. We'll get around to it, I promise. Case and Lee said Asians never call their siblings by name. If they do, that's considered as an insult.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? I didn't realize, I realized that they didn't, but I didn't realize that it was, insulting to call them by their names. Huh. I guess I never thought about that. I mean, I've always called my siblings by their names because that's their names. You know what I mean? I have 3 siblings, in case you guys didn't know. Yeah, Jeff Yard said, Flash Gordon just oozed sex. I saw the movie when I was 12 years old. Even when it was edited for TV, you could pick up that everyone on Mongo was throwing it down. Yeah, there was all kind of shit going on that planet. But like I said, that's kind of what made the movie for me, because Flash Gordon himself, kind of bland. his little girlfriend, kind of bland, very white bread. They were kind of like, to me, they were like the equivalent of Brad and Janet from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, where they's just kind of square, white bread, boring ass people that are encountering the interesting people. So I kind of feel like that's sort of what they were going for. But, I told you before, but one year, this is a couple years back, we were thinking of doing like some Flash Gordon. We were going to do Halloween costumes because I was going to be Kala. And I kind of looked into doing the outfit. I just haven't seen that many people do it. I saw like one picture of a woman that had done the cosplay, and it was pretty good. And I was like looking into it, and I'm like studying all these pictures and all this other stuff, and I'm like, God, that's going to cost me like $1 million to do this fucking shit. Because if I'm going to do a Halloween costume, I'm going to do it. I want to do it so it looks good. I don't want to do it half-assed. I'm not one of those people. But if I can't afford to do it, then I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to just go at it like half-assed, like I said. So like this year, I was thinking about doing the Jennifer Lopez character from The Cell, and then Tom was going to do the Vincent D'Onofrio character. Now, the thing about it is that his costume would be super, super cheap, because basically all that costume was, because he was going to do like the kind of demon form where he was in like the samurai pants and like the hair that was like formed into like horns. So like that's kind of all you had to do. But the problem with the Jennifer Lopez character, I found a dress similar to what she was wearing. It's not exactly the same, which kind of bummed me out. But I found one that was like close enough. And I found like some hair extensions that looked like the two-tone hair that she had. But the thing about it was that the thing that's stymieing me is the leather collar that she had, like this red leather bondage collar. And then she had that mask like over her face that was like metal with the chains. Now somebody on Etsy made that mask. It's not exactly the same, but it's close enough. And it's $300. And I'm just like, man, I really can't afford that. And then they also made the leather collar, but it doesn't really look like the one in the movie. And I was just kind of like, eh. So I don't know. So it's like, if I can't afford to do that, because man, Halloween's probably like only a couple months away at this point. If I can't afford to do that, I might just do Constance Hatchaway from the Haunted Mansion. Because really all you'd have to do for that is just get like a wedding dress and a hatchet and like a light up heart, which is a lot cheaper.
Yeah, and makeup.
But I do love the idea of doing the Cell thing but it's like, man, if I could find like a cheaper alternative, if I could figure out like how to make that mask myself or the collar myself, then I would do that. Because the dress and shit isn't expensive. I found a bunch similar.
Phantom said he watched 2001 and it was like a waste of time.
What, 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Yeah, that's a great movie, but you gotta pay attention and you have to think about what it is, what they're talking about. Now there's a...
Also drop some acid. It's a lot better.
That won't help you figure it out.
But
there's a sequel to it called 2010. That's pretty good. Roy Scheider is in it. Scheider is in it.
From Jaws.
And
I didn't like it as much, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it explains everything. Explains why Hal killed the crew, and it explained what the mission was. Remember when they weren't apes either? They were like Australopithecines. The Australopithecines fucking touched that down. If you read the book explains it all. The monolith was the highest form of sentient technology. It's like AI taken to the extreme. It's basically a god, but it's a living machine, and there's more than one of them, and it has a soul. It's kind of like humans downloading their souls into an internet, and then eventually, over billions of years, all those souls kind of become one, and then they're put into the ultimate machine, which is that monolith. It can be anything. It has to be at any time. The ultimate expression of technology. But when you have that, there's no challenge to living. Your end stage life. So the only thing the monolith did was try to evolve other creatures and to make life. in the universe. So it's running. It basically sees the universe as a nursery, where it's taking care of babies. That's what it's doing. And what happens in the story is that the monolith sees Australopithecus and tests them in the middle of the night. It appears to them when they're all asleep, and it wakes them up and it takes over their bodies and gets them to throw sticks, and it judges how good their eye-hand coordination is and tries to get them to solve puzzles in their minds. And it's running them on a remote control, and then it analyzes them and says, yeah, these things are good. And it made a few key changes. The main thing it did is it gave them ambition. So the next day they went and they started killing their fucking competition and fucking.
They're like, not like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. So they started killing the tapirs and then eating them because the tapirs were eating their food. They started eating the tapirs, and they were doing it with bones and clubs and weapons. And in the book, they even kill a jaguar or a leopard. And then one of them figures out that somehow you could put the leopard's skull on the end of a fucking stick and kill another animal with that. How a dead leopard can continue to kill. That fucking freaked one of them out. And through the start of killing off competition, that's where technology came from. And that's why in the movie he throws the bone up in the air and the next thing you see is a spacecraft. Yeah. Well, in the book, what that spacecraft was an orbital nuclear weapons platform. So it's nothing more than just a highly evolved bone club.
Yeah.
But that's all it was.
Yeah, that was the point that he was making.
Is that ambition?
That it's like a lot more technologically advanced, but it's essentially the same thing.
It's basically a bone club. And so ambition and killing competition is what drove what was able to get man to evolve, to make technology. And they left another monolith out on the moon. And you could only detect it by detecting its electromagnetic field that was coming off of it. And humans found it on the moon. They didn't know what it meant, though. And that one scene when they go up and touch it, kind of like the Australopithecines when they touched the first monolith, and it gave them all the fucking knowledge. They touched it and it sent a signal out somewhere. And then the next thing you know, they're on the Discovery and they're headed towards Jupiter. And it's because they knew that it sent a signal to Jupiter. When they got to Jupiter, after Hal had killed most of the crew, Bowman found out that there was another monolith around Jupiter. And he was in that pod and touched it, and it took him. And it took him somewhere, accelerated his aging, and he died. And he became a star child. They show it at the end. He's in that damn, floating in that damn umbilical, in that amniotic fluid and shit. And that's what Bowman became. And then in the second movie, or you'll find out what the star child does. And I'll spoil a little bit of it. He was made to be a messenger to go back to Earth to tell them to not fuck around with Europa, one of the moons of Jupiter, because the monolith was going to make sure that life on Europa would evolve, because there's life on Europa in this book. It's underneath the fucking sheet of ice, though, and the monolith has a plan to make sure life starts there, and it shows it in the second movie. It turns Jupiter into a sun, so it makes the Earth a very small binary solar system. It increases Jupiter's mass, causes it to implode on itself and start fusion reaction, and it becomes a tiny sun which heats up Europa. And it sends a fucking message back to Earth, says all these worlds belong to you except Europa. Do not land there. You find out why Hal did what it did and everything. The reason why Hal did what it did, why it killed the crew, is because the people back at Mission Control instructed him to lie. and he couldn't lie. That was the problem, and it'll get into that more in depth of what happened. He had to kill the crew because he knew the crew was going to find something out before they were supposed to.
Phantom says, I recently saw that 1979 film, Star Crash, starring Caroline Munro.
Yeah, Caroline Munro.
And it was that bad, especially because of her outfit she wore. I mean, that movie, it's a famously bad movie, but it's kind of fun.
Its existence is to showcase cute-ass Caroline Munro.
That's kind of the best thing about it.
Yeah.
Most of the rest of it is kind of lame.
Yeah.
I just remember... Now, if you watch, like... Because I watched the Riff-Tracks version, which is obviously a lot more entertaining, because there's people making jokes about it the whole way through. But when I watched it on its own, as with a lot of kind of, like, so bad it's good movies, it's mostly just boring. Because there's, like, a lot of filler. But she looks good, though.
Yeah, Casey Lee says he thinks the baby represents Bowman's rebirth as cosmic. Yeah, the Star Child. You see, the aliens couldn't kill a person. It wasn't real ethical. So what they did was they moved Bowman to another pocket of space-time where they could accelerate his natural aging. He was in there for a long time, but not in this universe. He was outside space-time. And he died of old age inside that little pocket. But then they took his soul, because they had the ability to take souls and merge them with technology. And they took his soul and turned him into a probe. And they used him as a tool to communicate back with mankind about stay away from Europa. Now the Discovery, the ship that had Hal on it, was still around Europa and around Jupiter. And the alien, or the monolith, was concerned about Hal because those aliens considered Hal to be a sentient being. You know what I mean? They didn't like the fact that it was just in orbit around Jupiter, fucking basically in its semi-dead state. When it had done what it was told to do, it didn't do anything wrong. And how it's resolved in 2010, after Bowman, as the Star Child, gives the message, he's rejoined with Hal on the ship, and together they complete they complete their mission, which is by becoming explorers of the universe together. Two beings. So they were kind of, I guess you could say they achieved salvation that way. So they could achieve their destiny. As explorers.
You're also talking a little bit about Blade Runner earlier.
Yeah.
Where was it? Yeah, I think Phantom said something about... I only watched Blade Runner to see Joanna Cassidy nude in that film and never finished it, but the visuals look really good.
Oh, that's a great movie.
And then Ian England said, Blade Runner is awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just something that resonates with me. The tears and rain scene was perfect. And then Ian England also said, wasn't a fan of 2001, but I've only seen it once, and I was 13, so it went so far over my head that it might as well have been the moon. Yeah, 13 is not really a good age to see 2001.
2001 has the best depiction of extraterrestrials that you're ever going to get.
I mean, they tried very hard to make that very realistic.
If we ever seen the extraterrestrials, they're not going to be biological. They're going to be living machines, something much older than biology. But they'll be alive. You know, they'll basically be the highly evolved beings that came from a civilization that was biological that made the leap into being non-biological. In other words, you're getting too old to live, so you download your mind and your soul into an internet where you can live forever. And if everybody's doing that, eventually it might be more efficient for that civilization to say, okay, stop having children and we'll all be in here and we can all live forever. Well, you don't want to have that database inside of something like a building run by a nuclear power plant, because that'll eventually fucking be destroyed. Eventually the sun will burn out and destroy the whole planet. You want it in the ultimate form of technology, something kind of like a spaceship, but it doesn't need an atmosphere or food because nobody's biological. So it's going to be a spaceship that has unlimited energy, total control over mass and energy, so it can be any shape, any size, anything it needs to be at any one given time. It'd be the ultimate form of technology. Wouldn't need wings, and what it's expressing in that movie is it's just a rectangle. It's a rectangle that can do anything, including make copies of itself and throw it into Jupiter until the point to where Jupiter gets so massive it becomes a sun. It can do anything. Fold space, move anywhere it needs to.
I think if I could,
and everybody's in it like heaven.
I think if I could choose any form for myself, I'm not really sure it would be like a rectangle.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what I would pick. Thank you. We got a super chat from Ian England.
What's up, Ian?
Just says cheers.
Thank you very much.
I talked about Blade Runner earlier.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love Blade Runner, and I also love Blade Runner 2049. Is that a controversial statement?
No,
I don't think it's a controversial statement. That was a great fucking movie. We saw that a couple times in the theater.
Yeah.
And we have it on. And we've watched it at home as well.
Blade Runner is happening in the same universe as Alien, and also happening in the same universe as Soldier Kurt Russell,
and the Busey.
Yeah, he's in it too. So that's
we can't call him Gary Busey. That doesn't work.
Now, they couldn't come out and say that for legal reasons, but the dudes that wrote Soldier, they fucking kind of put it...
This is that universe.
This is basically the same universe as Aliens and
nothing's stopping you from doing that.
And Alien, Predator, and fucking... Well, actually, the thing is Predator actually is happening in this universe, but somehow it crosses over.
Like I said, don't think about it too hard.
Yeah, there are Predators in the other... But Ridley Scott's future... is Alien and Blade Runner, and that's the same universe.
Yeah,
it's the same future.
Like I'm not gonna lie, I do enjoy internal consistency.
Yeah,
but I'm also not. I don't have a stick so far up my ass that I'm gonna get like butthurt about it if it's not consistent. Like with other stuff in this series, like I'm not worried about it.
And if you look,
it's just a story.
Ridley Scott's future is the same as Ted Kaczynski's future. The Unabomber, where corporations are making not only synthetic human beings and patenting human genomes to make human beings, they're also making AI and sentient robots, and that's one of the things that the Unabomber was worried about based upon the things that he was reading. And he was smart. He was from crazy but smart. And
he's from two things go together.
He was from Harvard University, and some people have said that his IQ was like some kind of an amazing 170. Now I don't know if that's possible to be that high. But I think it was quoted as being 170.
No, there have been people higher than that.
Okay.
That's not even the world record.
What is the world record?
I thought the world record was 210, but I could
210?
be wrong.
210? All right.
I could be wrong. I could be like...
He's about 170. That's
very high. For some reason,
high.
that was the number that occurred to me.
Yeah. Now, you can get so smart where you're almost autistic, where you're crazy. You can start getting dumb again.
Well, that's what I've said. It's just kind of like...
Yeah.
Intelligence is good up to a point.
Right.
When you get past that point, it's kind of a crapshoot. You know what I mean? Because some people get like so smart that... One, they either tend to get in their own way, or they have lots of other problems.
Yeah.
You know, so...
We got another...
Thank you very much, Jeffy Art with the little rainbow. I love the little rainbow thing. Thank you very much for the super chats. You guys are like so nice giving us stuff. We're just like talking here drunkenly about whatever. About Blade Runner and whatnot. I was going to say something. I forgot what it was. Oh, they're saying that... He was saying about Star Crash. And he's like, well, David Hasselhoff was in it, so it was okay. And then I was like, oh shit, I forgot David Hasselhoff was in that fucking movie. For some reason, I just remember Caroline Munro being in it and Marjoe Gortner being in it. And
Star Crash?
Yeah.
She was
but I forgot David Hasselhoff was in that too.
She was in one of the Sinbad movies too, I saw her.
Yeah, that's right.
She was hot as hell, yeah.
Yeah.
And she was also at Earth's core.
Yeah, she was.
That was good
that's
too.
Right. That's right.
The old British
I think we reviewed both of
movies.
those.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we reviewed the Sinbad movie that she was in.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we reviewed didn't we review at the Earth's Core?
Mm-hmm.
With Doug McClure?
Yeah.
Was that also the one with Peter Cushing in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having all the fucking Sinbad movies. I thought they were great.
I saw some of those in the theater when I was little.
Yeah, the British Sinbad flicks. That was like proto Star Wars. They were.
I think Eye of the Tiger was my favorite when I was a kid.
Yeah, you watch it now; it's not quite as good.
It's not, but that wasn't my favorite. Yeah, that wasn't my favorite. Though. Like later on, but it's still good. But it wasn't my favorite one when I was a kid.
You go to the restroom.
Yeah, I gotta go too. But I guess that. Let's see. Phantom says the 1996 film The Arrival, starring Charlie Sheen, because that's a great film. I don't think I've ever seen that one actually. I don't know, like, I know that there's, like, a lot of dystopian sci-fi about AI and about genetic engineering and stuff like that, but to be honest, it's like, I don't know what it is. I'm not really all that bothered. Like I said, if somebody came to me and said, hey, we can give you this little microchip and you can implant it in your brain that'll do X, Y, and Z, or we can implant your whole consciousness into like an avatar body or something like that, sign me up. I'll do it. I'm not bothered at all. You know? I can understand why other people are bothered, but I'm not bothered. So it's like, so that kind of sci-fi doesn't really like scare me all that much. I'm just like, what? That sounds cool. Yeah, I don't know. Ian England said, you don't have to be that smart to go crazy. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes all it takes is to see behind the facade and see how far corruption goes. Maybe don't drive you crazy, but can definitely make you numb. Yeah, it's just, I kind of get to a point where, I don't know, I kind of feel like I realized that when I was a kid, and then I was just kind of like, well, realistically, like, there's not really much I can do about it, so it's just kind of like, well, I mean, I don't know. When it comes down to it, like, really all you can do is kind of live your best life. Like, not at the expense of everyone else, but you can't stress yourself out about shit that you can't change. Like, shit that's, like, way bigger than you. You know what I mean? Like, I overthink things and I stress out about stuff that I can't change enough as it is. So I don't really need to focus on stuff that I really can't do anything about and, like, worry about it. I'm just trying to, like, fucking... I don't know. I'm just trying to, like, live and be happy and not be fucking stressed out every minute of my life, you know? And it's hard. It's a struggle. But, you know, I have to consciously, like, think about it, though. All right, now I'm going to go to the bathroom.
All right. Ooh. All right. So, see what everybody's saying. Ian says, you don't have to be that crazy, or that smart to go crazy. Sometimes all it takes is to see behind the facade to see how far corruption goes. Maybe don't drive you crazy, but it can definitely make you numb. Well, what I was talking about is that when I was living in Boston, I used to go down to the Harvard Square a lot and hang around that area where Harvard and MIT was. And they had some guys hanging out in there. One of them, this little pizza place I used to go to. And they had a guy in there who was a fucking genius from MIT. He's a young guy. At that time, he had a damn experiment going on the space shuttle. He was probably about 25. Every time that dude came in there, man, my fucking hair would stand up on the back of my fucking neck, and I'd start cringing. He was so fucking smart that it was uncomfortable to be around him because he was so socially awkward. The nerd factor was fucking off the fucking charts. His fucking social skills were fucking terrible. And his communication skills were fucking terrible. It was almost like I have a cousin who's autistic, who's severely autistic. It was almost kind of like being around an autistic person. And he'd drive you fucking crazy.
Who are you talking about?
This dude that used to show up at this pizza place down at Harvard Square.
Oh.
Who was from MIT. He was a fucking genius. he had an experiment going on the space shuttle. The guys that worked there told me that. And he was just so nerdy you couldn't stand to be around him. I mean, it was like painful. Real cringy. Just no social skills, you know. Couldn't dress himself in a way. It was like dealing with an autistic person. And he would just jump around subjects everywhere and just was, you know. That's what I meant by you can get so fucking intelligent that it's detrimental to you. Because he couldn't function as a regular person. If you put that dude under any kind of pressure or put him in a bad situation, he'd fall apart. Like, I couldn't have a guy like that in a fucking rifle squad in the Army. We'd get rid of him immediately.
Well, but the thing about it is that he had a particular set of skills, though.
Yeah, but it was just that.
That were... Well, yeah, but, I mean, at least he had that. Some people can't do jack shit. So...
I don't know.
Can't do jack shit.
I don't know. I've seen dudes that can't do jack shit, but they can just fucking charm their way up any skirt.
Well, that's its own...
And he can fucking...
That's its own talent.
Yeah, he's actually having offspring and fucking shit like that. And he might actually be able to survive. You know, and that dude there was a product of a system. He could only exist in a high-tech system. Without that high-tech system, he wouldn't survive. It just wasn't in him. I think he was autistic, actually. There were definitely, like... I don't want to say it's mental illness. It's just... it's a mentally handicapped. You know, definitely. And he probably had extremely high IQ.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, it's all on a spectrum. But usually when you get people with super, super, super high IQs, they also tend to have other issues, like in other areas.
He was definitely...
Not always, but a lot of times.
He was definitely kind of psychopathic. There was no understanding of other people. He couldn't read other people. Just extremely obnoxious. Very irritating. And was just totally unaware of it. Totally unaware of how he...
But see, that's something you can learn. It's just that I don't think... Because I've known autistic people that learned how to at least fake it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, fake, like, social interaction.
There's also kind of like solipsism, where he walked in and he was the center of attention in his mind. He had, like, that main character in the movie syndrome.
Which is weird because I kind of feel like people, like, on the opposite end of the spectrum from autistics have that, too.
Yeah, no, he was the main character in his own movie. And he just...
A lot of people have that to some degree.
Yeah.
But I think that it's just kind of... Because everybody thinks that they're the hero in their own fucking story. Like I said, to a greater or lesser degree. But... Yeah, like, I think it's really pronounced in, like, certain types of people. Where they just think everybody... Like, they're the only person that's, like, a real person. And everyone is just, like... Everyone else is just, like, extras. Like, in their fucking... I've met, like, a lot of people like that in my life. A lot. So... You know, I don't know. I'm not like that, but...
Yeah, and you didn't see the guy. If you saw the guy, you'd have a different opinion.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
I've known a couple dudes like that, too. So I know what you're talking about.
And just so painfully fucking nerdy that you just...
I knew a kid like that
can't be around him.
School who would actually, like, they put him ahead, like, a bunch of grades.
Yeah.
So he was a lot younger than us.
He would laugh, and it sounded like a donkey that was suffocating. I can't even do it.
And then, not like that. That was
it sounded like a suffocating donkey.
No, I knew a kid in school that was like that.
Yeah.
I wonder what ever happened to that kid.
Yeah. It looked like he looked like an actor making fun of nerds.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Like I said, I knew a kid exactly like that in high school. And he was, I'm not going to say what his name is, but he had skipped, because he was like a super genius. So he had skipped 2 years, 3 years, I don't remember how many years he skipped ahead. So he was obviously like several years younger than everyone else. And he was much smaller than everyone else. And he was like kind of your quintessential... stereotypical like nerd. He was like a tiny little thing. He had ginger hair, he had glasses, everything like that, and he was just like really skinny and tiny. And so and he just had no like social skills at all. He didn't or anything like that. So obviously like everyone bullied him relentlessly. Like not everyone, obviously I didn't, but you know, a lot of people did. And he see, this is why I kind of feel like I don't think it's a good idea to I'm not sure where I stand on the whole, because I've thought about this a lot, because I got well, I don't want to say stuck, because I actually liked it. But I got taken out of regular school and put in the gifted program when I was in 3rd or 4th grade. And that was very new then. That was like a new thing they were trying out.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah, so it wasn't like, when they first put me in there, it wasn't even like a full-time thing. It was just like you'd go...
Just
like,
some of the classes.
Is like the smart people class. Yeah, you'd go like 1 day a week or something like that. And so then, like, when I started 5th grade, they were experimenting with it like full-time.
Yeah. They
had 2 classes at my school... and it was 2 teachers, and we interacted. We would, like, switch off and stuff like that. And they were experimenting with teaching us, like, regular shit, but we already knew all the regular shit. So they were teaching us other stuff. Like, just weird shit. Like, archaeology and French and clog dancing. It's just, like, all this weird stuff, you know what I mean? And it was just very... it was cool. I really liked it. And a lot of the other students did, too, because you could just kind of, like... You couldn't do whatever. They were still teaching you stuff, but it was just stuff that was a lot more interesting.
Giving us more money.
Thank you very much, Jeffy Art.
What do you say?
In this age of tech development, even people with severe autism can contribute to society in some way. My animation and game art students are all over the spectrum. Great artists, bad communicators. Yeah, in a way, like I said, I think that's what... It's kind of a strength because as diverse as the society is, and because there's a lot more... need for people with lots of different kinds of skill sets.
It's called specialization.
Yeah, like people that maybe wouldn't have survived back in fucking caveman days, which was a long time ago. So don't like, I don't understand people that'd be like,
not
well, back in the caveman days or back in this, it's not that day anymore. Like that's not relevant.
Not even that far back though.
But I'm just saying,
1700s, you might even in certain areas you might have been considered a witch if you were fucking
right.
autistic.
But like I said, we don't want to go back to that.
But
that's not
nobody's
good.
Saying that.
That's not good.
And then in the 18 and 1900s, people like that probably would have been considered not as geniuses or intelligent. They would have considered probably morons. Probably what they would.
Well, yeah. They would have thought something was wrong with them.
Yeah, they would go like, this person's mentally handicapped.
But I think that it's better that nowadays that people realize that, hey, even if these people have some other issues, like, look at what they can contribute in this area or that area. Like, I feel like it's a lot better because people's...
partly because of the basic unit of what's happening in offices is computers.
Yeah.
And some of that kind of autism can actually do pretty well in computer technology because it's very logical. Okay, so like my cousin, he was autistic and deaf, but he was very good at mathematics. And if we'd had computers back in those times, he would have taken to that instantly. But even to this day, he can't communicate very well. He can't even get laid. He can't really function. But he's severe. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I've never met him in person. I've talked to him on the phone a couple of times.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he's basically mentally retarded.
He's a very severe case.
Right.
Though. He's a very severe case.
So, you know, I think just because some people are nerds and shit doesn't mean they're autistic. Not in my experience. They might have certain tendencies or Asperger's syndrome and shit like that. No, my cousin's so autistic, he's not functional.
Well, yeah, doesn't he?
He's never even mastered English. He's my age. He can't master English.
Yeah, they're the same age.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't he still? I don't think
he talks.
He doesn't live on his own, does he?
No. He lives in California and he gets a check. That they take
yeah,
care
he's
of.
like disability.
His mom takes care of him. He can't. He communicates. He communicated poorly as a child. He communicates exactly the same way to this day. So there's been no improvement.
I mean, he talked to me a few times over Facebook when we were working on Mammoth Mountain.
Yeah.
Because he was there, like, when that happened.
Yeah, it's like talking... Okay, a 6-year-old can communicate better than him. Easily. More like a 3-year-old.
Y'all got along though, you said.
Oh yeah, he's my buddy.
Yeah.
It's just that he just does not have any communication skills. He can't form sentences. You know what I mean? And he has sign language, but you have to know him. There's no sentence structure in the sign language that he uses. So it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's past, present, and future, and who's saying what to who, when he's telling you something.
Right.
You might have to ask him 3 or 4 times to get it, so you can have the order in which things happen.
Yeah.
Of what he's trying to tell you. But it's just. But he's a mathematical genius.
Yeah,
He can just
and
blow through
sometimes,
math.
like I said, those things kind of go together weirdly.
Yeah, he's not dumb. He's a genius. It's just that certain parts of his brain were damaged somehow. His mother had a really bad fever when he was in the womb. They think that might have something to do with it because she had a really bad fever, and then they gave her a bunch of vaccines. That might have had something to do with it. And he came out deaf and autistic, severely autistic.
Or it might have just happened anyway. You don't know.
Nobody knows. But he's, his communication skills are fucking terrible. And it's really hindered his ability to have a normal life, and he knows it. That's the thing. That's fucking.
Yeah,
painful.
He's aware enough.
He's
to know
aware.
that.
He knows that
because, like I said, he's the same age as you are.
Yeah, and he knows that he's autistic. He knows that his language skills are fucking in the gutter. But he can't do anything about it. All right, but he understands logic and numbers, and his memory's fucking amazing. They didn't have GPS. They didn't have cell phones back when we were kids. They had Thomas maps, though. These map books made by Thomas was the name of it. And they were huge. They showed he would sit there and buy those books and memorize them all. And then he could sit there and fucking draw out all the fucking highways throughout the United States. And he would know where certain fucking roads were in places he'd never been. My mother once talked to him inside. She says, "I got to go to Yuma," and she's like, "That's 200 miles." And he goes, "No, that's about 245 miles." And she goes, "So you know exactly?" He's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "How do I get there?" And he told her, he wrote it down from memory exactly from where his house, what roads to take, and then how far that would be through memory. And he was about 8.
See, that kind of shit is like fascinating to me.
Yeah, he's about
the
8
human brain is such a weird fucking organ. It's so weird.
Yeah.
There's all kind of shit in there that we don't know what's.
And then he told her, basically through sign language, he says, "When you get there, you call me. You call Lois, call me. And you tell me." And fucking when she got there, she says, "I was right." She goes, "You're right. You're right." She's like, "Okay." And he thought that was the greatest. He was about 8 when he did that. Yeah.
That's funny.
So he was kind of like Google Earth.
Before there was
Google Earth.
He was like the human Google Earth.
Yeah, human Google Earth.
Well, like I said, you see that a lot with what they used to call, quote unquote, idiot savants.
Yeah.
Who were really, really, really good, like scarily good at one thing.
Yeah.
Like they could do super complicated mathematical calculations in their head.
Yeah.
We did a show about it.
Yeah.
Not too long ago.
My cousin Wesley was mathematics and maps.
Yeah.
It was scary.
That's so interesting, though. It's like I wonder why it manifests in that particular way, though.
I could barely
so strange.
I could barely do multiplication and division.
No, see, I was fairly good at math.
Well, I'm talking about back when I was in the 3rd grade. I could barely do multiplication and division. He was already doing college level calculus and fucking algebra at college level. Then he was probably about 8, 9.
Yeah.
Just.
That seems to be like.
But he couldn't answer a single word. He couldn't answer a simple word problem. He would have these math books that he would have his dad buy for him. The math workbooks, when you were a kid.
Yeah.
And he liked it because of the pictures and the math problems he would do. You get to the part where it was written out.
There's word problems.
You have 4 fish in your bucket,
and he's just
and
like,
you
nope.
add 3 more fish. How many fish do you have?
I don't understand.
He couldn't understand
right. Well, because everything was
Right, yeah.
numbers.
Right.
Like when it was expressed as words or like a situation, which that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm going, you have 3 fish. You had 2 more fish. Okay, you have 5 fish now. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, you write 5 fish.
Every time I come across something like that,
Yeah.
for a second, I read it and then I panic.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like, shut up and just read it. And then I
Yeah.
figure it out. But it's like, it's the same kind of thing. Like you read it and you're like, oh my God, what are they talking about?
Yeah.
Like if it's just numbers, you can understand
Right.
it.
When he hits language, it's like dyslexia, where everything is all jumbled. He sees the words, but he can't rearrange them into anything.
Into like, yeah.
Into a coherent message. And it's just something about the way his brain works. We tried it over and over again. He's like, I don't get I can't.
I mean, some people's brains just work different,
Right,
man.
yeah.
Everybody's brains are different.
Yeah.
You just gotta roll with it. Jeffy Hart said, one of my students, sweet kid, but he has red hair and is permanently cross-eyed. Good with coding, though. Yeah, I mean, man, red hair and cross-eyed. Zach gave us another super chat. Something I noticed is autistic people who do have senses of humor like their humor dark, including myself. Yeah, I do as well. And somebody said, Jeffy Hart said, I always suspected I was a little on the spectrum myself. I kind of always thought that too. Me and my sister, I have a sister who's 7 years younger, and we kind of joke about it. Like, I can function normally, but when I interact with people, particularly people that I don't know, it's a facade. I'm not really comfortable with it. It's better than it used to be when I was younger.
Wes would do weird shit. We'd go out of fucking the zoo. His mom would take us to the zoo. I'd be looking at the zoo animals. He'd be on the side of where the cage was, looking at the fucking wood where the knot holes were. And he'd take out green marker and he'd fucking make a circle around the knot hole and put a fucking highway interstate symbol, looks like a shield, with fucking like 17 in there, and he's connecting. And he starts fucking writing on the wall, making knot holes into fucking road maps. He was obsessed with fucking knot holes. I mean, if you guys ever see a board, you'll see like a knot in the hole. He loved those things. He would circle them and he would give them a road name, like what highway that came off of. And I never really could understand it. And I was like, well, why, what is it? Why you like this? And he goes, it's an eye.
That's what he said?
Yeah, it's an eye. It's like an eye.
Okay.
That was the only way he could describe
Then he
it.
could describe it.
And I don't know why there was somehow a crossover with maps and this knot hole as it being an eye, and you have to fucking tell you what interstate this fucking this eye is on, and it would just be. Remember the interstate symbol looks like a fucking shield with 2 points, and it goes. In America, we have these interstate symbols, and they have the number of what interstate.
Looks
it
like
is.
a little shield.
It's a road sign. He'd put a road sign, interstate road sign, symbol next to it, and then fucking put a number in there of what interstate that's on. And you know, knot holes aren't on any interstate, but he's got to assign them a location.
That association.
Yeah, he's got to assign them a location. I guess depending on how it looked.
Well, that's kind of
That's some weird shit,
Here's
man.
the thing. That's the bitch of it, is that it's really difficult to... And as much as humans are similar to one another, because they are largely more similar than they are different, the way everyone's particular brain works, it's really hard to get that across to another person, you know? Especially if they're not, like, in the same ballpark as you. So it's just kind of like, when you're trying to describe what's going on in your brain to somebody else, like, they don't... So, like, a lot of times they don't get it and shit like that. And especially if you're on the spectrum or something like that, especially to the extreme that he is, you know, I can get why people would be like, yeah, I don't understand where you're coming from at all.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of get it where he's coming from. I get it.
Yeah. And he was in that house up in Mammoth when all that poltergeist stuff was going on.
Yeah, yeah.
And it happened back at his house, too. And he kind of added to the fucking eeriness of it because he knew something was wrong. And he didn't look healthy during all that. I don't know what it was. Now, like I said, it happens here too. It's just that, so it wasn't him.
To a much lesser degree, but it did.
Yeah.
It like not to the extent that it happened
When you put
back in the 80s.
When I was a kid, if you put me and Wes together, there's going to be poltergeist activity. Once I hit puberty. Yeah. And I don't know if I was feeding off of him, the energy, or if it was just maybe the synergy, because I liked visiting. You know, I always had a great time. But it was also kind of an unearthly experience for a few years where it was weird.
Look, it was a whole vibe when you went there.
Yeah, it was like paranormal stuff would start happening. And he kind of knew it was going on, but he was kind of in denial. And then Lois and Red would freak out, you know. And in a way, I was kind of enjoying it. But it would scare me, too, the shit that it would do. Throwing knives and stuff. And it was stuff that they told you is not supposed to happen, that can't happen, but it was happening. Recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah. It's real. It's not... It's paranormal, but it's not supernatural. It has something to do with fucking quantum physics.
Like I said, we've seen it happen at our old house, and it's happened like to a much lesser, like much diminished degree at this house too. But like you said, it's not really the same. You're older. You're not around the same people as you were at that time.
The best way to get that shit to kick off is if I have to be in fear. And fear really, that's really what feeds it. And then when it does what it does, man, it's fucking kind of spooky. I have to worry about it. Or anger. And I haven't really been upset in a while. And it's got to and it's got to be a prolonged time, too.
Yeah, you have to be under stress
for a long period of time, like a couple weeks, you know, for it to start.
Which, like I said, you seem like you don't really.
Yeah, I'm too chilled out now, I guess.
I mean, but that's good.
Every now and then something weird will happen, but
the last time something weird happened, like with the fire alarm going off and stuff like that, that was, I think, because your dad was dying.
Yeah, it was telling me that my dad was dying, and it always seems like an outside force. It tells me things, like how Tony shows you things. That's what it's doing, like from that movie.
Yeah, because that was really weird. The way like our smoke alarm went off.
Yeah,
it didn't go off. It just kind of like
chirped for a few seconds.
It chirped, and then stopped, and then the one in the hall chirped.
Yeah.
And I was like, "That's weird. We just changed the batteries in those, like literally like a week or two before we." It
chirped in the room for about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, it went boop, 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 and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Anyway, never did.
And then the one on the hall did it.
Did it once or twice. And it did that.
I was like, that was weird.
Did that when I was listening to Jeffrey Combs talk about powers of the mind.
Yeah, we were rewatching The Frighteners.
Yeah, and he was talking about powers of the mind and that you're doing this with your own mind. And I started zooming on what he said. And then it started doing all that, and it shook it out of it. And I said, "My dad's dying." I told you that.
Yeah.
My dad's dying. And I called my dad. He was dying. He was in the hospital.
Yeah, and I think like the next day you called.
Yeah.
Or they called you. I can't remember.
No, I called them. Yeah. The next day, my dad was in the hospital dying.
Yeah. I mean, we figured he knew that's.
I knew that's what it was.
He knew that's what it was.
I saw it.
But like I said, it doesn't freak me out particularly. It's just because, like I said, it's not even all the poltergeist shit you told me about and the stuff that I've seen and stuff like that. It's you doing it,
or a certain aspect of my subconscious doing it.
Right, which is still you. Like I said, it does kind of worry me because it's like, what if you got mad at me and like I said, like hurled a brick in my face or something like that? But it's like, I don't think you would do that. So I'm not really that worried about it.
Never touched anybody.
No, and you've never hurt me with it. It's like nothing's ever come flying at me or nothing. I don't think you've ever been that mad at me.
No.
Not that I can remember.
It just throws
You've been mad at me, but you haven't been that mad at me.
No. It's just thrown a few things. Even back when it was real strong, it just threw a couple of knives. But it didn't. It moved a bunch of stuff and threw knives. But the knives didn't do any damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They weren't aimed at anybody. It was just a
demonstration. Yeah, no one got hurt. It was just
a demonstration.
Right.
Weird.
Just, I don't know. It was kind of a weird situation.
Yeah.
Zach says, I just, with my interests, could be toward useful shit that pays like tech or science, but I got stuck with creative obsessions, architecture, filmmaking, writing, and photography, etc. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. It does kind of seem like, man, if I was interested in like fucking, I don't know, mathematics or accounting or something like that, I probably could have been a millionaire by now. But unfortunately, I'm super into like fucking horror movies and post-punk and shit like that, and that's all I want to talk about. So I know a lot about that. That's probably about it. That's what I'm wasting my intellect on. Not really. And murders. Also murders.
You liked that book. Yeah, man. A few things we had to change in that book, but overall, that book was accurate to our memory.
The only thing we changed, we just changed the name of the place because we didn't want people going there. But you could probably find out where it was. I know what the real name of the place is. It's still there, but everything has been remodeled and like changed around, so it's not exactly the same as it was. But excuse me. But that's pretty much the only, like, everyone let me use their real names. I think there was a couple situations where I didn't get permission, so I changed people's names just in case they came after me. But most people that I talked to in person that were involved, like his family members and stuff, were okay with me using their real names, at least their first names. So everything's mostly real in there, except for the name of the place. I did change that because I don't want to get sued. You know what I mean? But other than that, everything's like pretty accurate. At least accurate as far as, because when I first wrote that book, like, Tom told me the story a long time ago, like probably like a year or two after we met. And I was just kind of like, because I'm like a skeptic and shit, right? So I'm just kind of like, whatever. I didn't not believe it. It was just that I was like, well, I don't know what's going on with that. But then he's like, no, my aunt and uncle were there, my cousin was there, shit like that. So I called his aunt and uncle in California and like talked to them on the phone, and they told me the same shit, like separately. So I was just kind of like, okay, well, maybe there's something to this. Oh my goodness, we got a really good super chat from Hayden. Love the Sidetracks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honestly, we love doing the Sidetracks too. This is my favorite show of the week to do. All the shows are fun, but I think this one is the most fun because I don't have to do any preparation. I can just drink and talk.
I should probably go downstairs and put the curry away.
Okay.
Wait a second. Here, you want any of this? Pour some of that in there.
Okay. Don't. Yeah, twist my arm.
You got ice?
Well, I got a little bit of ice. Like I said, we're not going anywhere. And I don't have to get up tomorrow, which is nice. Man, I woke up at fucking 7 o'clock this morning. You guys, I got up at 7 o'clock this morning. And I walked down the hall, going to the bathroom from the bedroom. And both of the cats the upstairs cat, Beijing, we have another cat that lives downstairs that doesn't ever come up here. But the two upstairs cats, Pookie and Bambi, were laying in the upstairs den living room kind of area. And both of them were laying on their backs. There was like a sunbeam coming in from the window. They love sunbeams. So it's like there's a little square sunbeam. And both of them were laying right next to each other, and both of them were laying on their backs with their little paws up like that and their little back feet. Like out, they look like little gummy bears, like laying right next to each other. And like I walked past, I wish I had taken a picture. I was so mad. And like, because I didn't have my camera, I was just like going to the bathroom or whatever. And I was just like, I walked past and I looked back and I just like, cracked the fuck up. I'm like, look at you guys. And like I stopped and looked at them, and both of them just like turned their heads like toward me like that. Like, what? We're just like laying here on our backs with our little paws up like that. Both of them just like right next to each other. Oh my god, it was so fucking funny. Like I said, I honestly, we don't have a lot. We have a lot of videos of Pookie because we've had her since 2017. We got her when she was a tiny, tiny kid. But we adopted Bambi last year, like last August. So she's been with us for about a year at this point. And I keep meaning to like videotape her because she does this hilarious fucking shit where every time she sees you, like if you're like, especially me, like she's a little bit scared of Tom. I don't know why, but Not so much that she'll... I mean, if he pets her, she's like, oh, okay. But when she sees him, she's like, oh, big, loud man, or whatever. But me, man, she will follow me around all fucking day long. Like, she's under my feet all day. So what she'll do is she just kind of like... I get up to like go get a drink of water or go to the bathroom or something like that. And she like runs in front of my feet. And then she runs a couple feet in front of me. And then she just plops over on her side. And then looks at me. Like, are you going to pet this belly or what's going on? You know what I mean? And she'll just lay there looking at me like expectantly. Until I'm just like, okay, fine. And you have to pet her for like 20 minutes or she gets like real upset. So it's a whole thing. She's very needy. But like I said, I don't know what her past was. We got her from... Well, we actually found her in PetSmart in the... what the fuck is the name of that place? Lake Square Mall or whatever. It's like the nearest mall to us, which is like 18 miles away. And it's in Leesburg. Well, hey, I was just talking about you. And... yeah, she just came in right now. She's like, hey, I heard my name called. But we found her in PetSmart, and we saw that she was a Manx. And we're like, oh my God, Pookie's a Manx. Like, maybe they'll get along because they're the same breed. Because we've been talking about getting another cat because, you know, Beijing's getting older. Like, she's still doing good, but she's, you know, she's a senior cat at this point. And Pookie is kind of rambunctious. And we were thinking, well, maybe we should get another cat for her to play with. Like, not a kitten, but somebody that's, like, a little bit older. And so, we just went to PetSmart randomly because we were going to see a movie that day. And there's a PetSmart in the mall where the theater is. And we saw this cat. And she was a Manx. And she was only 18 months old. And we looked at her through the glass. And she made eye contact with Tom. And Tom's like, I think we need to get that cat. She's like, look at her. Like the way she's looking at us and stuff. And I said, I tell you what, we're going to go see the movie. And we're going to think about it. And if at the end of the movie, we've thought about it. And we think we need another cat, we're going to go get her. Because we had the money, we had everything. So we're going to go get her at the end of it. Because she was like super cute. And so at the end of the movie, we were like, are we going to go get that cat? And we're like, yeah, we're going to go get that cat. And we went and got her. And the weird thing about it is that she had they told us she had come from a shelter in Tampa, which, if you don't know Florida, is about an hour 20 minutes, hour 30 minutes from here. And they had just brought her to PetSmart that morning. And we had just happened to wander to PetSmart and saw her, like, in the enclosure. And they had just brought her there that morning. They had named her Dakota. Or maybe, I don't know if the other... people in the shelter named her that. The only thing they could tell us, because the people that run the shelter that we got her from, that she came from, do a adoption thing at the Books A Million in that same mall, like every weekend. And we used to go there to get coffee because we'd go to Ichiban, the Chinese buffet, and that's like in the parking lot. So sometimes afterward we would go to the Books A Million and look for books and get coffee and stuff. And they always had like this pet adoption thing going on there Saturday. So we asked them about Dakota, and they said, well, the only thing we know is that somebody surrendered her because she had a litter. So she was 18 months old when we got her, and she had already had kittens. I don't know what happened to the kittens, though. But apparently, from what I could discern, is that when she had kittens, the owners gave her up for whatever reason.
She might have been one of many cats that they had.
I mean, maybe so. And they were just kind of like, oh my God, the cat. Well, here's the thing. Like, if you have a cat and you just let the cat wander around outside and that cat gets pregnant and then you have a bunch of kittens to deal with, I mean, that's kind of on you. You should have got that cat fixed is what you should have done. So, I mean, we got Pookie fixed as soon as she went through her little ponfar, which I have video of somewhere. So they had fixed her. She had already had a litter. I don't know what happened to them. But when we got her, we put her in the box. We bought a box at PetSmart and brought her home in the car. And she was completely silent the whole way in she was just in the box going, huh, look at all this. She wasn't freaked out because, man, if we put Pookie in a box and put her in the car, she flips the fuck out. She just cries the whole time. Oh no, I'm going to the vet. That's kind of what she thinks. But Bambi was not like that. She was just kind of like chill the whole time. And then when we got her home, we opened the box, and like Pookie came and was like, what is this all about?
She's looking at the box, yeah.
Looking at the box going, what did you guys do? You know?
Yeah, Ma'am just sticks her head up.
And Bambi just looks out and she's like,
whoa, what is this? Yeah. She jumps
and she just pops out the box. Is this my house now?
Yeah.
I was like, this is your house now. She's like, all right.
Yeah, she liked it. She's like, wow, this is great.
She just chilled right the fuck out immediately. Now, Pookie did not like it. It took Pookie a while to acclimate because she was just like, I'm the baby. You're not the baby. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it was that kind of thing. But they're friends now. But like, it's because I said, like, this morning.
Yeah.
That I saw them both being gummy bear. Like, in the sunbeams. Oh my God, so funny. CB said, I got up at 10 a.m., had a piss, and said, fuck you, sunlight, and went back to bed until 2:30. Man, I wish I could do that. I can do that on the weekends. But on weekdays, here's the thing. My mostly job, which is remote, they're in California, so they're 3 hours behind. So technically, I could probably sleep till 11 because they don't really get to work until 11 our time because that's 8 their time. However, I do have like several other clients and like several other things to do, and a lot of times they will be bugging me and they're in the same time zone as me. So I always feel the need to get up. So I usually get up. I'm almost always up by 7:30. Almost always on a weekday. Because I'm kind of one of those people that's like, man, if I'm not up by 8 and like doing shit, I don't know. I feel like a loser, and I know that's my issue. But this morning I woke up at 7 because I had to pee really bad. And then I was just kind of like, well, because I hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night, which I usually do. But I was like, well, shit, I might as well get up and get some fucking work done. Because like I said, I knew I had shit I had to do. I have these big long lists. So, in a way, like I said, it's cool, like, working for a client that's 3 hours behind you because you can, like, sleep a little bit later if you need to. Because they're not going to be up until it's, like, already almost noon for you. But there's other shit I got to do, too. So, I got to keep up with that, too. So, but on weekends, shit, man. We've stayed in bed until noon or 1, at least. Like, especially if we've been out the night before. Even if not, I'm just kind of like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't have to do anything, so I'm just going to lay here. Because I don't ever get to do that. I always get to get up. Tom will sleep all day, though. Well, not all day, but...
Oh, this is good. Try that.
What is that? Oh, is that one of those peanut butter
crackers?
crackers? I don't like to eat on the camera, though.
Cheese crackers with peanut butter. Munchies, says. What company is that?
It's Lance, probably.
Lance, probably, yeah.
Now I can't talk because I got all this shit in my mouth. CB said my cat looks at me like I'm an asshole when I take her to the vet. Oh my God. So, we had to take Pookie to the vet to get her shots. Right? It was a couple years back. And she was not happy about it. And 2 nurses were in there and were like holding her down. She's a small kitty, but she's very let's put it this way. She's very dense. Tom calls her the kitty brick. She's a Manx, which are generally that breed is very round. They're very low to the ground. They have short legs, round bodies, round heads, kind of muscular. So she's kind of like, she's small, but she's kind of like heavy. You know what I mean? She's kind of heavy, and she has like these little bitty short legs. So we take her to the vet, and there are 2 nurses holding her down, giving her a shot. and they're holding her down because she's kind of flipping out and crying and stuff. And they give her the shot, and as soon as they're done, Pookie turns around and smacks Tom.
Smack the fuck out of it.
She smacked Pap.
And
Not the nurses that gave her the shot. She smacked Tom. She smacked Daddy.
And the nurses laughed.
They laughed their asses off.
She blamed you. Like, yeah.
I'm like, yeah, she did. She's not dumb. She was like, you brought me here, you motherfucker.
You didn't protect me.
You did it.
Yeah.
And we laughed. So I felt so bad. Like, I felt so bad for her. But it's like, I thought it was so funny. Like, the nurses thought it was fucking hilarious. So they're like, we're the ones giving her the shot, but she didn't hit us.
It wasn't a shot.
Or, yeah, it was something.
They stuck a thermometer up her ass.
Oh, that's right. It was something. It was something she. Really
they both went down and pushed her down to the ground. They stuck a thermometer.
And she was like, "Ah,
she said, why?" And a few minutes later, then they let her go.
And as soon as they let her up, she was like,
got up. She ran up and
bow,
and smacked me like that.
And the nurses just laughed.
I was sitting next to the table.
It was so awesome. It was so awesome.
She blamed you, and I said, "Yeah,
yeah."
And she goes, "Yeah, she blamed Daddy for not protecting her."
She blamed Daddy.
I said, "It's all right." It's funny because you can put a cat up on an operating or a table, an examination table, and they won't go anywhere because they're in a strange place. They don't know anywhere. They don't know anywhere to run, so they just stay right there next to you because they know you. That's what she was doing, but she was punishing me.
Yeah.
You didn't protect me from them.
Yeah. Why'd you let that happen?
They stuck a thermometer up my ass or something up my ass. That's what they're here for. You know.
Well, Pookie and Daddy have like an interesting relationship.
She beats me up. Yeah.
Well, they like to wrestle.
Yeah.
Pookie's a wrestler.
Yeah.
She's like a little tomboy.
Wakes me up in the middle of the night and shit, standing on me.
Yeah, I'll wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning having to pee, and I'll look over and Pookie is standing on his chest.
Standing on my chest, looking at me.
Looking at his face.
Yeah. Get out of here.
She does it to me too sometimes, but not as much as you.
Yeah.
Because I've been woken up by her a couple times where she's just like looking at my face like that. I'm just like, hey, what's up? But
what she's doing is every few hours she runs up, Daddy, 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 Daddy. That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
And stop it.
You all right?
Yeah. You here? Okay, yeah, I'm still here. Okay. And then she leaves. Yeah.
Why are you still sleeping?
Daddy, 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 you should see it.
Yeah.
I saw something. I heard a bug. Something like that's what she's doing.
She's trying to tell you some shit.
Trying to tell me something. It's gonna be. I heard a bug. That kind of shit.
Yeah.
I know what she's talking about.
Well, the thing is, she has a whole thing where she loves those Sheba tuna
meat sticks.
Like but seriously, I have a Amazon subscription where they come every few weeks or something because she just loves those things, and I have 1 million of them, like in storage because she loves them. And so every night, as soon as we kind of get situated in bed and we're watching something or whatever, she will come in over to Daddy's side of the bed and just sit and look at him. And if he doesn't pay attention right away, she starts climbing into his nightstand and pulling shit off, like making noise. Like she'll climb. Last night she climbed up in there, like into the nightstand.
Yeah.
And was like pushing stuff out.
Yeah.
Like trying to get his attention. But the thing about it is that if you give her a meat stick, you have to hold it. You can't just put it on the floor. She gets very mad. You have to hold it. She likes it if she can jump up on the bed too, and like you can kind of feed it to her. But she prefers to stay on the floor. So you have to kind of go down the floor and hold the meat stick in front of her face for a long time because she likes to kind of savor it. She'll like lick it, and then she'll bite a little bit, and then she'll lick it, and she'll bite a little bit. If you drop it on the floor, she gets super upset and indignant, and she goes, she shakes her head like that, and then runs out of the room.
Zach's up there said, "Oh my, what did she say? Oh my god, I grew up on those. My dad got them all the time." He must be talking about the crackers. Here in the United States, if you're
good,
foreign,
actually.
we have this company called Lance. It's just a cheap company, and they make snacks.
Mostly crackers. But don't they make chips too?
Potato chips, yeah.
I think they make potato chips too.
Different kinds of potato chips. Well, one of the ones that fucking goes back in time, like what Zach said, my dad used to eat them, and they have a little pack of 6 cracker sandwiches, 2 crackers with some kind of filling in them, a pack of 6, and you could get they were cheap. You could get a whole fucking case of those things for like $4, $5. Our dads would get that kind of shit when they'd take you fishing. And they'd have a bunch of snacks, and one of the things that would be, and it was crackers that were either white crackers with like a fake cheese filling, or they were yellow cheese flavored crackers with peanut butter filling.
Which is what we.
That was the
here.
most common one. With yellow, or this orange cheese crackers with peanut butter filling. So I got some of those today.
Those crackers don't taste very cheesy to me, though.
No.
All I can taste is peanut butter.
Yeah. They don't taste very cheesy.
Which is fine.
But it's funny, he says that Zach said that his dad had, my dad had that shit too.
Yeah, that's
whenever
kind of,
we went
that's
on
kind of a
some
dad
kind of
thing.
fishing trip. And fucking, it brings back memories of you talking about them. There's a time where I went fishing with my dad and his fucking buddy named Punch. I called him Uncle Punch.
Uncle Punch. That
Yeah,
sounds
it was
like a
down in
band.
Mississippi. And Uncle Punch's daughter was with us. She was older than me.
You wanted to fuck her, didn't you?
She was hot.
That's
She was
what I
fucking
figured.
hot.
I knew that's where that started.
I was probably about 13 or 14.
Can we? Victor just gave us a very generous super
What do you
chat
give me?
and said, "Jenny, you literally look like you're 30."
Yeah, I know. She looks young.
Oh, I will take it. I'll take
Yeah.
it.
She's looking younger and younger.
I have
She's
a couple
working out.
decades on that, but yeah, thank you.
She's
very
working
much.
out, man.
Thank you
She's
so
becoming
much.
like a real bombshell. When she goes to clubs, man, everybody's looking at her and shit. The girls are. She got girls coming up because your ass is fucking so cute. They got girls saying that.
See, girls can do it.
Who
without
doesn't
getting-
even know her, didn't even know her. Your ass is so cute.
Yeah, I have, like strange ass girls coming up.
Yeah.
Now, if I had a strange ass dude come up and do that, I would probably punch.
They won't
them.
do it because they see they know I'm with her, so they won't do it. But anyway, it's a funny fucking story. So we go to the fucking. Uncle Punch had a fucking boat. So we go to the Gulf of Mexico to go fishing. Fishing for fucking bonita. I think bonita was one of them, and fucking some other thing that we were fishing for. And they would catch us a pretty big fish. Uncle Punch's daughter was up on the fucking bow of the boat and shit in a bikini taking sun and shit. She didn't give a shit about fishing. She was probably about 16 or 17. I was probably about 13 at that
So
time.
she's like an older woman.
Yeah, she was an older woman. She's fucking, to me, she was just smoking hot boobs and fucking ass and shit. I got so fucking sick in that thing getting
And you
so
were just
fucking
puking the whole
seasick.
time?
I started throwing up off the side of the And Uncle Punch was fucking funny. I saw him, when my dad had the heart bypass, and then later on when he was dying, Punch was around. They were fucking devastated, because they know they all know they're next, They're like, yeah, we all dying now. But Punch goes up, fucking, he hands me one of them pack of crackers. After I got done throwing up, he goes, here, go ahead and eat this. This will feel good coming back up. And that made me throw up some more.
Well, yeah.
He said that.
I know, like, if you
Yeah.
feel like you're going to throw up,
Yeah.
like, people talking about more food is
Yeah.
going to make you want to throw up.
But
even
here's the
more.
thing. I ate them.
Of
I
course
ate
you
them
did.
anyway. And drank a soda. And that fucking shit was fucking, boat was rocking. I was getting sick on that thing. And I eventually did throw up those crackers.
Yeah.
And I said,
you were
yeah,
like,
you're
"Hey,
right.
hey,
You're right. It did feel
That was
bad."
actually
Because
quite
you gotta have
pleasant.
something, make your stomach throw up, make it feel good. Yes. So I kind of
You got to eat something. Eat something that's
Yeah.
going to taste good coming back up.
So I kind of
in your
associate
vomit.
those fucking orange crackers and the peanut
Words
butter
to live by.
with Uncle Punch's hot daughter back then and me throwing up out in the Gulf of Mexico.
Did anything ever happen?
Trying to catch
Did anything
fish.
ever happen with the daughter or no?
No.
No.
Well, you want to know all kinds of details, right?
Well, yeah, I'm interested in all of these.
She was older than me.
Little
she was
byways
older.
of
She was
your-
older than me. She was older than me.
Your
She was older than me, and I think
past.
she was already hooked up.
My past was kind of boring, so it's just
Yeah.
like I'm always kind of like interested in all of
Yeah,
yours.
she was already hooked up. That was like
Oh,
early
your shit.
80s, maybe early 80s. Yeah, early 80s. Probably when that shit happened. Maybe 81.
My past was kind of boring. I was.
1980, 81.
I don't have any secret past where I was just kind of like doing secret gangbangs or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I would be looking up there on the fucking bow, being sick as shit. She'd be laid out
You'd be
in
like,
front of that fucking bow. On that,
wow, look at those tits.
Yeah. She'd be laid out on that fucking beach
Nice.
towel and shit. Fucking in that bikini. Boat rolling, titties rolling. The Mississippi girls, but Southern girls were fucking built the way I remember it as a kid. Maybe if I went back in time, I wouldn't be as impressed. But they had meat on their bones, so they were eating. Shapely.
Yeah, Southern girls eat.
Yeah, Southern girls are shapely. When they're young, they look fucking great. A lot of them, when they get a little bit older, they
You can't really sustain.
can't sustain it that much. Yeah.
Eating a Southern diet.
Yeah.
When you get older. When
Yeah.
you're younger and you have like good metabolism, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you get into your 30s, yeah, it should.
Yeah, all the weight goes to the right place. Tits and ass. I just grew up with a tits and ass mentality. Skinny waist, big boobs, big legs. Liked it. Yeah. Although what's funny is that for a while there, you know what I mean, you start to get influenced by what your friends like. When you're in high school, they're fucking kind of running after the skinny ones, so maybe you might kind of want to elevate the skinny ones for a little while. But then it doesn't, personal fucking experience does not, actually starts to override things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You say, well, the thing is that I've been with girls like that, and it's not as good. The ones that are bigger actually fucking look better without clothes. So by the time you're fucking 20, you're more like, by the time I was 20, I was like dead set on voluptuous. That's what I liked.
I mean, everybody likes different stuff.
Now, yeah. Now, here's the thing.
Tom is he likes thick girls.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. You might meet a girl that you like who might not be that way, but you like her anyway.
Yeah.
You might be attracted to her, you know.
Yeah, it depends on the person. Well, and like I said, I understand that because I think women are more like that just by default. Like I don't personally have a type really.
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's just kind of like I see dudes that's like, oh, that's a good outfit, or that dude's a good dancer, or whatever, or that dude seems cool, or whatever. But it's like if I don't know you that well,
right.
like I don't.
Right.
It's not a thing. So I don't really know. But dudes are a lot more physical, like, or a lot more visual than women are.
Right.
Like we are too, but not to the same extent. Like I said, sometimes you'll see a dude, but honestly, and I know I'm not really the person to come to as like the what women think kind of thing, because I'm kind of weird. But like, if I see a dude, mostly it's just gonna be like, man, that's a good outfit, or that outfit looks really good on him.
She likes how the dudes present.
Yeah, or it's like, man, that dude's a good dancer, or he knows all the music and he's just kind of like really into it. Like I like that.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't really so much like I don't ever do shit like, ooh, look at the ass on that dude, or look at the abs on that. I don't really do that. It's just like not. I don't know. It's just not really a thing that I do. It's because it seems like reducing them to like one weird body part, and it's like I don't know that dude, so it's like.
Well,
that seems like a weird thing to do.
You're reducing it to one weird feature, like him dancing and what he's wearing. Though.
Yeah, but that's kind of like a whole.
It's a similar process, though. Guys just move it in more.
And it's not necessarily a sexual thing. I'm just kind of like, wow, that dude knows how to dress, because a lot of dudes don't. Right. Or that dude can dance really good, which a lot of dudes don't. So it stands out.
Yeah.
I think it's more that.
Right. Well, a lot of guys are clueless. They don't even have a look.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, when you see like a lot of dudes, and we go to clubs all the time, when you see like some 30, 40, 50-year-old dudes shuffling in with their big ass bellies and these cargo shorts and Crocs and and then they try to dance and then they're just shuffling around or
and you're like, why?
Or just standing there or whatever it is they're doing.
I see them dudes like, why did you bother coming out?
Yeah, like why? Why?
Yeah, like. What are you trying to achieve here, bro? It's just like I ought to have my own fucking channel.
I wish you
talking
would.
To these dudes.
Help them,
how clueless
Tom.
They are.
Help them.
It's just like warfare. When a nation wins a war, they didn't win it because of what they did in battle and what they did in the war. It was the 20 years lead up to that war. They built a good officer corps. They had a good fucking military heritage and traditions. Their fucking military fucking institutions were working for 20 fucking years to create that army that went in there and became the winning army. Because when that army goes in there, it's never really prepared for that fight. It's got to now adapt to a situation that it hadn't planned for. And really the only ones that can do the adaptation are the ones that have the 20-year history of fucking excellence and fucking institutional work. Same thing with some dude. Dudes just don't go up, show up to the club and clean the place out. That doesn't happen. The dude comes in and does well because he has years of fucking heritage behind him. He's been wearing the right clothes. He's been in the gym. He's had a lot of female friends and girlfriends in the past. It's a bunch of stuff. You just don't start from scratch and then do well in a nightclub.
One thing, and like I said, I kind of feel like this is not talked about that much. But I kind of feel like one thing that's really good is dudes that can have female friends that they don't sleep with.
Yeah.
And they actually genuinely like them as a person.
Yeah.
But they don't sleep with them.
Yeah.
So I think that was one of the main things. Like I said, because I saw you before, like I was still married, but I used to notice you. And I noticed you because you dressed really good and you danced really good. And I was like, man, that dude's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, and you knew like all the good songs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, but another thing that I noticed was that you had a lot of friends that were chicks.
Yeah.
That were not your girlfriends.
Yeah.
Like that you know, and they all seemed to like you and they were cool with you and shit like that.
Yeah.
You like, so there were like no red flags about you at all because you had a lot of female friends and you clearly were not dating them or anything like that because you didn't.
No, we were just having fun.
Yeah, you were just like hanging out and like the fact that you could do that because a lot of dudes I feel like don't do that. I feel like there's kind of like this whole goal oriented behavior.
Yeah, they only have one mode. Let's get laid.
Toward that's kind of shitty. Like women can really sense that, and that's really a turnoff.
Yeah, you got to be able to make friends with girls that you're not trying to sleep with. That's one thing, because there's more to women than that. They can be friends.
I mean, we are also humans.
Yeah, all right.
You know,
and some of the girls that you don't want to
Newsflash.
sleep with, you go friends with them. You might sleep with them anyway because now you like them. You know what I mean? So,
right.
So that's one thing. Another thing is to be friends with girls that you do want to sleep with. But you can't be a simp. You got to be friends with them. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
And the only way to have that is to have power. And the only way a man could ever have power is to have the ability to say no. Okay? To say no to a woman. If a dude can't say no to a woman, he has no power with him. He's easy. You know?
Yeah. You can be manipulated.
That's part of what it is.
Well, like I said, the thing about you that I always liked was that you seem like one of the very few, I'm not saying the only, but one of the very few dudes that I've ever met that actually looked at women like humans.
Well, yeah.
It's very rare.
Really? Well, just
strangely. At least in my experience. Like you actually, like I said, you're friends with a lot of women that are super hot.
Yeah.
You haven't slept with them. You don't seem interested in sleeping with them or anything like that. But they're just cool people, and you're just like, yeah, they're just like a friend, like a dude would be a friend.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of dudes are not like that. They don't really seem to have that mode, and that is alarming.
Well, if you're a straight dude, beautiful women, it's kind of in your nature to want to sleep with them. It just kind of is. That doesn't mean you're going to. That doesn't mean that's really what you want to do per se. Because there's politics involved with things. You might already have a girlfriend. You know what I mean? You have a girlfriend already that's fucking... I call it good service. You're getting good service. What it is that you have a girlfriend that's loyal to you. Okay? So yeah, you have a female friend. She's the type that you would probably sleep with. But that...
circumstances different.
The circumstances aren't right. Right. And then another thing is that she might have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Just because she has a boyfriend doesn't mean you can't be friends with her.
Right.
Yeah. So it's about politics.
Because I've encountered that a lot too, where
it's not fucking. I'm a very goal-oriented person, but you don't want to make that your primary goal with women.
Well, not with people in general. That's like not a good way to go.
You'll cause more damage to yourself and them.
Yeah.
The primary goal is to make friends with people, and it doesn't really matter if they're male or female.
Like if it leads to something, okay, but like don't expect anything.
You have to be friends with all people. Now I say all people, and that's kind of a lie because there's some people that they're not worthy to be your friend. They're fucking nuts.
Well, yeah,
crazy.
we're just talking about people that are worth being your friends,
right.
like cool people.
Right. So
another thing that I've noticed too, and I've noticed this with dudes also, is that you'd be talking to a dude, just talking to him regular, like you talk to a regular person, like a workmate or just somebody over Facebook, or we like this horror movie or whatever, and just like talking or whatever. And the second they find out you have a boyfriend or you're married or something like that, they just stop talking.
Yeah. Because they were interested.
That was their whole
That was the reason why they were talking.
Because that was the only reason, and I was like, oh well, thank you for telling me that was the only reason That was the only reason they were talking.
Yeah, you can't have...
You didn't give a shit that I was into the same shit that is you, or like you weren't interested in friendship or anything like that.
Some of these red pill guys and shit, you know what I mean? The older ones, they'll tell you that there's a lot of different kinds of game. Some dudes have good text game. These are the younger guys. I don't have good text game. Some people have good game on these fucking dating apps. I don't have that. I have nothing to do with that shit. Some dudes have...
I've never been on a
Some
dating
dudes
app.
have real good game face to face. I kind of do, but no. Some dudes have good club game. I had fucking great club game.
Yeah.
Great club game.
You're good in like social situations.
Yeah.
You're very gregarious. You're very outgoing. Yeah. So it's just kind of like, which I'm not. So it's just kind of like...
Yeah.
I thought, like I said, I think that's why we make a good team, because we're kind of opposite in that way.
Yeah, I'm a promoter. Jen's more like fucking executor. She makes shit. I can promote it though. Fucking, and this is happening in the real world, not just here in fucking internet land too. You know, fucking, we have clients in the real world, clubs and shit, and DJs. Which we have new shit's gonna happen here soon at that new club.
Anyway, I'm excited about it. I'm excited.
But so. They got dudes out there that have surf game. All he is he's a surfer. But he's a fucking great surfer, and he can pick up girls using surfing as the angle.
Which, okay.
So that's what he does.
That's the subculture.
That's the thing. They got dudes who are fucking equestrian trainers who can train people to ride horses, English equestrian horses. He's got great game with women who like horses. So it has to do with your specialist angle.
It's a situational thing.
Right. But... Did I try to do it? No, not really.
You're just kind of natural.
What happened was when you start get into a club, the club is your nest, and you don't want to shit in the nest. Because you're going to be a regular there.
Everyone knows you.
Everybody knows you.
See, that's, in a way...
None of these women are disposable.
That's the thing. It's kind of like, in a way, that's kind of like a blessing and a curse. It's mostly a blessing, I'm going to say. Because if... Here's the thing, like, hypothetically...
You break up with that girl, she's going to be in that club with you.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're still going to see that person.
Yeah.
And they possibly might be dating someone else. Yeah. Like, they might be dating someone else. And the thing about it, too, is that people get to know you. I mean, people know us as Tom and Jenny. They've known us, like, forever. We've been together, like, 13 years, which is, like, forever in this scene. And so, if something went bad... Everybody would be talking about that shit. Like, if somebody was doing something behind someone's back, like, everybody would be talking about that shit.
The weird thing about it is if me and Jen ever broke up, both of us would have a fucking line of suitors waiting for us.
Yeah, we probably, we would.
That's what would happen. Because we were in a long-term relationship, which means that we're trustworthy. So there'd be a bunch of dudes that'd be gunning for her, there'd be a bunch of chicks that'd gunning for me. But that ain't gonna happen, though. We've been together too long. We're not going anywhere.
Nah, I'm not going. I'm not planning on going to place.
Like fucking but that's what would happen. Because we were together for so long and did so much shit, everybody knows about it.
Yeah, everybody knows about everything.
So,
which in a way is
our
like
value has very high.
I'm not bothered by it though. I'm not bothered by that. That like everybody knows. I don't think.
You don't have anything to hide.
Yeah, I don't think anybody. Shit, man. Even people that only kind of tangentially know us. Probably know all kind of shit that we did. But you know what I mean? It's just, that's okay. That's okay. The goth scene in Orlando and Tampa is very small. It's very small. Like, it's big, but it's small. It's small enough that everybody knows everybody or knows somebody that's dated that person. So it's just kind of like, if shit happens, everybody hears about it immediately. Even if you're not trying to. Like, honestly, I don't really like drama, and I don't really keep up with the shit. But if somebody does some fucked up shit, I'm going to hear about it, like, within 6 hours. Whether I want to or not. It's just going to come up on social media, and I'm going to be like, oh my god, what is this all about? You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like I said, it's like, and you can't get away with anything. You can't get away with anything either, because everybody knows your ass. Everybody knows you. So you come in... Like, you come into the club, if you've been with somebody for 10 years or whatever, and you suddenly come into the club with some other person, everybody's going to be talking about that. So, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? It's going to be like that kind of shit. No one might say, well, a couple of people might say shit to your face. Like, what the fuck is this all about? Tom probably will. But, like I said, that's kind of like the blessing and the curse of the goth scene of Orlando, Tampa, everyone kind of knows each other.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have dated each other. Yeah, so it's like you can't
if
really...
you got a good reputation, you had good
you can't really get away with much.
Yeah.
If you do something fucked up, everyone's going to hear about it.
You just can't jump in and just start banging women and throwing them away like they're fucking disposable and shit. It'll get out instantly and they'll shut you.
And everyone will shun you.
They'll shut you right down. They're like,
everyone will shun you.
It's okay.
Oh, you're a shithead. Okay.
You're one of those. Okay.
Yeah.
So they know all that. Because it doesn't matter how fucking freaky some of these motherfuckers are swingers and everything. They still love loyalty. Everybody wants loyalty and love.
Like
they
I
don't want
said,
somebody to come and fuck them over.
I don't have a problem with anybody doing whatever. Like I said, we know people that are in the fetish scene. We know people that are swingers. We know all that kind of stuff. It's like, look, as long as everyone is on the same page, as long as everyone is aware of what's going on,
can handle that, then there it is.
Do what you want to do. I'm not bothered. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's like none of my business.
We know one couple that's in the adult entertainment industry. He films her have sex with other dudes. She fucking escorts.
And she also exports.
Yeah, and he doesn't see that as disloyalty. Because she keeps coming back, and he sees that as loyalty. Because they're like people out of a carnival, like carnies.
Yeah.
It's just this is just a product they're selling.
We were talking about this earlier because
once I found out some of this shit, I was like, man, how does he deal with having her staying overnight?
Yeah, because she'll do like overnight stuff.
They're nerdy guys, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I guess you just kind of like think of it as she's on a business trip. He goes, yeah, she is on a business trip.
That's what he said. It's like a business trip.
Yeah, she's on a business trip. Yeah, I know where she is. I know who he is. I know who that dude is. I know everything about him. And that's just, she's just going to put on a show and then she'll come back.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. She was doing that before they met. That's kind of, they were involved.
And he knew that when they got married. So it's not like he was coming into it and then he found out about it later. Like
or he made her do it.
He made her do it. Like, she
was already doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they basically knew what each other's deal was before. Yeah. Which, like I said, that's... Like I said, we wouldn't do that. That's, like, not really our thing. But it works for them, and that's totally
fine.
They
just see it as cha-ching.
Yeah, it's just money.
It's an extra $4,000 a month for them.
It's just money. So, he doesn't worry about it.
It's only like once a week and an extra $4,000 a month.
It's just a job for her.
Yeah, weird.
So I
would be worried to death, but
I'm not going to bang at some random dude. Holy shit. I don't want to get murdered.
Well, he's not random. He's vetted. He knows who he is. And fucking...
Yeah. You can vet all the people in the world. One, I still don't want to get murdered. And two, I don't want to bang some
He was like, I just scared that dude. I know where that dude lives. I know his wife's name. You know what I mean?
Does the wife know about it?
I asked him, and he said, yeah. He said some of them. The wife knows the wife is more into her than the husband is.
Okay, that's fair.
Because she does couples and stuff too.
Like I said, I'm not bothered if that's the situation. Yeah. I don't like... The only thing I don't like is betrayal. I don't like lying about shit. I don't like people... But like I said, if everyone's open about everything, hey, I'm doing this, that, and the other thing, and you're just like completely transparent, and everyone's like, all right, I'm okay with that, then I don't care. Like, it's none of my business. Like I said, I wouldn't do it, but it's just kind of like, if other people want to do it,
and it doesn't seem to negatively affect their relationship.
No, it doesn't.
Because they kind of evolved that way.
So, like I said, and we're kind of fascinated by it because it's we wouldn't really do that, but...
It's interesting to know all the details.
But it's interesting that how they think about it.
Right.
Because he talks to him a lot about that.
Well, he's also a gym bro. So we met each other just talking about anabolics. That's how we met. And it turned out he lived right near us, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't live that far away.
Yeah, he's saying, man, come down and hang out with me during the afternoon. He's got some fucking like tea place he hangs out with, like all hippie and shit. But it's quite a ways away, I got to ride down there. But he does it mostly during the day in the daytime, But just lately I have too much shit I had to do. But I know his company and everybody he works with. I've seen all the fucking surrounding fucking cast members and shit that they do, and they shoot all this porn. He says it's funny. He goes like, you would think I'd be uncomfortable with it, but I know more about her clients than I know about the people that she shoots porn with. Because the only thing we need to know about them is I look at the videos that they made in the past and that they passed the STD test. That's
Right.
the only thing that matters. Because the other ones, I know where they work. I know fucking.
Well, on a
their
porn
names,
set,
their
there's
kids.
cameramen, there's lighting people,
security.
there's other people
Yeah.
there. Like when you're
Yeah.
going on an escorting thing, it's just you
Yeah.
and them.
Yeah.
So that's like a whole different security issue that you have
Right,
to worry
yeah.
about. Like I would never do that. It's just too much.
I wouldn't allow it.
Well, I wouldn't really want to do that. I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to do that anyway. It just seems like really
It's not really
gross.
worth the money, man.
And the thing about it is that I'm not, like I said, I'm not good at like pretending to be into shit that I'm
Yeah.
not into. So it's like I would, hey,
What?
this guy's like, hey, I'll give you $1,000 to like do this, that, and the other. I'd be like, oh yeah, and I'd just be like that the whole time.
If you look on,
I don't really want to do this.
If you look on Tryst, they have couples that work. Some of them are just massage couples. I don't know exactly what exactly happens with all that. But no, some girls will only work with their boyfriends or their husbands.
See, like I
and
could
other-
do that
If it's just
if you were
massage-
there.
Yeah, if it's massage.
Yeah, and if it wasn't anything
Yeah.
to,
Right. Now another angle would be
I wouldn't mind that,
would
but
be a fucking a BDSM couple where you're going in there to rough some motherfucker up and
okay, I could
do-
absolutely do that.
do humiliation or whatever it is.
Like
he's looking for.
if they just hired me
Maybe
to
up
like
to-
step on his balls and stuff,
Right,
oh, I
yeah.
would absolutely do
kicking
that.
him in the balls and fucking
making
him eat stuff and
Nice. Yeah, I could totally do that.
Here,
I don't have to,
you
I don't have to
drink
fuck
this.
that dude. I could just make him drink
Yeah.
out of a dog bowl and like
Yeah.
step on his balls and stuff.
yeah,
Oh
pee
yeah.
on his face or
Oh,
something.
nice. Okay, yeah, I could do that also.
They got people that do that.
See, I'd be good at that. Tom knows.
Well, then
I'd
we'll
be-
do a photo shoot. We'll make a fucking.
I would be good at that.
We'll do a photo shoot. We'll do a fetish photo shoot.
Because I don't have to
and we'll
pretend to
make-
like you.
And we're gonna fuck you up. And then and then we'll do a fetish photo shoot, and we'll put them up on Tryst and make an account, and just see if anybody answers that shit.
Maybe we should go in that direction.
It'd just be
we were
gonna
talking
come and
about that
torture you.
before. We were
come
talking
and
about that
fucking
before.
torture you.
Because I was like, look, I don't want to fuck random dudes. I don't really want to have to pretend to like people or
Yeah.
simp for them or anything like that.
Just go to humiliate somebody.
That's very tiresome for me.
Yeah.
However, humiliating a dude, I could get behind that.
We'd have to do a bunch of studies exactly what it is that we could offer, like the fucking nuts through the board and you stepping on some dude's nuts, man.
Oh, I could do that.
That'd be funny.
Like I said.
Yeah, they got dudes that are
Like I
just
said, I
waiting.
could step on their nuts. I could piss on them. I could do all kind of stuff like
They
that.
got dudes that just
That'd be
want to be kicked
fun.
in the balls by
Nice.
some chick with the real sexy heels on.
Okay, I'm your girl. I could absolutely.
But you got to learn how to walk in those damn heels on the carpet.
Yeah, I gotta.
Bam! I saw videos of that girl doing that shit, kicking that dude full on in the nuts with those fucking stripper shoes, and it was like, oh, and he's going, oh,
Oh, that
like
sounds so
that.
fun.
And, yeah. was
See,
like,
I could have a good
how do
time
you
doing
not
that.
Fucking,
I could have a good time.
I'd be afraid
doing
of breaking that dude's balls and getting a lawsuit, but I guess they just.
that. Hey,
they
he's
just love
given
it.
permission.
Fuck, man.
In a way, I'm just kind of like, this is nice because he's giving me total permission to like beat the crap out of him. I'm gonna
Jen would
lean.
make a good dominatrix.
I'm gonna lean into that shit. I'm gonna let out all my rage.
Jen would make a good dominatrix, bro.
Yeah, I will squish your fucking balls. I wouldn't do that
You'll
to
be
you.
sounding some dude.
I wouldn't do
Fucking-
that to you, obviously, because I love you. But I was
Yeah.
just kind of like, if it was just some random ass dude, and he paid me to do it,
Yeah, dude.
oh, I'm gonna abuse the fuck out of you. I will stick all kind of shit down in your urethra. I will
Yeah.
do all. I will stick all kind of shit up your ass. I will do all kind of stuff.
Everybody's talking now.
Yeah. So we talked about that because I was like, maybe that's the angle we should go because I
Yeah.
kind of feel like I would be really good at that.
Yeah.
I'm not good at pretending to like dudes I don't like.
Yeah.
I'm not good at that. But I'd be really good at being a mean bitch
Yeah. And you
to dudes I don't like.
You might only get one a month, but still, it's like $1,000 right there.
Might be some supplemental income.
It's like $1,000. You go down there and beat some
Like
dude
I
up
said,
for a
if
few
some
hours.
dude will pay me to step on his balls while he's like licking the toilet,
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
all right,
We'll videotape it for him.
Yeah.
We'll tape it for him on his phone.
I'm all about that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I want to be the one in control in this shit. I don't want to be like fucking.
Yeah.
I don't want some dude like, holding my chin and making me stick my dick in and stick his dick in my mouth and all that kind of stuff. I don't like that kind of
Fuck all
shit.
that.
I want to be.
Yeah.
I want to be the one in
You're right.
like controlling the shit. You know what I mean? If I have to.
What's
do
everybody saying?
that. Zach says basically same thing in the local. Gay scene. Expect everyone has banged basically everyone
Yeah.
over at the bar. The story those boards could tell if you could
Yeah.
carbon dated them. Yeah, and like I said, in a way, I don't mind it though. I've been around a lot longer than Tom has, because he only moved here in 2008, and I've been here my whole life. But everybody in the goth scene, not everybody's fucked everybody, but a lot of people have fucked everybody.
Zach, what you need to do is you need to take me to the gay club with you. I'll charge you, and I'll be like arm candy, and we'll see if maybe we stir up some action for you down there.
Oh, you gonna like wingman kind of?
Yeah. I'll just be his arm candy. Yeah, be like a fucking BD.
You gonna go in there strutting?
Yeah, I'll come in there and strut with him. I'll make Zach popular.
Can you
He's probably already popular.
You should probably wear
old bathhouse Zach.
You should probably just wear like your fucking like slingshot brief kind of.
Yeah.
Like your little.
Yeah, wear some kind of slingshot fucking boots.
Those jock mail ones that you have, like just with the ass.
Yeah.
Thing up and that. I
some
like
fishnets.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. And then
can we have garters also?
No, wife beater. Nah, fuck the garters. Just fishnets.
No, that'd be so hot though.
Fishnet body stocking.
Man, you're no fun.
Fishnet body stocking, my underwear over that, fucking boots, a fucking vest, and a fucking hat. And gloves.
And he's just gonna come strutting in there.
Yeah.
That. Tom will totally do it too.
Yeah. Big old fucking dick wrapped around my leg.
That's what I love.
Coming out through this.
Tom is very I don't know if I'd call it gender fluid.
I'm not gender fluid.
But well, you don't worry about shit as much as
no, I'm gonna have fun, man.
You average straight.
I'm gonna have fun. I fuck with everybody's mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have fun.
You don't have like weird insecurities about that kind of stuff.
No, I know what I am.
Which I like.
I'm a freak.
And that's okay.
I just like to have fun, man.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not bothered.
Mm. I like to put on a show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I got club game. You bring me into a club, I'll fucking put on a fucking show. Yeah. As long as I'm getting paid.
Like I said, gotta be some money involved.
As long as I get paid, yeah.
Not gonna lie, I'd probably step on dudes' balls for free. But
barefoot.
If you'd pay me, it'd be a lot better.
Yeah, right.
I need to get into that gig. Who's gonna pay me to step on their balls?
We'll find somebody.
We gotta find somebody. I need some extra money.
What did Zach say at the end? No problem. In that
regard, Tom. Lots of head I've gotten in dudes' cars around the corner.
Okay, yeah.
All right, gotta pee.
So you go in dudes' cars and get head. Okay.
Nice.
That shit's happening outside fucking Barbarella too.
We need to do that one of these days.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
We got a big car, we can do that shit.
Yeah. We got a back seats like the size of a hotel room. Got me a big old fucking Mercury Grand Marquis. Mercury's doing good, man. I'm gonna have to fucking pull that intake manifold though. I'm gonna fucking reseal it with some new RTV, put that in there and see if that fucking warning light goes out for fucking random misfire. I think it's leaking some air. But I haven't had a chance to do it. I gotta pull the alternator, unhook everything, and fucking go through that shit. I just didn't really want to do it. If that light comes back, then I don't know what it is. I'm gonna take it down and have it diagnosed on that fucking computer up the street. He's got a really good diagnostic. It might be something like EGR valve or fucking charcoal canister. Who knows? It might be something like that. Actually, somebody in the comment section has said it's to replace that charcoal canister. Thing is, though, is that there is a warning code for that charcoal canister, if I remember correctly. I have to go back and look, but I think there's a warning code if that canister goes bad. It was weird because when I took that intake manifold off, I took the fucking throttle body off, and inside the throttle body, there's a big old fucking piece of carbon built up in there like the size of a quarter. It was like something you'd see on a charcoal grill. Just fucking pushed it and it broke off. I've never seen anything like that. And that was in the throttle body. Right there before the plenum. Okay, let me go to the restaurant.
What happened?
Nothing, I'm just talking.
All right, where were we? Zach says one of these days I should go to the bathhouse and stay overnight, actually. Whenever, like, one of these days, also, you need to come down here and hang out with us. We'll take you to the bar. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I don't know if it'll, like, work out the way... I don't know. We were, like, talking about this the other day because I was telling Tom, I said, because we talk all this shit on the show, which, you know, we're not talking shit necessarily. Like, you know, all of it's true. But I was like, I always kind of feel like if one of y'all came down here and stayed with us and hung out with us for a long time, and I was just kind of like, would you expect crazier shit than what actually happened? Or, I don't know. I always kind of think that, because I'm like, are people going to come down here and stay with us and expect all kind of crazy shit to happen? Because it might, or it might not. We don't really know. We don't really worry about it. It's just kind of like, if shit happens in the moment, it happens. If it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. All the crazy shit we've got into just happened like spontaneously. We didn't like really plan it ahead of time. You know what I mean? It's kind of that kind of thing. Well, how much does it cost to stay overnight? I didn't even know you could stay overnight at the bathhouse. So you've been through some of the crap I've seen. Probably just be like, well, that exists. Yeah, it just, you get to a point, I know we're a lot older than you are, but we get to a point where you're just kind of like, you see some new, well, it's not new, but like some crazy shit, and you're just kind of like, yep, suppose that happens, and you just move on with your life. Just, you know, weird shit
Zach,
in general.
talking to Zach?
Yeah. I was saying that, remember the other night we were talking about how people from the show, like, always say they want to come visit us, which, like I said, we're open to. Like, you guys, any of you guys that are, like, regulars and stuff like that, we are not averse. So, like, if you're visiting Florida, if you're in this area or something like that, hit us up. As long as you're not, like, a weirdo or anything like that.
We suggest you get a room.
Yeah.
And
but we'll go to the club. Yeah, we'll like take you out. We'll hang out with you and stuff like that. But it's like, so we always wondered, though. I said I always wonder if, like, people expect crazier shit than what will actually happen. But I don't know, because I said, well, we don't, like, ever plan for crazy shit to happen.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, crazy shit just kind of happens spontaneously.
Yeah,
that's like, we don't plan it.
That's why it's
But, like, sometimes it doesn't happen because it's not really in the cards or whatever. Right. So it's just kind of like, I always feel like I don't want to disappoint people because all the shit we've said on the show has happened. It's true.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like, we didn't plan any of it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, we're kind of more the people where, you know, everyone was kind of in that kind of mood that night. We were all kind of drunk that night.
Yeah.
Shit happened.
Clubbing and partying.
Yeah, it was all that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of like, we don't plan stuff ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I would hate to think that people would come here and visit us and then it was, like, disappointing.
Like, we're all gonna fuck.
Because I said to him, I was like, do you think that people expect that?
Well,
because of all the, like, videos we've done and shit like that, like...
Yeah, some maybe.
I kind of feel like maybe that's an expectation.
Yeah, but if they bring their own fucking partner and shit like that, they, you know, if it's a couple, they probably are gonna fuck. We could arrange that. We know places where y'all can fuck. Out in the parking lot or in the club itself and fucking...
I mean, yeah, that works.
Yeah,
that
me and Jen might be busy right next to you. You never can't tell. Never can't tell what happens.
I mean, that kind of shit would probably happen, to be fair.
Yeah, it all depends on how
that kind of
what
stuff
happens.
But like I said, you never know what's
too
going to
much
happen. It's all right. We're having a good time. We're not going anyplace.
Looks like about half our people have left. We got some in there. We did pretty good on Super Chats tonight.
Yeah.
If you guys want this conversation to go anywhere, just drop some comments in the comments
I still have a lot of drink left.
Yeah, we got that much drink left.
And I would still like to
might be able to do another
the conversation.
Might be able to do another half hour here.
It's like I said, we're not going anywhere. I don't got to get up tomorrow. This is fun for me.
Yeah, but it's almost midnight.
It's not almost midnight. It's 11:15.
11:14. It's going to be 11:30.
That's 45 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't rush me.
All right.
Where you going? You got someplace to be?
Yeah. What if me and you want to get busy tonight? You don't think that's gonna happen?
Well, I don't know. It's kind
We're gonna
of
see.
late and you're drunk, and I know how that goes.
Might happen. Might have to do something in the morning.
Well, yeah, but that's morning.
Okay.
And morning we're talking about like 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Which is not really morning. You know?
Okay.
We're just trying to figure out like when your Viagra's
Tammy,
going
what's
to
it?
take fucking Phantom says good sidetracks tonight. Yeah. We always have fun with this.
Tammy says we still got us older regulars.
Yeah.
Is it regulars or irregulars?
Irregulars.
Regular. What's that?
Irregulars.
Irregulars? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have my glasses on.
Victor asked something. Victor says, I saw this a long time ago, and I just had to read this. It said, I have female friends and don't sleep with them. The male friends, though.
Yeah.
That's a whole thing. See, I kind of feel like that whole thing is like so fascinating because I guess it's like it's a dude thing, whether it's a straight dudes or gay dudes. Y'all have a thing where you can like sleep with people they don't really care that much about.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's really weird to me.
We evolved that way.
I know, like, not all chicks are like that, because I've known a lot of chicks in my lifetime that were just kind of like, I just banged. He looked good. I didn't give a shit about him. I hated him or whatever, and I just fucked him anyway. But it's like, I can't really, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't get into it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
some women can.
Some women can. And I've known some women like that.
Yeah.
So it's not across the board.
Some women will hate fuck dude. Some dude.
Oh, I know.
She hates him and she's gonna fuck him.
Yeah, she's like, oh man, that dude sucks so much. It's like, I'm gonna fuck him hard. And then,
Yeah.
Yeah, like I've known some chicks like that too, and I'm like, man, that is so weird. Like I can't see myself ever doing that. But I get why that's a thing.
They're trying to dominate the man.
Yeah, I get why that's a thing. Like it's probably the same instinct that why I want to step on dudes' balls.
Yeah. Right.
But like it's a similar kind of thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to fuck that dude though, because I don't want him to get any satisfaction. I just want to hurt him. Yeah. I just want to hurt him.
That's fucking funny.
You know what I mean? But it's just so it's not exactly the same.
Okay, here's the thing. I know right now we only got like fucking half a dozen, almost 20-something people in here right now.
That's
a lot.
We'll have
a bunch of people listen to this recorded, and this goes out to you young women.
Uh-oh. Tom's gonna give some young people some advice.
I'm not gonna fucking name any names, Sophie. But fucking, they got women out there, all right, when they're young, to where if they really like a dude, they start raising the bar on him. They're like, oh no, I like this dude. I take him seriously. So if he's going to have to prove it to me that he's the fucking right one.
No, I get that.
So he starts fucking raising the bar.
I get that.
If another dude comes along she doesn't really like, she just fucks him. Sends him down the road. So she made it easy for the dude that she didn't like, made it hard for the dude that she did like, and he didn't pass the test. So the dude that she did like, he didn't even get laid. Don't do that. That's exactly the opposite of what should happen.
I understand why chicks do that, though.
Yeah, but it's absolutely the opposite.
I don't do that, but I like...
No, Jen actually did the right thing, and she ended up scoring. Okay? If you like a dude... become his friend. Okay? That's one thing. Be available. Don't give him a hard time.
Don't be too clingy.
Don't be clingy either. But
that was one thing that I was very aware of, because I have a tendency to be like kind of clingy. So I was just like very obviously like not being like that.
Yeah. So if you like the dude, give him sex. That bitch will be back. Most likely he'll be back. He might run off with some other chick for a little while.
Which you did.
Yeah, I did that, yeah. But I always came back.
You did.
Okay. Because over time, what it is the dude's like, well, this is available. And she's good. And she actually likes me. And we're actually friends. That wins out over any of these
over
fucking
the long
games.
term.
Over the long term.
It took a while, though, y'all.
Yeah, it might take a year or two. Yeah. But that's actually a much better strategy. That's actually, I didn't realize it, okay, but that's actually game. That's game. That's the female game.
I would like to say that I was not that calculated.
That was game.
But I was
Very much
pretty
game.
calculated.
And here's the thing. I learned the game not from Jan. I learned it from a dude who was a psychologist who gave the same he was giving the same advice to young women who are dating. He says, you're doing it backwards. The guys that you like, you make it easy for him. All right. He'll be back. All right. The guys that you don't like, make it very hard for them. Make them prove something. And he probably will fail anyway. But if you like the guy, have sex with him early and rap and a lot. He'll be back. And yeah, I had that done to me and I didn't know. She did it. It works.
It did.
It works. Yeah. Because
like I said, I like to say
dude will go back to where
it wasn't calculated, but it was a little bit calculated.
Yeah. Well, this dude,
I did think about it a lot.
This dude said that he did all this research. He's a psychologist. Did all this research for women that were in happy relationships, and that's how they did it. They didn't fucking.
And then the hilarious thing, this many years later, Tom sees this video by the psychiatrist.
I'm like, I got game run on me.
That's what she did.
That's what she did.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I got played.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you did.
It's not that you got played. It's just that you ran game, and it worked. It worked. I did it
until he saw a man explain it.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't understand that
I didn't even know it was there.
That I had played a game on him.
Yeah.
I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think of it like that.
It was just a strategy.
Like I said, how I thought of it was that I really liked you.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to get you.
Yeah. She was always there. She was always
I was just doing instinctually what I thought would work.
She was always there. She was always available.
I didn't think about it.
She was always fun. She was every time I was hanging out with her, it was a positive experience. There was no negative to it. We weren't even a thing at first. I'd go date some other chick. She'd date some other dude. She still kept coming back.
Yep.
And
actually, one dude I was dating got mad at me because I was talking to you so much.
Yeah.
At the bar.
Yeah.
And he said, "You know what? I'm gonna go home."
Yeah. What'd you do? Did you go, okay, go?
Basically, I was like, "Yeah, if you want to be a whiny little bitch about it."
Yeah.
Like I said, I used to be a lot nicer in my youth. I promise, but like. When I got older, I kind of got over, like, dude's bullshit. So it's just kind of like... So we were there. We weren't really on a date. This other dude and me.
Yeah.
We were just hanging out. And I was talking to you because, like, you know, you're my best friend, right? Yeah. So we were, like, hanging out and whatever. And he got mad. And he was just like, look, I'm just going to go home if you're just going to, like, hang. And I was just like, okay.
Yeah. Well, we hung out. We were hanging out anyway all the time. So... Jen was always a positive experience. She was always there. She was legitimate, you know what I mean? Like, she wasn't playing, you know, in terms of, like, she wasn't playing games or anything, you know? So
no.
And
I was legit after you, but I wasn't being a douche about it.
Right, yeah.
Like, if you had told me to my face, please fuck off, I don't like you, or I'm not interested, or something like that, I would have fucked off. I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't do that, though. I liked you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, had that happen.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, I'm not a stalker.
She was my buddy, so she wasn't going to go anywhere.
No.
It's just, at that particular time...
I lived through you dating several other people.
Yeah, and then at that time, I just didn't want a relationship. I didn't feel I was ready for a relationship. That's what I was thinking at the time.
Yeah, and you told me that. Like, you were very... The thing about... that is that you were always very transparent. You're like, look, I'm not really ready for this. I'm like, I'm kind of fucked up. I'm not like, I want to date. I want to do
bad shit.
I've been through some bad shit. I'm not really, and I understood that.
Yeah.
And I understood also though that I thought, you know, if I wait around long enough, he will probably come around.
It did.
So I was like, I'm just gonna hang out.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't costing us anything. We were both having fun.
Yeah, and I said, like, if I have to date other dudes, which I did. I dated a couple other dudes at the time.
They were good dudes. They were good dudes.
Yeah, and they were also good dudes.
Most of them were good dudes. I like that tall guy. He was cool.
Yeah, I still like that dude, actually. Yeah. He's a nice dude.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. He was also 6'5", just like the Reacher guy.
Yeah, he was cool. I liked him.
He could, when I was much smaller then, because that's when I starved myself down to 118 pounds. He could carry me on his back like a backpack.
Yeah.
That's how big he was.
Right. That was really the only dude that I really saw you that I saw you with that I thought was really like 100% worthy. The other ones
I liked him a lot.
They were
actually.
the other ones were kind of beneath you. I thought, you know. I mean, they were okay, but they were just okay. They weren't outstanding. The other one, he was pretty outstanding. I like that.
The other ones I just kind of picked up.
Yeah, right.
I just kind of picked up at the bar.
Yeah.
And it kind of turned into like, you know, a month or two long thing. But that guy, we actually met online. He had just got divorced. I had just got divorced, you know, a little time before. And we just got talking. He's like, and we just talked for like a long time, like online. Yeah. He's like, you know what? It's like, and we just talked like as friends or whatever. And he's like, maybe we should go out. And I'm like, you think? Yeah, okay. So we set up a date. And then we go to this bar. I don't remember what the bar was, but it was someplace I'd never been to before. Like in the Milk District in Orlando. And he told me that when he first saw me, he's like, you first walked in there and he said, that bitch is so out of my league. That's what he said. Yeah. He told me that later. And I was just like, and I found out later that I was 11 years older than him.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. He was way young. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was way younger than me.
Though.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It hadn't occurred to me. I didn't look up his age or anything. Like, we were just talking, and he knew about all the same shit. Like, he was into the same shit. And, like, so when we met, and he just made an offhand comment about high school or something like that. Like, something that said what his age was. And I went, wow. I was like, what? Yeah. How old are you? Yeah. Like, I didn't realize. And I was like, oh, my God. I'm not old enough to be your mom, but I'm, like, I'm 11 years older than you are.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, but it's, you know, we had a good time for a long time.
That was the only one that I thought was like kind of worthy.
He was super cool. I still like him.
I liked him too. He was, I didn't realize now that you said he was 11 years younger than us.
Yeah, he's 11 years younger than me.
He didn't come off that way though.
No, he really didn't. And like I said, that it didn't occur to me until he just mentioned something when I met him the first time in person. And I was just kind of like, holy crap.
He just kind of came across as a big, intelligent college kind of guy.
Yeah.
That's what he came across.
Which I like.
Yeah.
And he liked my writing.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, he had read a lot of my stuff. And
yeah, me and Jen were buddies. We had hooked up before, but I think I was probably dating somebody at the time.
That was the weird thing about, like we met each other in, I think, 2011? 2010, 2011. Somewhere like that.
2010, probably.
And I think we had probably slept together a couple of times before that. Like, my divorce wasn't finalized until 2010, September 2010? I don't even remember. But me and my husband were separated before that.
Just get cozy every now and then, you know.
Yeah, but it's just kind of like we slept together one time, and I was just kind of like, oh shit, I can't believe we fucking did that. Because I was like, I was separated from my husband then, but we were still like living in the same house, and I kind of feel like, well, he'd probably still be mad even though we're separated.
Yeah.
So we had that, and then like every now and then, like he'd come over to my apartment. Sometimes we would sleep together, sometimes not. Like he would cook food. Yeah. Like shit like that. But we just like hung out. Down there. Yeah, like he would ride his motorcycle and like we would just like hang out like all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it was just like a weird time.
Yeah, it was a weird time.
It was a weird time.
Jen was my buddy, but she was also kind of like my fuck buddy too.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
But
that wasn't the main thing. That wasn't the main reason why I liked her. I just liked her. Really, and that's like that was like the other day we saw Nick, and Nick is with this new girl, and it's like, so is this your girlfriend? He goes, no, we're just friends though. And me and Jen goes, well, that's the one that used to be your girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what we told him.
And he's like, but that's not.
He's very young.
She's not, she's not really my type of deal. And I'm looking at her, she's just a cute little chick. And I go, yeah, she is.
She seemed like pretty awesome. Yeah. I thought.
I was like, yeah, she is.
I talked to her for a while, and I'm like, this chick's pretty awesome.
She's not really my type. And I'm looking at her.
I mean, she's young enough to be my kid, but she seemed like pretty awesome.
Yeah, because guys will get it into their mind that they're looking for something in particular. And if it's not what they were thinking of, then, well, that's not my type.
Yeah. Which is kind of a shame because you miss out on stuff. Like I said, that's why it's better to don't have a type.
Right.
Don't have a type. It's too limiting.
Yeah, you just find the one that's fucking being presented to you, and if you get along and she likes you, then there you go. It's kind of like fucking in that movie fucking Starship Troopers. Remember how fucking the dude is after that fucking one chick who's a pilot, and she runs off to become a pilot, and he loses her, and then Diz is in the infantry with him.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember her? And she's fucking head over heels for him, and he's not really seeing her. They finally hook up, and like, oh, okay, yeah, you know.
Also, the analogous situation to that would be the John Hughes movie, Some Kind of Wonderful, which is kind of the gender swapped Pretty in Pink.
Okay, yeah.
But I actually liked Some Kind of Wonderful. It's a very good movie. Eric Stoltz was in it, and in that, his best friend was a girl who was a drummer in a band, and he always saw her as a friend, but he was after this hot normie chick at the high school.
Yeah.
And his friend was always trying to, like, discourage that shit, you know, low key.
Yeah.
Because she was in love with him, obviously.
Yeah.
And it took him till the end of the fucking movie to realize that he also loved his best friend and not the hot normie girl. You know what I mean? And the hot normie girl, like, realized it too. She's just kind of like, you love that girl. Like, get out of my face. You know what I mean? So, that's the thing. Like I said, that's why I think it's not good to have, like, a type. Because it's too limiting. You just kind of have to take people as they come. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's just kind of like, maybe this person isn't what you pictured. But, you know.
Phantom is saying that he believes that both John Wayne and Charlton Heston were gay, based upon how Charlton Heston arranged the sausages in Omega Man.
Possibly.
I'm gonna say no. John Wayne.
It wouldn't shock me though.
Nah, John Wayne was fucking straight. He was straight. So was Heston. Now the thing is that those dudes. Not so much John Wayne. John Wayne was fucking straight and fucking kind of boring, if you ask me. I was never a John Wayne fan.
He did seem very.
He was kind of boring.
Very,
he lived
very vanilla.
One of his houses was across the way from my Aunt Lois, you know, from Mammoth Mountain Poltergeist that we read. When she was living in Vista, you could see John Wayne's house from her house, but it was down over a valley on top of a hill, and that was John Wayne's house, or at least one of them. I don't know if he was there when I was looking at it. I used to look at it all the time.
He was just
I think he died in there. He ended up dying of cancer. But now Heston, the thing about Heston was this: he was a boomer. Boomers. He was an early. Actually, no, he wasn't even a boomer. He was the greatest generation, wasn't he? Yeah.
Well, wait. When was he born?
Oh man,
he might have been greatest gen.
Yeah, greatest gen because he was the right age to actually have been in World War II, probably. So that'd be greatest.
I feel like he's the type of dude that boomers would have worshipped.
Worshipped, right? Exactly. They were the ones that boomers would look up to that
before.
Dude. Right. He was. Cheston would. I'm gonna call him Cheston. Cheston was.
Now Cheston's a boomer, right?
What's that?
Cheston's a boomer, right?
No, Charlton Heston. I think he was the greatest generation. I think.
Was
he? Yeah.
Wait, what's the boomer parameters? 1965.
The children of the people that came back from World War II.
Right, but like, what was the last year? 1965, right?
No. Oh, for boomer?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably around 64,
I think it was 65 was the last year for boomer.
But
I don't know what year.
Charlton Heston was
1923. He was born. So
very conventional. Very something that like a boomer would look up to. Yeah. Very much kind of a.
Even though he absolutely was not what he presented in movies.
How do you know? How was he?
He just wasn't like that.
How was he?
Well, one, he never. I mean, he was not a veteran or anything like that.
No, he was an actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a pure actor. Dudes like Lee Marvin were. You know,
yeah.
He did a little bit.
Like
of
I said, that's a whole different thing.
Right.
It's weird. I always just thought it was weird that like boomers idolized people like John Wayne who never even did what he purported to do in the movies.
Yeah.
But which, like, a lot of actors from that era did.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of actors from that era were military veterans, but John Wayne was not.
Right. But what I was going to say about Charlton Heston is that he had a very straight-laced image for his time. He was kind of like a fucking exemplary, straight American dude who you could depend on, and he'd get the job done, and fucking... He was flexible, but he wasn't so flexible that he was going to be doing anything out of character for what they considered to be a man or a dude. That's the way he kind of came across. But he did have a lot more than, say, fucking John Wayne in terms of, like, artistic ability. You know, he was the kind of guy who would go, well, you know, he'd be like, well, of course we can be... Of course we can be all fucking liberal. I'll sit here and drink this wine, and maybe might even smoke a little bit of that weed. Nah, I'm not gonna smoke the weed.
I'll even make out with the black chick.
Yeah, I'll even make out with this black chick. But that's how far. That's as far as he would go, probably, with things.
They all seemed very, very square and very, very boring.
Kind of square.
All those kind of dudes.
Yeah, and he came across as square even when he was trying to come across as cool. The cooler he would try to be, the more square.
That's a very insightful comment.
The more cool he tried to be, the more square you realized he was.
Yes.
Right.
I think that was always kind of the issue that I had with him. It's just like the more he tried to be like cool and hip and everything like that.
The more square he seemed.
The more square he seemed, because he obviously did not know anything about anything.
He didn't actually feel that way.
Right, and you could tell.
Right.
Like, you can tell. So that's, I kind of think that was my issue that I had with him. He always came across like that to me.
He'd be reading the classics, you know. Let's just read some Cicero, you know.
Which, okay,
really cool.
I read that too, but it's just kind of like, you don't,
really cool.
You don't have to be like a fucking nerd about it.
Yeah.
Come on. Zach says, you two are total relationship goals.
Yeah, somebody said that fucking on Instagram to me.
Did they really?
I posted that picture of us. I'm coming to and said the relationship goals. That was Half Naked You said that. You said that.
Oh.
Yeah.
We didn't do anything special though, I don't think.
Yeah, I think we did.
Do you think?
Yeah, most people didn't meet like the way we did.
Well, that's true.
They didn't. It wasn't quite the same path.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know.
It's not how normies meet.
Well, I kind of feel like normies just meet in bars and bang, and then
and then they get married, and then
they're like, "Well, that one's hot. I guess I'll I'll tie myself to that one." And have
and
some
it doesn't
children.
last long. 18 months later, they're already trying to get a divorce and shit.
And then they're already fucking around like 2 years later, something like that.
Yeah,
it's just kind of like, well, like I said, I kind of feel like the key to it is that we didn't really, I don't know, it wasn't super intentional. It was probably more intentional on my part, I feel.
You just played the long game.
Yeah, because I just, like I said, I just really liked you, and I was just like, well, I'm just gonna hang around and like see what happens.
Yeah, but it wasn't one way though. I felt the same way. I wasn't ready for a relationship, and you know, you're my friend, so
yeah, and I knew
and
that.
We started getting business. We were doing business and shit together.
Yeah, and I thought to myself, like, look, if this is just a friendship, then that's fine. I'm fine with that. But it's just kind of like over the time, like it just organically, like it evolved into something else. Which that was what I wanted to happen, but I was okay if that didn't happen.
Yeah. So learn from Jen. That's how you get a man.
Like I said, I didn't
be
mean
friends
to be,
with him. Always be available.
I didn't mean to be doing anything like revolutionary or nothing like that. I was just kind of like
give him whatever he wants at the time.
Like I said, it wasn't super calculated. It was just that I really liked you, and I said, well, like you know, if we're gonna hang out, I just wanted to hang out as much as possible.
Yeah.
If we could have some sex, that's all right too.
Yeah.
That's all right too.
A dude will come back. He'll come back. He'll go, okay, let's have some sex again. But then you know, but we had other parts of the relationship, you know, like friendship and business, and we were out in the clubs all the time. So it was kind of bound to happen eventually. I just didn't really see it at the time because I wasn't thinking along that wavelength. Because you know, fucking, I was a dude and I was just coming out of another marriage and fucking some bullshit and everything, and I really wasn't fucking in the mood for a relationship. I felt that, well, you get in a relationship, then all of a sudden you got to be bogged down with all these rules and shit. Well, Jen didn't put any rules on me.
Nah.
So that's more incentive.
I mean, the thing about, well, like, obviously there's rules, there's unspoken rules.
Yeah, but nothing unreasonable.
But the thing about it is that rules are only good if, like, people are adhering to them because they want to adhere to them. I'm not in the business of forcing people to adhere to rules that they don't want to adhere to. So, like, if you told me, hey, I'm not really feeling this, I want to do this, that, and the other thing, then, like, we could discuss that and come to, like, a compromise on it. You know what I mean? So I'm not real into, like, imposing shit on other people. Because I don't like shit imposed on me. So I understand, like, not wanting to post shit on other people. Yeah. But like I said, the only thing I don't like lying. I don't like betrayal. I don't like doing shit behind people's back or something like that. As long as everything is on the table, as long as everything has been discussed, everything is agreed on, I'm not bothered by anything. But
I'm saying John Wayne was also rumored to be gay. Look, everybody's rumored to be gay at Hollywood. There's rumors. Rock Hudson was gay and said nobody ever suspected it.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody suspected until he got AIDS.
Yeah. But I doubt John Wayne was.
He seemed too boring to be gay.
Yeah, he's boring.
That's the only reason that I think he probably wasn't. He doesn't seem fun enough to be gay.
No, there was nothing to that guy.
Yeah, he just seemed like a big slab of nothing.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like I like John Wayne movies. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying that
I've only seen a couple of movies and he didn't stand out in them to me.
Yeah, he just always seemed like too bland.
Real bland.
He just always seemed too bland.
I don't know why.
He's not interesting enough to be.
Yeah, I don't know what they saw in him because I was just.
He's not interesting enough to be.
He's the star.
I kind of feel like he's one of those just bland white bread white man dudes that's just like everybody wants 50s, to project.
50s and 60s, yeah.
Yeah, there was like a lot of that going on in the 50s, man, because you see all those 50s like horror and sci-fi movies and stuff, and it's just like always the protagonist was just this boring, interchangeable, lantern-jawed white dude that's just like indistinguishable from every other white dude in every other like horror sci-fi movie from that era.
We're not being racist. We're just
I'm just saying that's just
shit.
They were just very generic, and it's just kind of like they didn't have anything to distinguish them. They weren't interesting in any way.
Yeah.
And I guess that was kind of like the thing.
I think
at
that's
the time,
what they were supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
I think it's so basic motherfuckers could relate to him.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Like, this is the hero, this is who you're supposed to relate to. But like I said, it's like, they're boring as fuck. I can't relate to that person.
The first one from the 60s that I thought was actually, dude had some fucking character and shit, was that dude from Bullet. What was his name?
Steve
McQueen actually was...
At least he had a personality and, like, charisma and stuff.
Yeah. And he actually was kind of close to the roles that he was playing. He really could ride a motorcycle fucking fast. He was a great race car driver. Had a bunch of fucking sports cars and shit.
That's what I mean. So interesting.
He was pretty, and fucking he evidently fucking was extremely popular in the LA Hollywood scene, and showing up to fucking parties all the time with beautiful women. Some of them were celebrities, starlets. Other ones were just civilians, you know. But he was evidently like really cool. Steve McQueen is supposed to be really cool.
That's what I heard.
And I don't think John Wayne could hold a candle to fucking Steve McQueen.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I mean, there would be absolutely no contest. Absolutely no contest.
Watch Bullet. It's a great movie. Bullet was like one of the first of the real fucking hardcore cop action movies. You can tell just by the opening sequence how they shot that shit. How cool it looked. And it's just a real hard-boiled movie that ends kind of in a fucking... it ends in a way where you don't even know if he actually won or not. It was just, remember that shit?
Like I said, ambiguity.
It was real ambiguous over fucking if he kind of completed his mission or not. It was just a great flick.
But that's the difference between... And I love... golden era Hollywood stuff, like from 40s and 50s and stuff. But you have to think that a lot of the famous actors from that time were not real, particularly the male actors, were not super distinctive.
No, they were generic.
Like a lot of them like looked pretty much indistinguishable from one another. Like I couldn't really tell them apart.
Well, the roles and the characters were about the same too.
Yeah, and they were just kind of like they always just played. I'm just like the generic hero at the fucking. Like I said, the villains were a lot more interesting. The women were a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Like the dudes were just like boring. Like they were just kind of like, I'll save you. It was just kind of like, you know.
I would say from the 60s, the first real interesting white dude who did cool characters and cool movies was McQueen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, at least he had some distinction and some charisma. Like he was actually like a person and like a character. Yeah. And like there was something there you could latch onto. I kind of feel like prior to that, it was just kind of like, you know, people like John Wayne. I don't really understand why John Wayne got such a huge following because he was very
bland and generic.
Like I said, like anybody could have played that role. Yeah. Anybody.
And he wasn't real physical or anything. He wasn't in great shape. He was fat towards the end, where he's fat and just kind of, you know, he wasn't muscular or anything. He kind of carried himself with an air of authority, but you'd have to wonder why. I mean, he's still playing these roles. I think the best movie I saw him in was I think it was called The Green Berets.
Yeah, that was a good flick.
He was okay in that.
Yeah.
But I saw him in Genghis Khan. Where he had
God, that was was kind of embarrassing.
I couldn't get through that one.
No.
He's got
that was back in the day when they wouldn't hire like actual Asian actors to do stuff, and they were like,
"Well, we're gonna take these horses and we're gonna go attack over here." You know, okay, man, you sound just like a Mongolian warlord. Yeah.
It's so funny. They didn't like really worry about it back then because I guess people wanted to see it anyway. No. But
they were just playing on Ben-Hur and all that other shit. They were just although I remember that being a pretty good movie. Haven't seen that in a long time.
I remember Ben-Hur being pretty good. Yeah. I haven't seen it since I was probably in my 20s, but I remember it being pretty good.
Yeah, but a lot of the interesting fucking actors, really from '60s and beyond, were ethnic guys like Yul Brynner. You know,
yeah,
he was pretty interesting, but he was white, but not really all that white. He had a lot of Mongolian in him. I think one of his he's Eastern European. They're white.
Like I said,
he looks like the Oriental.
I mean, I like someone that's distinctive, like someone that's like a person.
Boris Karloff was half Indian from India,
and I fucking
he came across as white, but he was. It's a black and white film, man. Fucking, you know what I mean? You can't. He's dark skinned.
We did a whole show about Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi.
He was pretty interesting.
I love Boris Karloff.
Bela Lugosi. Bela he was a white guy, but he's a foreigner. That's
Hungarian.
Not your average. Hungarian. That's not your average white bread James. You know.
He couldn't even speak English when he came here.
Right. So they had character to them because they were foreign, and they didn't really allow white leading men to have any kind of character. Really, they were generic. You could even tell that the roles were written in a real generic way.
Like anyone could play that.
Yeah, and anyone
the villains could be ethnic.
Yeah, and more interesting. But if you were
more interesting.
Yeah. But if you were the white leading man and also the white leading woman, you were kind of destined to be boring.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of like that's because I think how society wanted you to be that way.
They did, yeah.
They wanted you to be very fucking cookie cutter, conformist.
Yeah, everyone had to conform to a certain set of standards.
Yeah.
And I think the point of those movies, maybe, was that to show you, here are the heroes, these white bread, boring ass
conformist,
indistinguishable people. That's good.
Right.
But all the bad guys are kind of ethnic.
Yeah,
and foreign
and
shit
they're
like
interesting,
that. But they were more interesting.
But they die in the movie.
But they always die. They're the bad guys.
Because they're the bad guys. And
so I kind of feel like that was a little bit
the boring leads survive.
A little bit propaganda.
It's like propaganda. Then the boring leads survive.
Right. Because I was kind of like, why are we happy that these people survived?
And what's funny is that the audience was definitely into the fucking villains.
Yeah.
That's what made the movie. but because the Hays Code, the villains had to die. Evil always had to be punished in those movies. So it could be that the people that are writing the film and everything might actually be kind of lampooning fucking the Hays Code.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they were aware.
Yeah.
Of the constraints that they had to work with.
Right.
So they were just kind of like, well,
okay, we're gonna take these boring motherfuckers. They're gonna live, but all our best characters, they're gonna say some awesome shit, and they're gonna kill them off.
They have to get justice.
Yeah,
in the end, because they're bad guys.
Yeah, and the audience will be pissed as the villains get killed off.
So they're like,
why'd
you kill the best?
Which is what they wanted. They wanted you.
Why'd you kill the best?
They wanted you. Why are you killing the best characters? Just watch the Black Cat. Only the villains are interesting. The white bread couple are fucking boring. I
don't even remember what they looked like. To be honest.
Yeah, the white bread couple were.
And I love that movie.
The white bread couple were shoehorned into that movie just because they had to be in there. I think by contract.
To be honest, the whole movie could have been about Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi being two villains
trying to kill each other,
facing off, trying to kill each other, and I would have watched that also.
Although
we don't need the stupid white bread.
Yeah,
Republican
I wouldn't think
leads.
We
don't need that.
I don't think that fucking Boris Karloff was a Vitus Veltigast. I don't think he was a villain. He was just a fucking. He was a dude he came out of the Kugal, that fucking prison. And he knew that fucking his wife got fucking stolen by fucking...
He was a bad guy, but an understandable bad guy.
Yeah. He just wanted revenge for losing his shit.
Which was, like I said, that was understandable.
So he was in a way kind of like a dark hero.
Yeah.
Somebody thanked me on Facebook for recommending that movie. Says that's his best movie, his favorite movie.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's a great
He likes old... He didn't see that one. I want to see the Fiendish Plot. What's the one? Fucking Fu Manchu.
Fiendish Plot of Dr. Fu Manchu.
No, that's the one with Peter Sellers. The old black and white one that had Boris Karloff playing Fu Manchu, right?
Yeah, we probably need to see that. Yeah. Maybe we should review that too.
It's supposed to be pretty good.
One of these days. I will watch anything Boris Karloff is in, to be honest. I'll watch most stuff that Bela Lugosi's in too, because I love him also. But like Boris Karloff is my favorite.
Okay, let's go ahead and shut this down, Jen.
Shit, man, it's almost midnight.
I know.
All right. I thought I saw something that I wanted to comment on, but I guess not. Oh, Phantom said, Jenny, did you also get to meet that Ed guy at the hardware store that was in the infamous A Haunting in Florida episode? Oh,
no, she wasn't with him.
No, I wasn't with him at the time.
Yeah.
Like, he went to the hardware store up the street from us where we used to live.
Yeah.
Not where we live now, but he went up there to get some fucking, I don't know what he went up there to get. And he saw him like he was at the checkout, like he was at the checkout. He was
working there.
Yeah. And he's like, holy crap, you're Ed Dunham. But I wasn't there at the time, unfortunately. So I haven't met him in person, but Tom has. And he talks to him online like all the time. So. And he still, like I said, I don't know if you guys need to hear any proof or anything like that, but he still absolutely says that absolutely happened. So. He wasn't fucking around. He wasn't doing that shit for the show. He said, I don't give a shit what anybody said. That's what happened. So, make of that what you will. I'm just saying that's what he said. All right, so we're going to wrap it up. It's almost midnight for us. So, hopefully you guys had a good time tonight. I had a good time. I always have a good time on the Friday night show. So, thank you for hanging out with us this Friday evening. Thank you for your super chats. We'll be back on Monday night. We'll probably do 10 to midnight finally. We will get to Talented Mr. Ripley, I promise. Probably the week after that. But yeah, so have a good weekend, you guys. And we will see you again on Monday night for the movie review. Good night.